Hey friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening chat. Welcome back to the stream. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday. It's the 24th of October. Let's begin, shall we? Rendition. Hey chat, we're just here doing some peak New World content. The top of the top, the creme de la creme for getting gear. Standing in a tower and attacking two enemies over and over again. How are you guys doing today? Mooncop, thank you so much for the 9 months with the Prime while we're going live. Kane, thank you so much for that Prime sub as well. Thank you, Kane. Kane with the Prime sub. Mooncop, 9 months with the old Twitch Prime. Let me see if I can replay that one real quick. Bring down the music just a little bit. Bring in the game sounds. Okay, I can't replay that sub. Actually, let's bring down the game sound. Let's not bring in the game sound because it's just going to be that guy just murdering the flute over and over again. Good place to level up weapons, says Ryan already. The Captain Thorpe spot is still really good in my opinion. Honestly, Battle Class Crossing over here. Up in the top of Great Cleave. You kill Corrupted, Thorpe spawns, you kill Thorpe. Huge chunk of weapon XP. And you just rinse and repeat. I think that is pretty good. Play with Stan, good to see you. Sergeant Lynn, Amadeus, Vosky, Zimors, Legend of Wells, Legion. Foxhound is here, we got Hadzi, we got Benevolence. Salty Faker says, any idea where we can get 4 charm slots? I think they're only supposed to come from crafted gear and mutations. So it's either crafting or doing M3 specifically. M3 is supposed to be like the premier location for getting 4 charm slot items, like a gem slot and 3 defense slots or whatever. It's supposed to only be M3, but I'm pretty sure you can get them as like an RNG craft as well. I don't think we've seen them anywhere else. Stevens Vincent, good to see you. 2D1, how's it going? We got Nolan's grabbing over here. John Paul G. John Paul says, any Great Axe Inferno enjoyers? Great Axe and Inferno. I'm more a fan of Fire Staff plus Abyss, personally. Same concept, but switch the artifacts around. So you've got an artifact Great Axe, and then you have a normal Fire Staff. It's been more fun for me. Where to find the focus set, says Doug Dimmadome. The focus set Doug Dimmadome only comes from the PvP rewards track. So, yeah. That is something we really want to get, chat. It turns out it's really, really good. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it's this stuff here. The Thaumaturge's Brigandine. Thaumaturge's gloves, Thaumaturge's pants. There's also some weapons as well. The weapons aren't as good. I guess this is pretty nice for PvP, to be honest. Self-casting Light's Embrace makes you immune to debuffs. Is pretty crazy. Flail, Void Gauntlet, But, the armor. What about the jewelry? Well-being unimpeded? No. Chanted attacks, keen switch, not really. Refreshing with refreshment. Earring's really good, and some of the armor pieces are insane. Getting this 4-piece set here is crazy good, chat. Healing is increased by 15% and cooldown reduced by 5% on heal after holding a weapon for 10 seconds. So it's a pretty big drawback. You can't weapon swap. Like, you basically have to keep either the Life Staff or the Flail or the Void Gauntlet in your hand the whole time. But the cooldown reduction you get is absolutely insane, chat. Every time you heal somebody, anybody, you get 5% cooldown reduction. So if you're standing in a big clump of players, you're just going to be able to spam abilities over and over again. You can just spam Orb, Sacred Beacon into the crowd. You can spam Vortex into a crowd. You can spam Orb of Decay into a clump. It is really, 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 really good. Doesn't have any cooldown, like on the cooldown, so you can just activate it. Abyss doesn't have a gen set, says John Paul. Yeah, it's true. It's still good enough, though. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe Abyss isn't that good. It used to be really good, but... I think we're gonna get out of here in a second, chat. I'm just trying to get a better life staff. My current life staff is... It's a little bit poopy now. It's got an offense slot, it's got a defense slot, it's got 1 charm slot savior. I think I want double charm slots. So I got a pretty good life staff here. This is kind of... No, not that one. Where is it? Where's the other one that we got? This one down here. Savior, gem slot, 2 skill slots. So we put Fortifying Sacred Ground and Mending Protection. The only downside is it's got Shirking Flames, which we don't really need. So if I could get something like this, but instead of Shirking Flames, we could get Desperate Prayer or Resurgence, or even like Attunement, just so we get a little bit of heart rate charge. I think that would be not terrible. So yeah, this is just like a way to just hit a massive chunk of loot in a small period of time. Just stand here and kill these 2 guys. And we're gonna go through and probably salvage everything. Let's see, have we got anything worth keeping? Purifying Breeze, Shirking Arcane. We're just going to look at the ones with gem slots. Desperate Prayer, Plague Strikes, nope. Sundering Stacks, Desperate Impair, no. That's a no. That is a no. That's a no. Lifestealing and Savior, skill slot. Only 1 skill slot. Lifestealing, honestly, probably would have been just okay to chuck in there until we can get something better. Any Savior? Savior 2, Shirking Frost 2, double offense slot, not good enough. Life Stealing, no. That's a no. That one's a no. Desperate Prayer, Frost Attunement, only one skill slot. That's a salvage all, I think, chat. Was there anything else in here? Nope. Salvage all. Feels bad, man. Let's take a look at the armor. Thirst Conditioning, Frost Conditioning, Thirst Conditioning, Frost Conditioning, Sacrificial Empowerment, Slash Conditioning. Those are probably worth keeping. Double skill slot. We'll lock them for now. Maybe unlock them and salvage them later on. Freeing Aggression's no good. Strike Conditioning, Lifestealer's Draft. Nah. Shirking Fortification and Sacrificial Empowerment. That could be pretty good in PvP. Prolonged Favor, Slash Conditioning, double skill slot. We don't want that many skill slots. Too many skill slots. That's the only problem. Strike Conditioning, Arcane, Frost Conditioning, Purifying Switch, Lifestealer's Draft, Thrust Conditioning, double skill slot. That's no good. Sacrificial Empowerment, Shirking Energy on heavy legs, probably not good. Critical Retribution. Alright, there we go. Jeez, man. What have you been killing? This is Tower of the Sun, so it's a pretty popular farm with the Night Haven expansion. It's located just to the west of Grand Carnival. So there's two enemies that spawn up here, and they respawn fairly quickly. They always drop a loot bag, so you just get a tag on them, get the loot bag, take a look at the loot, salvage it like 99% of the time, and then keep going. But eventually you'll hit a good item if you do it long enough. That's one of the things that I'm not the... I don't know. Maybe I'm just a big stinker, chat, but I just feel like you get loot way too often, and it's almost always bad. I'd rather get loot less often, but it'd be more exciting when you do get it, personally. Because it just means like the best way to get like a good gear is honestly just patience. You just have to sit and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And I guess if you're like a RuneScape player or something like that, this is pretty common. But all you have to like getting good gear in the you don't, there's no skill equation really right now. Getting good items doesn't mean that you've like played really well. It's just I sat in one spot long enough and opened enough chests and killed enough enemies until I eventually got a good item. There's like the way to get good gear right now is just rolling the dice and eventually getting something good. So yeah, Monkey doesn't work on Nisa. Monkey I think is broken on Nisa right now. They're not respawning from what I've heard. 2D1. Do you have the bow from the spider? Says yeah, we do. We got Contagious Plague. Played around with it a little bit. Just a little bit. Isn't it ridiculous you have to look through 100 life staffs? Yeah, like I say, I'm just not the biggest fan of like this style of content. But if other people enjoy it, and if this is good for the game, if this is genuinely like gonna help the game, then fantastic. I don't have to like everything in New World. It's okay. Ultimately, if I really despise this, I could go do Catacombs, but I do think we'll probably more consistently get more items in a faster period of time. Like, the quality of items that we get from Catacombs is probably about the same quality that we'll get from here, but this is obviously just so tremendously easy to do that, you know, if you just want to sort of turn your brain off and just farm items, then, yeah. You could go do some mutated dungeons or PvP or anything else, and you could get items as well. It's not as if the items that we're getting from here are exclusive to this location, but it's just very easy. What calculator are you using for your armor build, says Hayes? In terms of armor weight, we use the Eternum Guides website from Jason Oddity. So it's called eternumguides.com, and then we use armor calculator up here to figure out what we want to do. So I'm going to play a medium equip load with a round shield. And I want to use the Plague Herald helmet, which is medium. This is the best combination to achieve that. Very handy website. If you just want to, you don't want to do the maths. Very handy for that reason. Anyway, I think we should get out of here, chat. Let's, we either go do some chest runs. I think Gamgee needs a kill on Zygorat. So if anybody's interested in doing the Spriggan on Nisa, getting a quick Spriggan kill, I do have the tuning orb. Be interesting to see if Zygorat drops anything good. Let's go out here and get the chest real quick. How long is the gear grind to get BIS sets now, says Vera? There's no set time on it because it's randomness, Vera. So honestly, if you're incredibly lucky, you could get full BIS in a week. This chest that I loot right now might have a BIS item in you, or it might be 10,000 chests from now. It is getting best in slot for most builds is just a case of persistence and RNG. So there isn't really a set time on how long it would take. I got very decent items in 1 hour. Yeah, you can get like halfway to BIS in a relatively short amount of time, which I think is good for players, right? But if you want to get full BIS, it is just going to be a case of rolling those dice. Like I say, I've got pretty almost to a BIS life staff with here. Just one perk that I would change. If this Shirking Flames was something else, then we'd be looking at BIS for now. If Shirking Flames was like Desperate Prayer or Resurgence. So you can get almost there, like one perk short of BIS in a relatively short amount of time. Are there Season 10 builds already, says Pepsi? Yeah, check out the Discord. So discord.gg/the Shire, go to the New World build bot and take a look through here. We got damage builds, we got tank builds, we got healer builds. So browse PvE. We don't have any PvP. Gonna be adding some PvP builds tonight, but for now, there's one tank build, there is one healer build, and there's 2 damage builds. So I got the Sword and Shield Warhammer, the classic tank. We also have the Lifestaff Void Gauntlet, and then for damage, we have a generic damage build, the good old Evade Rapier, Rapier and Bow. The bow is Aconite, and then we got the Blunderbuss Void Gauntlet build that I've been playing in Catacombs, because a lot of you guys ask about that build. So yeah. Woo! Is Nibblecoat going to be best for almost every DPS build, says Amuzix? Not every DPS build, but a good chunk of them. Just being able to use your abilities more often is quite strong. But some, like a Greatsword, for example, doesn't really need it. Greatsword doesn't really... It's already got enough cooldown reduction. Is the grind you're doing right now the best grind for a returning player? I mean, best, again, it's going to be subjective. Like, I would say that don't spend your time sitting in the Tower of the Sun if you don't enjoy it. Really, really want to emphasize, like, if you have a limited amount of time to play video games, and should you be spending your time just standing in the Tower of the Sun? I mean, if you enjoy it, absolutely. But at the end of the day, video games are supposed to be fun. If you don't find that content fun, do not do it. Again, you can get the same outcome doing chest runs, doing the PvP rewards track, doing mutated dungeons, doing catacombs, even crafting, potentially. The thing about the Tower of the Sun is it's incredibly casual. You can just stand there, just press one button and get loot. Most of the time the loot is going to be bad, but that is the same for anywhere else in the game as well. Gamer says, please show both pathways in the bot. You only ever show the PvE list, not the curated path. So what you can also do, as Gamgee is kindly reminding me, friends, you go to the start button, and then you can browse by content as well. So search builds by content. Let's say we want to play a damage build. And we want to play a damage build in the Catacombs. And then it will show you some Catacombs DPS builds as well. Or maybe we want to be a tank. So search builds by content, tank. And you're interested in tanking some expeditions and mutations. You can also find it that way as well. There you are, friends. So the one path that won't take you anywhere currently is if you browse PvP builds. I just haven't had time to add PvP builds yet, I'm afraid, friends. Is the healer build viable in Catacombs? You can heal in Catacombs. However, my opinion is healing in Catacombs is... My experience, just playing one tank and 2 DPS has been like the best Catacomb runs we've done. Healers sadly feel like they're not often needed because you just, I don't know. Like, you can just heal yourself with lifesteal and stuff, like playing Blood Drinker. By the way, Kane, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I don't know if we missed it, but thank you, Kane. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Oh, Ben Ross says N2 is possible drop on the Void Gauntlet. I think you can get N2 in a VG. Let me take a look. N2 compatible with... No, it's not compatible with a Void Gauntlet. It's only on melee weapons, apparently. What do we got here? Yeah, for some reason when you guys link me items, 90% of the time they just do not link. You'll have to be persistent with that one, I'm afraid. We're gonna need to expand the storage shed out soon. We're running out of room. Right, let's just double check we're happy with what we got currently. Do we want to put on any of these items? Strike conditioning, thrust conditioning. Prolonged favor, defense slot, invigorated. I think we'll keep the prolonged favor. Thrust and slash conditioning versus prolonged favor and thrust conditioning. Let's go for the slash and thrust, actually. I think that's a little bit better. Hello, puppy. You just come to balk at me? You want to go outside, huh? Okay, then, sausage. Book. Gamji says you need to add a space after the thing or it won't work properly. Wait, in what regard, little wifey? Oh, like when you're searching for perks? Like this? Pog. You can see everything with Pog on it. What do I see the drops in-game, says Bidoshi. What do you mean, sorry, Bidoshi? I'm confused. The drops in-game? Gamji says no. Wait, what is it? Sorry, I've missed the context on this one, as always, little wife. My brain has immediately dispelled what we were talking about. Linking gear, you need this space after. Oh, is that the secret? If you want to link me an item, you have to link it and then put a space? Oh. Was it always like that? Prolonged favor / conditioning. Think we'd rather have the double defense slot though, wouldn't we? We can come back to it if we need to. Right, those are good. Disdain, infliction, sundering, stack, skill slot, offense slot, gem slots, not bad. Savior, purifying breeze. No skill slot though. No skill slot's pretty poopy. Alright, let's take that life staff and replace it with this one here. And anything else that we want to do in here real quick. Oh, we got a helmet. I need a better pair of gloves. My gloves are kind of stinky right now. Pressing enter with the command text, it's the text after the space. So if I was to send an item to Gamji, so if I open up my DMs to Gamji, and then I link her the ring here, just hit enter. I did link that time. And then I send it, and then I put a space. I linked in both of those cases. New world weird, dude. Is a gem slot a necessary thing, says Lynx Gaming? Yes, I would say always try and prioritize gem slots. I think you could maybe forego a gem slot in your amulet and your earring if they've got really good perks, but you generally want to get gem slots in everything. They just offer really good damage reduction or really good damage increase, so... Where can we farm the amulet with 3 protections? Triple protection amulet would probably be the monkey farm or chest runs. It won't get it from the Tower of the Sun, and you won't get it from Catacombs. Catacombs is only 2 fixed perks, and the same with the Tower of the Sun is only 2 fixed perks. Lauren's the best. Thank you so much for the tier 1, by the way. Thank you, Lawrence. With the new scaling changes, do you think Sword and Shield Ice Gauntlet is viable for tanks? Only in PvP, Watcha. Wouldn't really work in PvE. Can you show your tank build using Catacombs in your latest videos, says Ayed? It's just this one here. Hold on, let me import these items over that I'm currently using. No, wait. Hold up. Let's put that there. And then I need to put that over there. What are you doing for boots on your healer, says Flex? Right now my healer boots have Sacrificial Empowerment, Flame Conditioning, Thrust Conditioning. Don't really need this much stuff. Honestly, Sacrificial Empowerment, Prolonged Favor would be good enough. Or Sacrificial Empowerment and Conditioning. Like, just one. It's probably overkill, but... We don't have full BIS for any build yet. We're still, you know, there's a lot of grinding to be done. Just trying to get good items. Also, the Arcane Gem is not something you want to run other than, like, the final boss of Isle of Night. Able to fight back as healer in PvP? You can, yeah. We've been fighting back a lot as with our PvP healer build. If you go buy this Void Gauntlet from the faction vendor, the 730 gear score Void Gauntlet, it's pretty good. It's hard in PvP. Gamma says it always links if the text mark is active. You'll see if a live link there anyway, but you need to swap the message window, etc. After linking the gear, you need to add a space. Well, there you go, friends. If you're sending me a piece of gear, try and just send a space after it. Although in this case, Sukat they put a item and then they put a space, and is it a keep? But I don't know. I think you just gotta be persistent sometimes as well. Just gotta link it a few times, unfortunately. Right. We want to go do Zygorat for Gamji. Gamji needs a kill on the Spriggan Arena for her flail. So get me and Gamji, and then we'll need 3 other players. Should only take like 5 minutes. But we could use some players to go kill Zygorat on Nisa. If anybody's interested. We got Fire Staff from RCN. It's got Plague Strike, Shock Attunement. offensive slot, gem slot. Yeah, that's not a bad one, dude. Not a bad one. Land the heavies with that. Not a bad one at all. Sword and Shield Greatsword, a good tank build for PvE, says Drakath. It is, yeah. Use Sword and Shield on the... like, the bulk of the enemies. So use Sword and Shield on, like, sorry. Use Sword and Shield on the bosses and use the Greatsword on, like, the stuff in between. That would be pretty effective. Oh, no. This is full. Dude, we're running into inventory management issues again. Yeah, most of these items aren't Lincoln. Sorry, friends. T-Sriff says I can help. Alright. Let me just clear out my inventory real quick. We'll get T-Sriff, me, Gamgee, and then we're just looking for 2 more people, and we can do Zygorat. I need to make sure I go have a tuning orb for Zygorat as well, which I think should be in Brimstone. They said global storage soon. Global crafting storage is going to be coming in Season 11, I think. Global crafting storage, Season 11. Tuning orb. And we want to get a Monacious tuning orb for the Spriggan. Gamgee linked me the featherweight. Yeah, Gamgee linked it first time. And the Azoth conductors. Exemplary ring. There it is, dude. Finally linked. What we got here? Arcane damage, void damage, thrust damage. I don't know when you would need a triple damage ring, honestly. I don't know when you would need thrust, arcane, and void. Maybe if you're doing like a damage conversion in a musket build with Life Taker as the secondary, but it just seems like that's a little bit too niche. Game's got flame conditioning, sacrificial empowerment hat, 2 gem slots, cloth shirt with sacrificial empowerment strike conditioning. Not bad. Alright, let me just sell some stuff from my inventory and then let's go. You got the great ring, says T-Sriff. It's got a gem slot. Oh, it does have a gem slot as well. Nice, dude. Pretty good going. I need a grit ring with a gem slot. Where's the best spot to farm charms, says Snake? Just doing the old chest runs. Do you know what chest runs are, Snake? Because honestly, those are probably the best thing you can do right now. Chest runs whilst you're wearing look gear. Can't believe we're suggesting look gear in 2025, but here it is. What's the best setup for Inferno? What offensive charms are good? Generally, good offensive charms would include Vicious, Keenly Empowered, Keenly Jagged. Both of those are a one-off, by the way. You don't want to stack them. But Vicious, Keenly Jagged, Keenly Empowered. The one that increases your ability damage or your light and heavy attack damage are not bad as well. I think it's like enchanted abilities and enchanted just in general. Keen is also not bad. It's like, it's okay. Keen is not a bad one to go for. Especially with the Fire Staff, because you can't guarantee crits. Oh, one sec, chat. Yo, Roman Murphy says, loving the content from Australia. How do you change your storage layout? It's just the filters up here, Roman. Filters, and then change the columns from 2 to 1. How many hours do I need to reach level 60, says Wolf. Level 60? Level cap is 70 right now. But, I mean, getting from, like, 1 to level 70, it depends, like, how you're playing, right? If you're just skipping all the quests and you're just going fast, then you could do it at somewhere in the region of 20 to 25 hours. It is possible to go faster. I'd say for the average player, a playthrough from, like, especially as a new player, a playthrough from level 1 to level 70 is probably going to take you somewhere in the region of 30 hours. It could be a lot faster, it could be slower, it just depends what pace, like how much crafting are you doing, how many quests are you completing, etc., side quests. Yeah. Right, let's get T-Sriff in here. Let's get Gamgee in here. And then we just need 2 more, chat. If anybody wants to help out, we could definitely use your help. We just need to get a quick kill on a boss. The boss is called the Spriggan or Zygorat, so it's over here. So you just fast travel to the shrine. We go in. You could literally bring anything. It doesn't matter. We just need 2 more people to help us on Nisa. Amuzix says invite me. Thank you, Amuzix. Just gonna get the kill on Zygorat so Gamgee can get up for her Power Stone. She's using the Artifact Flail Power Stone. So if we just kill the Spriggan, there we go. Alright, looking like we're full now. So we'll just fast travel over to here. You do have to stand outside the entrance to like go into this one. It's old school. Gotta physically be at the entrance. What do you think is Abyss Rapier for PvP, says Noctwake. For PvP? I don't know, man. I've mainly just been looking at PvE for now. There's an infix perk you can get on the rapier, which like it penetrates 40% of somebody's armor, shredding backstabs or whatever. That thing looks pretty insane. But it's probably some combination of like plague crits, penetrating backstab. I think you'd probably want to prioritize getting fixed perks over charm slots in that regard. I don't think you'd need... Would you need the Leeching Flurry? Not really. Keen Tondo? Probably not. I think you just want to get those fixed perks. Do you know why I can't see the Covenant Quest Initiator, says Desolate? You have to be level 17. It shows up down here. Maybe you've progressed the quest without realizing? Like to start the Covenant quest line? Check, when you go to your bio over here and you go change faction, will it just, like, what does it say? Does it say you have to do a quest or something? You might just need to, you might have already done the quest line without realizing, in which case you just need to go to the actual NPC and switch over there in the Covenant Shrine in the bottom right. Perkin says, is there an item to get all the waypoints to a degree? Seems as if all my OG tunes transferred with the server squish. I've lost all mine. No, you just need to go back and discover them, I'm afraid. Just need to go back through and discover all of the waypoints. Let's get Dosh in here. Are these invites working? Is Trenchant strikes and crits with Flame Attunement and Moonstone Gem? On what? Sorry, Zach. Is this on a greatsword? What are we looking at? Trenchant strikes and Trenchant crits is fantastic. On a greatsword, that's really good. Buxy says, what is the best place to get solid PvP gear for a casual player that can only play a few hours per week? It probably is just chest runs, honestly. Bucky's gem. Just jumping in on all of these plus CK, XCK. Probably just doing that stuff, man. It's pretty quick. You'll get a massive volume of items. You will be salvaging some of the stuff you get, but I think it's probably one of the faster ways. Should I play tank? I think I'll play tank. Dunk. Bum. Yeah, like we say, Gamgee was just saying, so there's a artifact flail called Power Stone. It's one of the best flails in the game. If you're playing flail, you probably want to use Power Stone, chat. One of the perks, I think it's to unlock End 2, which is that's a good perk for a flail. If you want to get End 2 on your flail, you need to kill this guy. So you have to have Power Stone equipped, and then you got to go in and kill Zygorat, which is this guy in here. Are we all here? Just waiting on Dosh. Cool. Spider Dean says, how are you? I'm doing good, man. How are you, Mr. Spider Dean? Is the gear on the faction store good for PvP? It is. The weapons are insane, honestly. If you need some good weapons in PvP, just use the faction weapons. These things are bonkers. Elton says, what is the mutation this week, Mr. Baggins? This week's mutation is Void mutation for Genesis, Ennead, Glacial Tarn. No, Void's okay for Ennead. Second boss does a lot of Void damage. Hey, Grey Raven, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Grey Raven. Thank you, friend. It's very kind of you. Appreciate that a lot. I think DPS is good. I should hopefully just be able to hold aggro and keep myself alive. Unless they've buffed this guy to high heckery. Pronto. God, he moves around a lot. He moves around so much. Could you hover over your wit and show the perks that you have there? Yeah, once we get a second, that is worth. By the way, talking about wit and stuff like that, chat, our tank build, we've now got a guide for it up on YouTube. We uploaded the video last night. If you haven't seen it, exclamation mark YouTube in the Twitch chat. Latest video is talking about tank build and tank builds in general in this latest update. Bathing Fishies, thank you so much for that Prime sub. And once again, Grey Raven, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. I do appreciate that very much. Boom. sorry, team. I mean, I'm trying to keep him faced away from you, but it's so impossibly difficult to position this guy. Looks like we're doing okay, though. Woo! GG! TY for help, guys. Alright, let's cast some other stuff in the chat. What were you guys just saying? So, wit right now, we got the old Keenly Fortified, Enchanted Ward 2, Taunt Gem, Sundering Stacks, as obviously comes in. A lot of people ask about the Taunt Gem. I do think you should still put a Carnelian Gem in Wit. I know you think this is good enough up here. It's not. You won't generate enough threat. This only kicks in when you do light attacks and they have to crit. This is all the time. This is always 350% more threat. This is only 200% more threat on your light attacks when they crit. So it won't work on abilities. It won't work on heavy attacks. It's just not consistent enough. So in my opinion, you still go Carnelian Gem. But again, just my opinion. And then Greatsword here, it's not ideal. What we're looking for is Trenchant Rend and Trenchant Strikes. But this is all we got in the meantime. So this is just a placeholder. Trying to get a Trenchant Strikes, Trenchant Crits. That's what we really want in the Greatsword. So just a placeholder Greatsword there in the meantime, so not too worth looking at that one. All right, let's get a voice crack going, and then let's run out. Let's I see a Cutlass Keys chest run forming. I'm gonna go Cutlass Keys. CK, woo, Cutlass Keys. If anybody wants to come join me, you're more than welcome to. I'm gonna put on my luck gear, and then I'm gonna take off. We're just trying to get a bit of life staff right now. Or should we try and get a bit of life staff and a Greatsword? Gamjaru is going to CK with me. Let's go. I think we just... I want to get like at least one build up to like Biss. So I feel like we should just, rather than trying to focus on 7 different things at the same time, let's just try and get a good life staff for now. Yeah, let's go. Any tips for making gold, says GNS? Right now I think there's a lot of gold in crafting charms if you want to, dude. Crafting the most expensive charms. And then selling them. I think that's good gold there. Gathering Azoth Water as well. Azoth Water is pretty crazy. Trenchant Rend is not Biss. Trenchant Crits, Trenchant Strikes, or Trenchant Rend. Any combination of those would be fantastic on a Greatsword. Yeah. Trenchant Rend, particularly for a tank Greatsword. Are they already going, Gamgee? Do we just need to go? Oh, it looks like they might already be going. I think we just try and catch up with them. Invite to group. I saw your tank guide. What do you think of the turquoise gem for armor? I don't rate it too highly. I think you're better off just taking straight up damage reduction. A lot of people have confusion around the turquoise gem. Turquoise gem just simply takes the armor that you have more and adds more to it. Whereas like something like an onyx gem or an opal gem reduces the damage you take in the first place, which I think is better, personally. Fishy says, luck gear? I know, man. I mean, if chest runs are going to be a regular part of the stream, then we may as well get the flippin' luck gear. We may as well, dude. Plus, it gives you, you can actually genuinely, you can get more charms by wearing luck gear, so it's not a bad idea. Genuinely will get more charms. Shukat, can you check the thing that I've sent to you? Oh, don't attack me, come on. Nope, this is bad. Do we have any DPS to fight these guys? I'm down. Okay, they got him. They got him, dude. Living Mind is okay. Living Mind is an old life staff, so it's not that good anymore. Refreshing Divine Embrace just got absolutely obliterated. So Living Mind's not that good. Savior, skill slot, gem slot. Yeah, that's good, man. It's going to be hard to get better than that. The only thing would be Attunement, would be better as Resurgence or Desperate Prayer, but I would upgrade that. It's going to be a while until you get a better life staff than it. So I would keep that life staff. Musics, I would. Man, we've fallen behind the big clump, dude. We've got mobs. It's not good. Try and help out with this. Let's try and help these guys as well. Nope. Let me read some other stuff. If we're overriding the infix of wit, why not just use regular longsword with better perks? You're not overriding the infix of wit. It's still there. Yeah, I mean, it's not as if like, oh wait, we got a infix thing. Yeah, you're not overriding the infix. It's still there. It still does things. you'll still get the crit. But again, if you don't want to use wit, you don't have to. The one thing that's nice about wit is it still makes the AI do 15% less damage to you, which is pretty good. But like I say, chat, with builds, you can mix and match. You can use whatever perks you desire. Sorry, by the way, guys. I want to point out, I'll try my best to check out all the messages, but there are going to be some messages that just slip through the cracks, especially if you're linking me gear in game. I can't guarantee that I'm always going to be able to check everything. We badly need to try and catch up with the clump here because we're super far behind now. So we gotta zoom. What would be good for a PvE spear, says Kindsaid. PvE spear, you absolutely want to have the perk called End 2. If you do not have an End 2 on a spear for PvE, yeah, just get rid of it. You need to have that gem slot as well. So your absolute mandatory must-have, no questions asked for a spear is getting End 2. And if you haven't seen End 2, I'll show you it because it's on a flail. Here we go, End 2. It's got to have this thing. That's insane on a spear. You also really want to have a gem slot. That just goes without saying for pretty much every weapon, but you want that gem slot so you can get a diamond in there. And then I think either Sundering Stacks or perhaps even Attunement is pretty good on a spear as your other perk. And I think you'd probably want to have double skill slot as well, so you can put Enfeebling Skewer and Compounding Perforate. Any use for a triple Attunement Life Staff? Nah, unless you want to play like DPS Life Staff. I think it's a bit of a meme. I'll probably just get rid of it. Don't need the provisions. Where's Gamgee, by the way? Up here? Yeah, she's down there. Kajian says, I actually enjoyed doing some chest runs. Yeah, it's like I say, people, Baggins, they should remove chest runs from the game. I'm like, no, why? Why should they remove chest runs from the game? I think it's like, if you enjoy the content, then do it. And if you don't enjoy the content, don't do it. The only thing that I disagree with, the one sentiment that I disagree with is chest runs should be like the best way to get certain types of gear. I think like for trophy materials it makes sense, but if it's one of the best ways to get gear, I personally think that's a little bit silly. But that is just a personal opinion. You have a cap of 50. Does Blood Drinker count as minus 15%? Every damage increases percentage. So Blood Drinker decreases your base damage. That cap of 50 is the Empower cap. So the opposite of an Empower is a Weaken. But Blood Drinker does not weaken you, it just reduces your base damage. It's one of the confusing things with New World. You have two different types of damage increase typically. You have Empower, and you have a base damage increase. So Blood Drinker is working towards base damage. And I don't believe there's a cap on base damage increase. Perhaps I'm wrong, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Any keepers here? No gem slots, right? Probably not. Yeah, no gem slots. What gems do you have in your weapons? In PvE, I always go for diamonds. Unless it's Great Sword, we go for opal. And then in PvP, it's usually turquoise these days. Going for turquoise in my weapons in PvP. Does every weapon have an infix this squirrely? No. The majority of items will not have an infix. Oh, wait, sorry. Do you mean, like, can they potentially have an infix? I think so, yeah. Slash and Flame, Gem Slot, Unimpeded. Sure, Slash and Flame. I think every weapon can potentially have an infix, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Oh no, I just interrupted myself. I suck. This is gonna be bad, I think. Wait, where's Genji? Oh, I should get downed by the Grenadiers. The Grenadiers. How much does Azoth Water sell for, says GNS? It's like 15 to 18 gold each or something. It's pretty crazy right now. It's a lot. It's a lot. Die Orchard says, if we're overriding the infix of wit, you are not overriding it. You're still getting, like, the infix is still there. This bottom bit here. So taunts are active, light attacks generate more critical. This works on both weapons. When a light attack crit is triggered, it reduces hostile AIs. That still kicks in. You're not overriding it. It's still there, Die Orchard. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. That perk is still there, Mr. Orchard. But again, if you don't want to play with wit, you don't have to. Like, if you do not want to play with wit, I'm not saying it's like you have to play that longsword. It's better than everything else. I just think, like, why not? What is the downside of putting wit in your build? But if you want to run a different artifact, go for it. Dement, redeem, play the Lord of the Rings quiz. Alright, buddy, here we go. The Lord of the Rings quiz. Does the focus set drop in the PvP rewards track? It does. It's the only place you can get it from, Toms. It's not a guaranteed drop, by the way. So you might have to go for a few runs to get it. Light tanking is viable for mutations, says Naga Jim. Yeah. If you, like, I think if you're gonna go light tank, you probably want to play with a coordinated group. But, you do see light tanks, usually more for speed runs and stuff like that, though. Sort of playing with randoms, I think you'd be better off just playing with the safe, steady, heavy tanking. Nasty Nate says, and come back to the game for New World. Last played was the Brimstone Sands. I'm wondering what's the simplest build that I can do. Don't have a lot of time. Oh, hold on. I want to help people out. There's too much for me to track here, dude. People taking damage. Are we okay? See people losing health. Everything's okay, right? Simplest build for you to play. Probably just Greatsword, honestly, man. Just Greatsword and then any secondary weapon of your choosing. I'd maybe even just go Greatsword with the artifact Fire Staff Inferno. And you basically, you use an ability and then you hold down heavy attack. I think that would help you out a lot. Greatsword builds are generally pretty simple. Just ability, heavy attacks. Alright, somebody redeemed. It was Dement. Redeemed, play the Lord of the Rings quiz. So we got some questions on Mordor here, okay? Everybody's favorite evil plateau. Mordor. The question on Mordor that we're going for is... How many Easterlings approach Frodo and Sam outside the Black Gate? How many Easterlings approach Frodo and Sam outside of the Black Gate? It's a pretty easy one. Not too bad. I believe these are all from the film, by the way, if it helps, chat. These are all film questions. Dylan says, I don't think they added it. I believe it's bugged. It's 20 plus tracks with the focus set. I'm pretty sure it's there. Has anybody had the focus set? I've also made a few tracks. Wait, nobody's received the focus set at all? Has anybody had a piece of focused, has anybody had any of the focus set drop from the PvP rewards track, chat? Or has nobody had it at all? Bleed Blue says I have. Because I think it is just sadly pretty random. It's like trying to get artifacts. The set pieces is now like the new artifact equivalent. Because now artifacts appear all the time. Anyway, let's go back to our Lord of the Rings question here real quick. Question was, how many Easterlings approach Sam and Frodo just outside the Black Gate? I think it's 2, right? I think 2 guys come over. Because they end up getting their armor or whatever, right? I think it's just 2. The question is... Yeah, so the answer is, rather... It is 2. There you go, chat. Big points all around if you put 2. That was the correct answer. Rhino Ready, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. Where does the main story questline begin? Technically, it's like all the way in Monarchs and Windsward. If you haven't played New World in like 2-3 years, I really do recommend making a new character. It's such a better way to get yourself back into the game. Strongly recommend leveling up a new character. But your progress in the main storyline kind of depends on whereabouts you are. Because you might have started doing some of it, and then you need to pick up where you left off. And it's anybody's guess where that could be. But you're just looking for like a glowing quest with like crossed hatchets. The problem is that you can technically have several main storylines appearing on the map, because there's a different main storyline for Brimstone, there's one for the main storyline with Isabella. There's a main storyline that's just a couple of side quests basically, so I don't know why they call it a main storyline, but there is like the side quests you can get in Cutlass Keys. Those only appear at level 65. There are quite a few quests you'll see. Rug says, any good drops yet? No, nothing exciting at all, Rug. Nothing good at all. I was just in in the morning while I'm making coffee and stuff, I just log in and then go to Sun Tower and just chill in there. I got some like heavy armor pieces for my tank build. What did we get? Got these legs. These are okay. Slash conditioning, thrust conditioning, double defense slot. Pretty happy with those. It's not bad. Did you get anything else good? Nah, that was probably the only decent piece. No, we're doing the old chest runs for the infixes. Trying to get a good life staff. Best life staff we got so far was... where's it gone? Where has it gone? Oh, please tell me I didn't get rid of it. Yeah, this one here. Savior 2, Shirking Flames 2. Gem slot, double skill slot, so we can put Mending Protection, Fortifying Sacred Ground. So we just want that Shirking Flames to be, I don't know, Desperate Prayer, Resurgence, maybe even Attunement, just for a little bit of heart rate charge. It's the current New World gearing system. It's just basically pulling the slot machine enough times until you get the item that you want. just try and get a ton of items and eventually get something good. Sorry, what was this question here? Good to see you, by the way, Mr. Rug. Have you realized that when crafting armor charm perks blue at 205, there is no chance to craft additional items? However, for the offensives, there is a 10 to 15% depending on the materials used. Yeah, that sounds like something's definitely wrong there. That sounds like Amazon might have overlooked something there. I don't believe you should be able to proc bonus chances when you're crafting charms. I can't imagine they intended that. It's probably just something they overlooked. Somebody redeemed get one fishing level as well. Alright, chat, you're gonna have to give me a little break here. Let me finish this chest run first, okay? You guys are killing me. Oh man. I'll get that fishing level soon. Do you need a strong build to run M1, says Cowbell? No, like Rug says, M1's very casual. Like M1 you can get by with some pretty easy stuff. Azoth Water sells for like 15 gold each. Just go to the trading post and search Azoth Water. It should be pretty easy to look up. But Azoth Water is, I think it's like 15 gold each on Nisa. So it's an expensive one for sure. And it's relatively easy to get. Reek Water has the highest abundance of Azoth Water. Just see to redeem, make the stream more silly. You guys are going ham today. Here we go. We're now more silly. Where's Gamgee? Where's the little wife? So the plan for today's stream, chat, a couple of things that we want to achieve. So hopefully when we end the stream we can say we at least ticked one of them off. I want to get a good life staff. A good life staff for me would be Savior 2, gem slot, double skill slot, and then one of the perk that's okay. So Savior 2, gem slot, skill slot, double skill slot, gem slot, Savior 2. So we've kind of already got an example of that. We just want to get something better because it's got Shirking Flames, which just, it hurts my soul. I just feel like shirking, all of the shirking attunements, I'm just not a fan of them. Maybe on Spear and PvP, but generally just don't think they're worth it. Gonna fight this guy? Let's fight him. What else do we want to get, chat? We want to hopefully get like a 6-kill Catacombs boss run. That's just something fun. I just want to do that, you know, for the achievement. We've only done one so far, so I think getting into that 6 boss kill Catacombs run just for the sake of doing it is something I want to achieve. And we want to hit up a ton of PvP. We're going to be doing quite a lot of PvP today, chat, so I know some of you guys are not the biggest fan of PvP, but we got to do it because we want to get that focus set from the PvP rewards track. And if we can't get it, we also want to get the tenacity set from the PvP rewards track. And we want to get infix perks from the PvP rewards track. So, yeah. Clint says, can we get another redeem, which is make the stream more serious, where you put on a top hat and a monocle? You think, is that the peak of seriousness? Monocles and top hats? Yo, Morris, good to see you, man. You said epic chest runs are the best way to get charms, right? Alright. Epic chest runs with luck gear. It's not guaranteed, but I think it's still probably the fastest way to farm up charms. Yeah, if you're wearing luck gear and you do chest runs, which reminds me, do we have luck food on me right now? Have we used it all? I think we've used it all. But yeah, doing this while you have a luck set on, I think you have like a 5% chance to get charms from a chest, so it's by no means guaranteed, but I would be hard pressed to name something where you could more consistently get charms. Chat will suggest soul trials, but I honestly think you very rarely get charms. There's a technically you could get them, but I think this is probably the best way to farm out the charms. But hit chat if you do know something better for getting the charms down here outside of crafting and just buying them. If you want to share with the class, by all means. Cutlass Keys PvP zone, is that pretty good for them, Rug? Is it the chests in Cutlass Keys PvP zone, or... honestly, dude, I haven't been to the PvP zone at all since Nighthaven. It's kind of sad. We gotta go see what's happening in there at some point. Every cursed chest in the PvP zone is like a 1 in 8 to a 1 in 12. Oh, okay. Cursed chests in the PvP zone. So there is a reason to go there. Berkey says, I used to play New World at the first launch. Murkar chest run was a chest run. Cutlass Keys is, if you're just going to do one chest run per day, I think Cutlass Keys is probably one of the better ones to do, in my opinion. Berkey's, yeah. What do you think about the Vengeance life staff, says Tony P? I used it in PvP. Vengeance does not have a gem slot, which means you can't put a diamond in it. If you can't put a diamond in a life staff, that means you're missing out on a pretty decent chunk of healing. A diamond represents 15% extra outgoing healing. So no diamond in the life staff's a little bit poopy. But the criteria for a diamond to be active is you have to be at full health. And I do think it's more difficult to achieve that criteria in PvP, because usually people are just shooting you all the time and you've got a fire staff dotting you and musket shooting you and hatchet hitting you in the back. Critical storm, no gem slot, unlucky. Great Monk says, Gamgee ever get on camera? Gamgee's done a few streams over on her channel from time to time. And we have done a few streams together here on the channel, but usually only like Christmas and stuff. Brooke says, also Baggins in chat, if you see the server's about to go down and do chests because they have been resetting after each downtime. Ooh. So downtime is good, is that what you're saying, Rug? Gamgee says, I've done streams on your channel. Yeah, Gamgee's been on the channel a few times. And streams over on her channel. No keepers there. Take a look through the other stuff in a second. Is there a keyword I can use to search for luck gear on the market? Yeah, just luck. It's just called luck. Just search luck. I'll show you when we get back to town if you'd like me to, GNS, if you're struggling with that one. Beloved, despised, fortifying toast. No refreshment. Strike damage, enchanted attacks, ability damage. Lightning, strike, and frozen. Strike and lightning. Healing breeze, purifying mend, slash damage. Oh. Olerin, hey, what's going on, man? What perks are 100% needed for the Contagion bow build? Contagion bow build. Honestly, it's not something I've played around with too much. It makes sense to keep poison shot on the bow, right? Because you have to use poison shot, so you may as well get the weaken there. Empowering explosive arrow is a decent perk. I think for me, the Contagion bow leads itself more towards an AoE playstyle, because the poison shot pulls all the enemies in, and then you can just like explosive arrow and rain of arrows on top of them. So to that extent, I think you may as well get the empowering explosive arrow, which will then make your rain of arrows do more damage. And then you may as well get the raining arrows, because last of raining of arrows makes the bleed and the slow last longer, which can be handy in PvP. And then you pretty much just want to prioritize getting offensive charm slots, just to make sure you do as much damage as possible. Looking for vicious, keenly jagged, keenly empowered, perhaps even some keen in there as well, just to try and get crits more often. But I think offensive charm slots would be something you'd want in abundance. I've dropped 2 Close Quarters Blunderbuss, but neither of them had a gem, says AC. Ah, that sucks, man. Yeah, like I say, the current incarnation of New World right now is just hitting as many loot tables as you can. It usually with New World, getting gear right now, it's all about quantity. Just getting a volume of loot. If you can be like looting, you know, 200 chests or killing 200 enemies or doing 200 dungeons per day or whatever, like whatever the thing that you enjoy the most, but you just need to do it in a big volume. Because there's so much randomness in gear right now. Like back in the day, we had named items, right? Named items would typically have like some fixed perks on them. So you would at least have like some consistency with the item. But there are very few named items now in the new update. Your set bonus pieces are basically it. Set bonus pieces and artifacts. Everything else is going to just be completely random. What do you think about the Ice Gauntlet artifact plus Void Gauntlet for PvP? Yeah, it's good fun, man. Yeah, it works. It can trigger off of Scream. So if you play Deep Freeze... I love playing Deep Freeze with Wind Chill in PvP. It's a bit troll, but... I think one of the downsides with Deep Freeze is they took a perk slot off of it, so you can't put like Unending Thaw, you can't put the Wind Chill perk on it, you can't put Deadly Showers, you can't put Healing Tomb. That kind of really hurts Deep Freeze, the fact that it doesn't have a perk slot anymore. Alright, let's review the gear and then maybe we'll go for the next part of the chest run. Or we might just jump into some PvP, because we do need to start. I think we'll maybe like chest run, PvP, like alternate between the two of them. Hitting a target inflicted with one thing will reduce dots now. What time do you start your stream where you are says exactly? We usually start the stream at around 12 midday, 12 o'clock, lunchtime. Oh, Kemji just linked to Blunderbuss. Didn't actually link. Multi-strike, thrust, arcane. Oh my god, is this Infix Blunderbuss? No. Shock attunement, disdained, plague crits. Gem slot skill set. Yeah, it's not a bad one, Gemji. It's not best, but it's good. Not bad. Put a diamond in that and use it in Catacombs or the PvE for now. Sacrificial empowerment, conditionings, multi-strike thrust damage, prolonged favor, thrust conditioning / conditioning. That's nice, dude. If only that had a gem slot. Arcane and strike, fortified recovery. I feel like just holding on to protection amulets is a good idea for now. You never know. You might need a particular boss fight or mechanic where like having strike and arcane is pretty good. Slash and arcane is very good for the final boss of Isle of Night, so keeping an eye out for a slash and arcane. Because usually you'd think like, slash and arcane, that's a weird combination of perks, but for Big Thorpe, it's actually pretty good. Alright, salvage all those. Wait, do we want to keep these? Damage is increased by 5% when hitting a silenced target. Frost can... Nah. That silence set is, from what I've been hearing, it's really good in PvP. I need to go check, actually, if I have much of the silence set. I don't think we do, but let's take a look again. We've only got one piece of it so far. Noon is a good time. I think it's 4 AM for me with your noon. Yeah, my stream does start very early for West Coast America. Apologies, friends. I think Umbral Shards are not dropping this morning, says Zero. You might have hit the cap. Dream says, why not declare war and do organization schedule for your community and broadcasters about open world PvP? I just don't have any interest in doing the war system, Dream. It's way too much work. At the beginning of this year, we were doing wars very actively. It's just a massive, massive, massive time commitment. And already I'm in the position where I need to spend any spare time that I have that's not just playing the game and learning and testing out builds. I need to spend that time working on builds. I need to spend that time recording YouTube videos. I simply do not have the time for war. As much as I think war is fantastic content, I just don't have time for it on my stream. Yeah, I just don't have enough time for wars, I'm afraid. They only happen at a fixed time. If you want to be serious about wars, you need to like commit to them. You need to commit a lot of resources. In my opinion, signing up for a casual war, it's just those two words don't go together. You're just signing up to sit and get spawn camps for 30 minutes. Nighthaven, chuck these in here. What are your satchels, Baggins? 1,700 pounds of wild. On our satchels right now, they're nothing too special. We just got 65 bags with extra pockets on them. I wonder how much is like the creme de la creme of bags right now. What do you have to spend for them? 700 gear score. Did bags go up to 725 or did I just make that up, chat? I thought bags could go to 725. Maybe I have made that up though. So we could get even better if we got some, so that's 410 plus 105. And that's 375. Yeah, so we could get like 40 extra weight per bag. So we could have like 120 more. That'd be quite nice, but it's so expensive. We're already getting kind of low on gold. I know you guys are just gonna say like 259,000 is plenty of gold, but if I wanted to buy like a good life staff, I wonder if anybody's even selling one. Probably not. Let's see. Yeah, that's not bad. But good items are expensive. Wicked Sins, thank you so much for the 4 months with the Prime. Rhino Ready, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime as well. Thank you, Rhino. Thank you, Wicked Sins. Thank you, guys. Let's just take a look real quick. Savior to Desperate Prayer 2 and Gem Slot. Is anybody selling anything like that? No. That'd be pretty nice if it was 2 skill slots. But yeah. Can you make 700 bags upgrade to 800? No, you can't upgrade bags. It doesn't work. To that guy who's saying I'm not getting umbrals, you might be at the cap. You see, it says weekly cap, 4,000 out of 4,000, so I'm not going to be able to get any more umbral crystals. Right, let's do some PvP chat. Player versus player. What build do we want to play? Do we want to go healer or do we want to go DPS? We'll play this build a little bit more. It was good fun yesterday. I wonder if I can get it into a medium equip load. Just for maybe some more consistency. So if I wanted to do that, right, let's see. What pieces of the build would I want to keep? I think I just want these light legs because these are my enraged legs. So we want to go medium with light legs and a round shield, and everything else can be whatever we want. Maybe we'd want to do light boots as well, actually, so we can use Tumbler feet reps. How much armor are we leaving on the table? 40 armor. Gamer says, what doing? I'm going to do some games of Outpost Rush. I'm going to alternate between Outpost Rush and Caps of the Flag, I think, just to keep it fresh. So I can hopefully get some of the focus set from PvP Gamgee. I am mainly going to be going for back caps, and I'm going to play very aggressively, though. Or that, or I'm just going to PvE and build the door. Lazati, thank you so much for the Prime with the 3 months. And Blue Eyed Gemini, thank you for the tier 1. It's going to take too long to change up my build, chat. Just want to get in there. Don't want to spend too much time. But yeah, if you want to come join Little Cute Wife, you're more than welcome to. But I'm worried that I won't be able to pay too much attention. I don't want you to just get hunted. But I'm gonna be very like haphazard, wayward, running around. Game just says, what do you mean? I just don't, I know like trying to heal somebody or play with somebody in Outpost Rush when they're just like literally just running around and doing anything but like helping you out is gonna be frustrating. So I don't wanna cause frustration, but If you're okay with that. Kim says, I'm not playing with you? Oh, okay. Alright, fair enough. That's fine. Outpost Rush. So we'll get one PvP track, chat. I don't really like this map that much. Well, okay. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is about this map, but I feel like I never have good games on it. Wait, you are joining, MG? Oh, you're not joining. You are queuing. Okay. Activities. Outpost Rush. Play. Yes. Select role. Damage. Lock it in. Aggressive pack caps over door building. Yeah, the whole concept of this build is just to kill healers. I'm just going to go around and try and kill healers. Furo says, I did 27 tracks on the PvP rewards track. No set besides silence showed up. And then it's pure RNG if you get a piece you actually want to use. Yeah, it is going to be a massive time investment getting the set bonus stuff from the PvP rewards track. It is going to be a big time investment. But I mean, they're good, dude. They're good pieces. Earring is BIS, I think. Silence set's really good in PvP. Tenacity set's really good in PvP and PvE. There's some good stuff in there. Speaking of silence set, I needed to take a look again. Is there a way to search for set bonus pieces, chat? I don't think there is there? Just gonna have to look through them one at a time. When are you silenced in PvP? So silence is a relatively new effect. They've only recently added it in. It's happened in PvE for a while. There's been like silence circles in PvE. But silence in PvP, if I'm not mistaken, it's never really something that we've been able to get before. But now it's in the game in the form of the Stifling set. So that's another set piece that comes from the PvP rewards track, the Stifling set. Fish level. Oh, it says Palteresis. Yeah, okay, sorry. Hold on though. The Stifle set it's important. Potentially we refund the fishing level. But let me just look through this real quick, and then we'll get that fishing level. So we got Stifling boots there. Let's take those out. Do we have anything else from Stifling? Stifling evasion, but it's not part of the set bonus. Gonna need to redo my storage sheds at some point to specifically search by set bonus things. Put all my set bonus gear in a separate storage shed. Any other keepers in here? Slash damage. It's pretty nice. Are you able to upgrade 650 named items, says Mokiz? At the Gypsum Kiln, you can upgrade them to 700. And then once they're at 700, you can upgrade them with Umbral Crystals. But you can only use Umbral Crystals on items that are 700 gear score or higher. Tenacity set. Anything else in here? Are these sets from the PvP rewards track, says H. Yes. I think there's 2 different sets on the PvP rewards track, or is there 3? There's 3 sets on the PvP rewards track. You get the Stifling set, which is the silence. You have the Tenacity set, which is good for tanks, bruisers. And then lastly, you have the Focus set, which is really strong for healers. So there's 3 different very viable sets. The sets from the raid, I think the Enraged set's really good. Protector set, not that good. Oh, is this Stifling? No, that's Second Wind. Second Wind is also a bit of a meme. Only comes from the raid. Yeah, the standout set is definitely... I can't see any chat. Alright, I'm just going to refund that fishing level for now. Sorry, guys. Just too much going on. So much stuff to get done today. We'll maybe have a little bit of time for it later on, but just don't want to forget about it and have you waste your channel points. Review requests. Get 1 fishing level. There you go. Give you your points back, guys. Sorry about this. Complete those. Alright, let's go. So again, we're just going to try and get into the back line, kill some healers. That's the play, chat. So we'll get the movement speed food. We want to go fast. Pop some constitution stuff. Get some desert sunrise on the go. Might as well get the honing stone as well. Alright, let's go. Let's find healers. Let's kill them. Overcharge pretty good for PvE content. Yeah, overcharge is good. Yeah, I think using 3 pieces of the overcharge set and 1 piece of the enraged set seems like it's a good idea. What's on this? Fury? Frost achievement, Savory achievement. That's good, man. I'm jealous. I'd love a life stuff like that. Fury. Nobody capturing this. Alright, I guess I'll capture this then. Is there a new farm called Flower, and if so, where? I haven't heard about a flower farm, Deadly Thief. Tower farm I've heard of, but flower farm, I don't know. Can you tell me the best heart rune if I have to play PvE DPS? Best heart rune for PvE DPS? Probably still Detonate, right? I've been hearing about people saying that, you know, the spinning blades or whatever, but the one that I thought was going to be good would be the Brutal, and chat saying it's bugged, so... What do you reckon, chat? PvE DPS, do you guys have any opinions on heart runes? Vines is good in certain fights. Detonate has been the gold standard for a while, though, if you just want to do big damage. I just got a close quarters bow, says Kosi, with 2 achievements. Share it on your Discord. Does it have a gem slot? It's a gem slot a bust, really, man. Gotta have that gem slot. Yeah, that's good. That's really good, dude. That's huge. That's really, really good bow. I don't know how effective, like, attacking within 10 meters, but yeah, that looks pretty insane, though. Double achievement, gem slot, offensive slot. That's a really good bow, dude. The Stalwart Beyblade. Is the Stalwart good? Is that the one that people want to rock? Right, let's just play for the back cap. Now over to Star. Do you know if Heavy Strikes and Greatsword are stronger than its Onslaught tree skills? Yes, the playstyle of the Greatsword is to just do heavy attacks whenever you can, really. Use an ability and then do heavy attacks. Oh my goodness, I'm taking a lot of damage here. Staying on the back line. I'm probably dead here. I'm almost certainly dead, yeah. Flower, I guess, is for wing leather boots. I guess, yeah. The flower would be like the thing in Elysian Wilds. I don't think that's a farm spot, but... Ooh, doo, doo. Yeah, I do think, chat, for the way I like to play, I'm probably going to need to move this build into a medium equip load. I think I'm just too squishy and light. You got to be so careful with your positioning in light. You do a lot of damage. Where is that advantage? Big DPS. I got Nimble Coat on my PvP rewards track. I don't have enough salt. Leave it there, TNR. Just please, dude. Leave it there and farm up some salt. Just keep playing Outpost Rush or any other PvP content whatsoever. You can even just PvP flag and then go craft things in the Grand Carnival. So there's an outpost in Nighthaven called the Grand Carnival. Apparently, if you craft stuff in there, that will get you salt. Chat was telling me the other day. So if you PvP flag in Grand Carnival and then you make items, that will get you a good amount of salt. Oh, I was not expecting there to be so many players up here. Can we get him? We got him. Dude. Got him. Alright, we really want to cap this point. Gonna put pressure on the point. Cap, cap, cap. Dark Iridian says if you skip the artifact, yeah, you can skip it and it would come up later, but then you've got to ask yourself, what are you skipping it for? What is it that you want to see on the PvP rewards track more than Nimble Coat? What is your reason to be skipping an artifact if it's a very desirable artifact? You're right that it can come up later, but if you've still got lots of other artifacts to see, that's one of the best to get from the PvP rewards track, so I'd say leave it there. Leave it there, farm up the salt, grab it. Currently I'm using Great Axe and Furnace as squishy. What perks would you recommend on my axe and my gear for PvP DPS? On the Great Axe you'd want to get some skill charms. I think Crippling Reap is very nice for the slow. So on the Great Axe I'd prioritize getting skill charms. I think getting End 2 is good on the Great Axe because it's just 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so End 2 is good on the Great Axe. Plagued Crits or Plague Strikes for some anti-healing. You want a skill charm slot and a gem charm slot, so you can get that Crippling Reap on there to slow people down. Nice. Go on the healer now. That musket's going to shoot at me, but maybe... Nah, we're not going to win that. Can I hit this, please? Thank you. If we skip an artifact in the PvP track, it will come up later, yes. You can skip an artifact and then see it again later. But as I would say, of all the artifacts to skip, I just feel like I couldn't recommend skipping Nimble Coat. I'd say just farm the salt and get it. But it's like, yeah, if you skip it, can you still see it later on? Absolutely. Damn. Let's just focus on the points again, Baggins. Make sure we're capping here. Iconglad says, if you ran into a lot of people stacking haste? Yes, which is why I'm stacking a lot of haste as well. I got Keen Speed 2 on here. I got Hasted Vigor. Hasted Vigor is crazy broken right now. It stacks up to 5 times. In the past, Hasted Vigor didn't give you bonus stacks of haste. Now it does. If you put 5 Hasted Vigor on your armor, you get a 45% haste buff. Which is unbelievably crazy. Stacking Hasted Vigor in PvP is honestly broken. It's probably going to be the meta. Nobody's going to be able to run away from me with that. It does require that you have damage over time effects, but yeah. Old Crown and Nimble Coat are like the artifacts to get on the PvP rewards track in my opinion, chat. Old Crown and Nimble Coat would be like the desirable ones. Should we go for this guy? Alright, we get the triple cap again. It's very nice. How much Azoth do we have? 100. So it's enough to get 2 kegs to secure Baroness, hopefully. Boop, boop, boo. Can you do the PvP rewards track at any level, says Kodiak? You can, yeah. As soon as you can start earning PvP XP, which is basically as soon as you can flag up for PvP, which is level 17. So I guess technically not any level, you'd have to join a faction. The earliest you can join a faction is level 17, so you wouldn't be able to level up the PvP rewards track before level 17. If we want to go on a technicality. Let's just get a little bit more of the Azoth essence here if we can. Alacritus punishment stocks are going up, says Textbook. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's some people suggest, you shouldn't go haste because Alacritus punishment will do more damage to you, but it's just, I feel like haste is still so good that you just take it anyway. Do you have this PvP build in your Discord? I don't, Pragmatic, but if enough of you guys like the look of it, we can add it. It is very squishy though. It's a very glass cannon. Oh, that's too many people. Right, we gotta go for Baroness. Victor says, what do you get the Nimble Coat from? Nimble Coat comes from the PvP rewards track, Victor. I've always wondered and wagered this, but what does the TV stand for? It's just television. Baggins TV, Baggins television. I mean, it's like the standard for streaming. Sometimes people put TTV, but I just thought TV was good enough. I would just be twitch.tv/Baggins, but honestly, the SEO on Baggins is, you know, it's already pretty premium. If you go to Google and search for Baggins, you'll oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, YouTube searching for Baggins. There's already there's a more famous Baggins than me. We obviously all know. That was what I named my channel after. So if we put a TV at the end of it, then we become the top search result. Hopefully, anyway. That was the idea. The long-term goal. Ooh, there's a lot of people here. Oh my god, he's gone. Oh, is there a healer up there? Ah, there is. This is not good for me. Just gonna try and evade my way out of this one. Woo! Potion. Let's keep on wiggling. Loop and strike this guy. Heavy attack. Upheaval. Billion damage. You repost it. Nice. Grab well. Big clump. Not the biggest clump. Time to dip out. There's too many people. Yeah, we're not really looking to go like 1v8 in this build. We just want to find little squishies on their own like this guy and then just kill them. That's what the build's designed for. Just finding squishies in the backline and just murdering them. Can crit charm help you with big heals? No, this is a misconception about healing. There are no such thing as critical heals, Famarak. Heals don't crit. Have they nerfed the triple protection amulets? No, they haven't. Not yet. No. I mean, honestly, I think a triple protection amulet, it's just like, you could get the same effect by just switching your amulet depending on what fight you're going into. I think they said they were going to do something about the triple attunement, but I don't know. Did they say they were going to address triple protection as well? What was...
Fluoroxetine purchased second breakfast Peruvian coffee, present emoji, but what about second coffee?
Oh my goodness, Fleur, thank you for the third day in a row. Chat, there's some coffee up for grabs again from Fleur. If you guys haven't seen secondbreakfastclub.com, it's because I'm doing a bad job of promoting it. It's our own website. It's ran by me and my fantastic wife, Gamgee. Pretty much all the products here are her incredible designs. All of this stuff is sourced by us. It's just our own little passion project, chat. So if you want to help it get off the ground and support us at the same time, everything that you purchase off here directly supports the channel. You can also just gift things to Twitch chat as well, which is really cool, which is what Fleur has done here. So there's some free coffee up for grabs. The price of it and the shipping has been paid by Fleur. So thank you for that, Fleur. If you want the free coffee, this only works for Twitch chat, sorry YouTube. Just type the word join, J-O-I-N. It'll pick a random winner in about 2 minutes. You just need to give it your address, log in with your Twitch account that won the giveaway, and like I say, get some free coffee. Thank you, Fleur. Going on the back line. Rallying Life, Stephanie Thoughts says Bims Bilbo. Savior, Arcane. It's okay. It's not great. Arcane Attunement obviously could be something better. It could be like Desperate Prayer or Resurgence. And then I think the Sacred 2 at the top could be another perk slot. So you could put like Fortifying Sacred Ground and Mending Protection. But it's okay. It's as good as like the life stuff that I'm currently rocking right now. It's not a bad one per se. Mr. Bilbo. Hey, Freddy, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, Freddy. No! Ripperoo, dude. Woo! I got a 4 shirking void gauntlet. 4 shirking? Every single shirking achievement on 1 void gauntlet? It's kind of crazy. Just dodge and then do 1 billion damage. Alright, this is a fairly quick game at least. Are you ready to get chat to board 2? I don't know. Oh my god, 13 kills, 1 death. It's not a bad game. We were fragging. 13, 1, 19. It's good KDA, chat. How do you get bind on equip gear sets, says Cladius. Pretty much only crafting right now. Just crafting. Is not Creed boots better than featherweight for a light assassin? It depends how much into the assassin vibe you want to go for. I think there is a... Like, if you want it to be a full glass cannon, then probably. But I still want a little bit of survivability. I don't want it to, like, instantly die in PvP. Yo, Hosmo, good to see you, man. I think Reap works better with Gravity. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we do want to go Reap instead. Yeah, I think Gravity Well's good enough. It's another stagger as well, which is nice to interrupt the healers. Only problem is I don't have Crippling Reap. Let's go again in a second. Just set this up here. Oh, wait, I'm just missing Reap entirely. There we go. In which case we don't need to get that. Anything we can skip here? I'm not going to get the final upgrade on Reap because I think it's just better to get a light attack in there. Let's get that one. Let's get that one. I'd like to get this as well. What do I drop to get that? Let's go more glass cannon like this. Yeah, we could do with a crippling reap. Do I have somewhere I can chuck that in on my build? Got the lifestealer's draft. Can't change anything there. Maybe these sandworm boots are just a little bit too much of a meme. Might not need the sandworm boots. PvP rewards track, anything good? Shock conditioning, frost conditioning, arboreal conditioning. Damn, dude. All the conditioning. Flame attunement and thwarting strikes with a gem slot. Is there any situation where we would want that? Flame attunement, thwarting strikes? Not really. Faction tokens, grab those. Chris says, is there a resource to know what consumables, food, potions you want to use for different types of content? We've done it in the past, just on like in Discord, like on a per content basis. So in the New World guides, with our Hive of Gorgons, when this was like newer content, we did a consumables guide and stuff for this. So we'll do an updated guide like this for Isle of Night at some point as well. Powerful honing stones, attribute food. I'm sure somebody's got a list out there, but it's generally just like you want to go coatings of ward potion for the enemy type you're going to face. Right, I'm just going to take a look through my gear here, chat, real quick. If we go armor calculator, light legs, any boots, light round shield, with the featherweight chest. So we can get, we can get away with medium, medium, and medium. Let me see if I can just finagle this in real quick. We just drop the sandworm boots. So we could have medium. For the silence set. It's not worth putting those on until we get another piece of silence set though. Dream says, as a returning player, I heard there's many artifacts and optimal items like mini artifacts. New World Database, man. Yeah, New World Database is a great place to look through for information on New World. NW for New World, db.info. Twitch chat can get a link to it just by typing !DB. What life staff do you have for PvP healer? Says Big Haircut. PvP healer, life staff right now, we are playing with... PvP healer, we are playing with... Come on, Baggins, your brain. It's gonna work, right? For my PvP healer, we're playing with Vengeance. Vengeance, the artifact life staff is what I'm playing. Alright, I'm looking for medium. Medium gloves, medium helmet. We do have a good pair of medium gloves in here, I know that. Where are they? Thrust and slash conditioning. Baggins, I have a question. Can I transfer to any server I want to play? Transfer token? No, certain servers are currently locked right now because they're just way too busy. So for example, you listed Nisa there. Nisa is currently locked because again, it's far too busy, Nisa. If they unlocked it, the queue would be crazy on Nisa. So they unfortunately have to lock it down right now. Do we have a pair of medium boots in here? Let's get more armor. No, we only got heavy boots. Light boots. I guess we'll just rock the piece of the stifling set and hopefully we get another one soon. Doesn't look, I'm not seeing any medium boots in here. Medium gloves. Light gloves. Medium gloves are already looked at. Heavy gloves, no good. Medium helmet. Ooh, we do need that lifestealer's draft, actually. Yeah, it's more important. Put that one in there. Let me attach charms. Want to do this. Want to do that. This one. It's the best class to play, says Cade Gaming. I mean, I know it's a lame answer, but it's honestly just whatever you enjoy the most. It is really like whatever you find the most fun. Oh, these could be better actually. While at or above, you gain 8% haste. That's pretty nice. Yeah, until we do that one. And then best, I guess, is also like, if we're talking about like what is the best performing or whatever, it is subjective to like PvE or PvP. Sorry guys. Gonna try and not spend too much time just scouring through my inventory here. Right, so what are our choices here? We have gem slot, defense slot, offense slot, and then this one is gem slot, offense slot, offense slot. So we'd rather have one defense and one offense, or do we want two offense? I think one defense, one offense is a little bit better right now, isn't it? So let's rock that. And then finally, I think we're good now, right? I think we're good. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Okay. Put those in there. Right, we could do with putting at least some gems in these. Gemaroo. Put one of those in there. Right, we want to get Crippling Reap somewhere in this build if we can. Do we put Crippling Reap on the life staff and get rid of the Fortifying Whirlwind? That seems like it's a bit troll. No, I don't think we can do that. Well, Artifact Great Axe is that, says Kyle. This is the Tempest Fury Great Axe right now that we're playing with. Artifact Great Axe. What's the best greatsword to use right now? It's just a random drop greatsword that would have Trenchant Strikes and Trenchant Crits. Gem slot, Trenchant Strikes, Trenchant Crits. That's gonna be your best greatsword. Yo, Rugby, what's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Sorry, guys. Let me just try and lock in what I'm doing here, and then we can spend more time answering these questions. I need some chromatic seals. Right. Offense slot. What slots have we got to fill in here? Offense slot, defense. Do we have any good charms on us that we can just put in these slots? Defensive. Hasted Vigor is good. Let's fill that. Great for PvP. Offensive slots. Do we have any on us that are okay? Leeching is not the worst. Slash harnessing could be okay for the sword. I think we'd rather just get keen or something. And what about charm slots? I want to get that Crippling Reap. Is it in here? No. Let me. How much is a crippling reap from the trading post? Whoop, 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 whoop. Good PvP build to play right now. I think blunderbusses are looking really crazy. Blunderbuss Firestaff in PvP, a blunderbuss Void Gauntlet. If you just want to blow people up. If you enjoyed like a Blood Death Knight sort of playstyle, I think Void Gauntlet with a flail, Void Gauntlet with a life staff. Void Gauntlet just in general, using the Void Blade, very, very strong still. A lot of life stealing you can get. You can apply anti-healing with things like Plague Crits. You've got Slowing Tether. Just a disgusting weapon. It's kind of got everything in its toolset. Void Blade is very versatile. You can play it with a lot of different weapons. Void Blade, Void Gauntlet, Ice Gauntlet, Void Gauntlet and Flail if you want it to be a bit more on the tanky side of things. I would say playing a medium equip load, so chucking some heavy armor pieces in there. But yeah, I think you'll probably find that you have a lot of success with Void Blade. It's also very generous of a weapon. Like, it allows you to... a lot of weapons in New World have tracking in them. So when you get close to an enemy and you attack, it'll like pull you into them. Void Blade is very generous with its tracking, so... Crippling Reap. Sorry for a random question. Where can we get your transmog, says Jim. Oh, these are cheap. Nice. The transmog comes from finishing the main story questline in Nighthaven. If you finish the MSQ in Nighthaven, so finish the main story questline, you can get this transmog that I'm currently using right now. Once you finish the main story questline, another quest will pop up. Reap. Does this work? There we go. Yeah, once you finish the main story questline in Nighthaven, another quest chain will pop up. That quest chain is called the Old... It's Whisper of Old? What is it called, chat? Old something? Old something. And you can use that. We want it keenly empowered. We need one of those in the build somewhere. Whisper of Old. Flip it. It's expensive, but let's just do it. Yeah, a Whisper of Old. That's it. It's called a Whisper of Old. Attach charms. This one. Put the keenly empowered in there. Alright, we're missing Empowering Leaping Strike. We don't currently have that right now, which is a bit of a bummer. Because that's quite a lot of damage to just leave on the table. But this is good enough. We do just need to try and just get through some games today. Getting this this stuff from the PvP rewards track is simply going to be a case of just hitting a lot of games. We just need to get going. So if you guys don't know what we're doing right now, Baggins, why are you doing so much PvP? Please do more PvE. I would love to do some PvE, but unfortunately PvE will not get me this stuff here, chat. I want to get this. This is the focused set. So 2 pieces of the focus set increases your healing by 15%, provided it's not somebody who's standing in Sacred Ground or Beacon. So it works on Orb, it works on Splash of Light, it works on Divine Embrace, Light's Embrace, pretty good. And then 4 pieces of the set is crazy, dude. 4 pieces of the set says your healing is increased by another 15%, and cooldown is reduced by 5% when you heal somebody. You do have to be holding the weapon for 10 seconds, but... what it means is you can have like Life Staff out and you shoot a Sacred Ground or an Orb or a Beacon into a clump of players and you just get crazy cooldown reduction. You can basically go infinite. You can just spam heals. You could also use it with Flail as well. Flail has the passive on it over here. Every time you heal somebody, so it only triggers every 3 seconds, but if you're playing in a like a raid, for example, you're doing Isle of Night and you're playing with Flail, every time this heal triggers on people, it's gonna heal 9 different players. I think it heals yourself as well, right? So maybe it's going to heal 10 different players. So that's 5% times by 10. So that's 50% cooldown reduction every 3 seconds. Every 3 seconds you get 50% cooldown reduction. Which it goes without saying is kind of broken. I think they're probably going to nerf it. It's so good. It's so incredibly good. But the only way we get this is from the PvP rewards track. So we have to do PvP. We have to, chat. Ardat says, isn't that quest still bugged? The Whisper of Old? No, it should be working now. I think the Seraph quests are working. Is mount feed basically mount skill XP? It is, yeah. It's like getting the research stuff. Yeah, feeding your mount just gets you riding XP effectively. It does. Thalantir says, do you think lifestealing healing? Do you think it works on lifesteal healing? No, it has to be an outgoing heal, not an incoming heal. It would have to be a healing ability. I don't know for sure, but I would strongly suspect that's the way it works, Thalantir. Hulk says, is Voidblade just one attack in the chain? Voidblade is a 3 attack, I believe. Let me test real quick. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so only the 3rd attack. That's your final attack. You can, if you're ever confused about the attack chain, it tells you here, I think. Right? No? Does it not? I thought it would tell you. Did it not used to tell you, like, the attack chain? Light attack deals 100% damage, light attack deals 100... Oh, wait, maybe... Is it just... Actually, it's pointless, though, because you can't even get End 2 on a Void Gauntlet, can you? So it's a... Can't even answer this argument, because End 2 doesn't only drops on melee weapons. How many items you have from this stuff? I haven't got any of the focus set yet. No, I haven't got any yet, I'm afraid, chat. I think people have been saying they have been getting it, but it seems to be very rare, so... Yeah. Crescent's Wave good for a tank build, says Diz? No. Crescent's Wave doesn't have a gem slot, so therefore you can't put a Carnelian gem in it. Therefore it's not good for the tank build. Sorry, Dan Jackules. Dan Jackules. That item didn't link. Oh my god, it's Gamgee. Hello, little wife. Do you change up your life staff skills if you have focused? Go single target? It depends whether we're doing PvE or PvP, I guess. Avoid the stalk. I do change them depending on those. End works on both weapons. End only works on the weapon that's in hand. Fixed perks are only for the weapon that's in hand. Your charm slots, these things at the top, these work on both weapons, but the fixed slots at the bottom, they're only active on the weapon that's in hand. I got a greatsword to drop today, says Dark. It's got Trench and Strikes 2, Trench and Crits 2, Plague Crits 2, 1 skill slot, 1 gem slot. Yeah, that's a juicy greatsword, man. I'm very jealous. Plague Crits is actually kind of cool as well, because it works with your Blood Drinker. Blood Drinker cares about the enemy having disease on them, so... Alright, this could be messy. K-Force isn't tired of doing chest runs. Try and do some catacombs, man. Honestly, getting a good if you can get a good catacombs run in, you will be able to get a lot of tokens to buy a lot of boxes, so... I tried using my Void Blade build with the silence set, but they disarm the blade every time it silences the enemy. Oh, yeah, that's true. So silence turns off your Void Blade? That's not good at all. I guess you can't really use it with Void Blade then. That would make sense if it disables your abilities. Yeah, that is pretty terrible. So you basically gotta use it with a melee weapon then. I think it's probably gonna be pretty good with Sword and Shield. Mr. B, I need Unscathed Empowerment perk on your Enraged Gear piece. It's must have it. That's the ring perk, right? We got it here. Yeah, we got Unscathed Empowerment, and then we got the Sacrificial Empowerment. We got the Enraged set. Yeah, it's good, dude. And then I think getting the Enchanted Attacks or Enchanted Abilities, not bad. Cursed Skill or Cursed Abilities could also be pretty good. Alright, I guess we just play for the side points, try and stop them from having Moon and Star. Did they change the required points to 1,000 to get credit in Outpost Rush now? 3,000 is still max rewards to my understanding. I think you want to get 3,000 points to get max rewards, Chris. I think it's 500 is the minimum, but I could be wrong. I think it's supposed to be 500 for minimum contribution though. There's a lot of people in here. This is gonna be tough, right? Oh my god, there's so many people in here. Yeah, couldn't catch away from that guy. Rapier plus Great Axe, probably the one thing that can go faster than Sword and Shield Great Axe. Or maybe Fire Staff as well would work. What's the haste? I think is the haste cap. Used to be 50, but they dropped it down because it was too crazy. Oh, this is looking like a tough game for us, dude. They're gonna triple cap us. Alright, I'm just gonna try and get points by doing damage then. It's looking like one of those games where we just get wrecked. Just try and get some kills. Look for squishies and kill them. That's not a squishy. This guy just every time he takes a little bit of damage, he's got missed kisses just instant topping him up. Alright, if we gotta kill Thuggin, we gotta kill his pocket healer first. Get that with the enraged leech infix and your ring is biff, says Rugby. Yeah, you just need the Dread Warden's ring from the raid, right, basically. I just need to find a group that wants to do the Jester over and over again. And is it of the position with like the skill, temperament, etc. to be able to clear it. Because obviously I know there's a lot of people who want to do the raid, but it's like being able to actually complete it. Alright, let's go for this healer. A lot of muskets and stuff up there. That's so many range players. Holy flip. Alright, as soon as we stop to... Yeah, that's just too many. Too many, dude. Have you done Hive this week, says Hidden Agenda? I haven't. I don't know if there's too much value in doing Hive. You have a chance to get infix items, but... there's a lot of just still, like, old stuff that drops in Hive. Don't know if it's worth it. We did like we farmed the like first boss of Hive for a little bit, but yeah. Can you PvE tank with Voidblade? You can, but it's not going to be that good, Hulk Diesel. But you can PvE tank with Voidblade. Scream would be your taunt. Putrefying Scream or Petrifying Scream as a taunt. Alright, I'm just going to go around the side then. I think we're just getting spawn camped here is not fun. Let's just move around. Hive is decent for Umbrals. Yeah, I honestly feel like if you're just doing chest runs, which feel like they're a really good idea to do because of all like the loot that you get, if you do chest runs, you'll get enough Umbrals that you don't really need to do anything else. But yeah. Does this still work where you can jump on the box and then get over? Did they fix that? That still works. What's the point in having doors in this on this location? GG's, guys. Thank you, Stalker. Can you check my longsword, says K4? When I get the chance. We'll maybe do like a dedicated section to checking gear, because there is going to be like, at some point we get so many gear checks it becomes disruptive to the stream. I think we might have to have it as like a redeem. Like for certain number of channel points we check a gear. Just so we're not like doing it all the time. Might have a slight bit of downtime here. So didn't share screenshots. Gem slot, defense slot, critical storm, flame attunement, shock attunement. Yeah, it's a nice sword, dude. It's not bad at all. If you were going to play DPS sword, I think that would be okay. I don't know how good this critical storm thing is. I've had it on a few items, but I haven't had it on any good items to really play around with it. Every time I get it, it's just got like no charms or whatever, so... unlucky. How are we doing on score? We've got over 3k, okay. It's too many players here. Yeah. You have a command with a link, says your goal, Fig? For what, sorry? For this current build, I do not have a link for this build yet, no. We're still playing around with it. I think would probably be better in a medium equip load. It's also, like, not BIS or anything. Like, there's still a lot of pieces we want to get, so... Yeah. We're still using an old shield in this build right now, which I don't think is a good idea. Lifestealing and Trenchant Recovery desirable for a PvE tank Warhammer. I think there's better stuff, honestly. I think Trenchant Strikes or Trenchant Rend would be better on that PvE Warhammer. I don't think lifestealing is that good on the PvE Warhammer. It's okay, but not great. You could definitely, like, do better, is what I would say. Oh! Yeah! Yeah! Oh! Is that team just fully GG's given up? I think they have, right? Is Moonstone Gem the most DPS in the Greatsword while only running Relentless Rush? Yes, if you're gonna do the one ability Greatsword build, then you would just go Moonstone in it. Yeah. Doc says, anyone know why my intelligence damage is so low compared to physical? I feel like I do no damage. Which weapon you're playing, DV? Grinding the track. We are just grinding some PvP levels today. We have to do the PvP rewards track. Yeah. We'll try and mix it up. We'll do some like capture the flag in 3v3 arena as well, so it's just not the same thing over and over again, but we are going to have to spam quite a bit of PvP today because we want to get that set bonus gear from the PvP rewards track, chat. I'll get that focus set. Oh god, everybody I attack just gets a heal. Everybody gets a heal, no matter who I'm attacking. Alright, we just can't fight on the doorstep. Like, there's so many healers there. We'll take the 1v1 against, I genuinely think, anybody in this match, but if they've got a pocket healer, it's just not going to happen, because we don't have any plague crits or anything. So if I go for either of these guys, yeah, so Kato's healing that guy over there, so we have to go for Kato then. But then Kato's probably got his own pocket healer as well. GG's. What focus set, says nobody? It's this stuff here. The Thaumaturges. It's part of the focus set here. PvP rewards track only. Really good for healer builds. Other than the Enrage set, I think it's one of the best in the game. I still have depleted Umbral Shards. They don't have any purpose. You can just salvage them. You just salvage your depleted Umbral Shards for faction tokens. That's basically it. Alright, Thuggin, what's the chances that you're actually on your own here? Yeah, see, like immediately somebody else would come over as well. It's never like we can't get the 1v1. We cannot get the 1v1. Teamwork makes the dream work. A better raid goes, wins happen. Yeah, it's fine, you know. I mean, we get games of Outpost Rush. It's usually like, sadly, Outpost Rush games are usually pretty one-sided. Stomping or being stomped. It's very rare that it's a balanced game. Honestly, though, as depressing as it sounds, the quick games are better. Like, if it's a balanced game and it goes back and forth, you're only going to get 3,500 PvP XP. Like, there's a cap on how much you can get. Gamgee says, this guy is not doing teamwork. No, that was an unwinnable game, Gamgee. We wouldn't have been able to. Like, that's just not winnable. The odds were stacked against us there. PvP rewards is depressing. 20 tracks and not single tenacity or focus set. Yeah, it seems like getting the the set pieces. It's like what artifacts used to be like. Getting artifacts used to be like, you know, trying to get the set bonus stuff to show up. It just doesn't happen. Do we want 2 vowels or 3 vowels? Right, let's mix it up. Let's do some capture the flag. Again, Gamgee, if you want to jump out at any point, I know I don't want to just keep dragging you through. But I'm just gonna hit the games back to back to back so we can try and just get through that PvP rewards track and hopefully see some pieces, some good pieces. I was responding to the teamwork makes the dream work comment. Oh, I thought you were saying this guy's not doing teamwork as in me, as in like I was not doing any teamwork. I thought you were saying because I was just running off in that game. Sorry, Gamgee. I thought I was getting BM'd, little wifey. You were joshing with me. Do I need to secure kills to finish the Nimblecoat artifact quest? No, you just have to be involved in them in any way. So just like being around, being in a party. Gamgee says it was, but it was a reply because you were soloing. Oh, but then I was saying the reason why I was soloing is because that game seemed unwinnable. I'll team player. Although with this build, I am just gonna be like goofing around in the backline. I'm not really. I just gotta be trying to kill people. It's the whole purpose of the build. This is not a good teamwork build. I can switch over to a teamwork build, but my only other really good teamwork build is healer. But Gamgee's queuing as healer, and I think it won't usually let you double stack as healer. Gamgee says, I'm not asking you to team play, but I thought, okay, whatever. This is just gonna go back and forth in cycles. I thought it was like in response to that guy, because he was saying teamwork, and then you're saying I'm not being a team player, and I thought that was like a critique of me not being a team player. I thought it was like in response. Just so we know, chat, I'm gonna be a kill goblin. That's the play. That's the build. It's the play style. Kill goblin. I understand why they put everything in the PvP track instead of in each set. They didn't put everything in the PvP reward track. There's 3 sets in the PvP rewards track, 2 in catacombs, and 3 in the raid. So yeah. All right, let's go. Woo! Is Dolgots played with Greatsword good DPS Greatsword build? Yeah, it's not bad, man. Yeah, Dolgots, every time you do a heavy, you get some, you put a fire dot on them. I like playing Dolgots Blade with Greatsword as a tank, actually. I think it's good fun. North. Alright, anybody protecting back here? Alright, we're gonna have to kill people because they're just gonna go for me otherwise. Oh! Connect some attacks, Baggins. Can't get anything to stick. No. We need more like some lifesteal or sustain or something, or some tumbler feet reps. What sets are in the PvP reward track, says Venk? The sets in the PvP rewards track are the Stifling set for silence, you have the Tenacity set for grit, and you have the Focus set for healing. Focused, Stifling, Tenacity. Those are your sets in the PvP rewards track. They're all pretty good. They're all very, very good, actually. Zipton says, why don't they make this game free? I guess because the current business model like works better for them. I don't know. I mean, they're selling enough copies of it, so. When you go free to play, there are like certain things that you gotta change. You gotta make sure the store's making a certain amount of money. There's like the question of like pay to win and stuff in there. We're gonna go for the healer. Come on, Baggins, connect some attacks on this player. Why? Please! Just hit them! Just connect anything! Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now they're dead. Thank you. Just need to get something to stick, and then the following attacks. You just need to get that one first attack to hit, and then the remaining ones will actually stick with them. Free to play equals usually pay to win. Honestly, I think New World's business model is super good right now. You buy like a game and you get so much game for the amount of money. Alright, we're gonna be careful here. Wait until our team show up, because again, we're not really supposed to be 1v3ing with this build. We 1v1, we kill healers, we kill mages, but we don't want to be taking on like their tanks and bruisers with this build. If they want to just chase me, that's fine. We can wiggle around. Alright, there's too many people now. We've got too much attention, but that's fine because we got the flag while they were looking at me. Let's just be annoying. Now we go back for the squishies. Guy's out of stamina. Are they getting the flag back okay? It seems like they are. I'll make a run for the flag myself now. Got it. Our flag was taken. Oh no. Exactly says, where could I find some delicious coffee? Have you checked secondbreakfastclub.com exactly? Alright, I'm gonna assume they've got that. Nice. Nice shades. Oh, dude, I forgot. I actually forgot we were wearing those. How long have we been wearing those for? The make the stream more silly lasted a very long time there. Did you change your mind about but medium? No, I still want to go medium in this build, but it's just it's too much effort to rework it right now, so we're keeping it as it currently is. Hey, Baggins in chat, playing New World again after taking a year off. What is the meta DPS build for PvE? Rapiers are still like the stackable DPS you would go for. Evade Rapier is usually what it's referred to as, Frampton. We have an example of an Evade Rapier build in our Discord if you want to take a look at it. So discord.gg/The Shire. When you're in here, go to the New World build bot and then take a look at the start and go to browse builds PvE DPS. One sec, chat. Someone's at the door. No. What was I saying? PvE builds. Yeah, PvE, you could take a look at, hold on, give me 1 second, dude. People keep attacking me. I'm just out here trying to have a conversation with my chat. This is all these people trying to PvP while I'm PvPing. We're gonna have to drop the flag here and then pick it back up. You take too much damage while you have the flag, so... Ah, this guy's got a healer. Alright, we're gonna have to back off. Unfortunate, but what can you do? Right, did we get a 1v1 against this guy? No? Go for the healer then? Let's go for the healer. Yeah, let me give you if you didn't catch that, because I know we kind of glossed over it in the middle of PvP. But I'll explain the how we can take a look at that healer build again, or the Evade Rapier DPS build. Explain that again in a second. Keep chasing. Keep chasing this healer for now. Just keep him out of the fight. Nice. Let's get him, Drew. Come in, little wifey. Oh. Woo! So, discord.gg/the Shire. Discord.gg/the Shire. When you're in here, go to the New World Build bot. New World Builds. Hit start. And then you can take a look through builds here. So we were talking, the question was from Frampton about like, you know, what's like a just generally good PvE DPS build. So you can either browse PvE builds or you can search builds by content. So we search builds by content, we go damage. Maybe we're interested in doing the new raid, Isle of Night. And we just got this one here, Rapier Bow. We'll only have the beginner version right now. Advanced will not lead you any results because Advanced is all the set bonuses and like the absolute creme de la creme, like everything maxed out. So with beginner, we're just taking a look through this stuff here. But it's got an example of what you want to be looking for perks-wise. No, we haven't added any PvP builds yet. That's next. We're just trying to go through what I think is like important. So we were to get tank damage healer builds for PvE, and then we wanted to go PvP. PvP is just a little bit more complicated. There's so much going on. So, yeah. Again. All right, I need to pee, chat. Take a tinkle. How much we got? 1,395. All right, so one more game. How much XP do we get from Capture the Flag, chat? Actually, we got the old Outpost Rush map. Let's do one more Outpost Rush. And then win or lose this next game of Outpost Rush, we can then take a break from PvP and we can go back to chest runs. The build that I'm running right now is Sword and Shield. We got Keen Speed, Life Stealing 2, defense slot. It's not a good sword by any means. It's pretty bad, but it's what we got. We're using Tempest Fury for all the movement speed. It's very nice to keep up with the enemy. Amulet's got Slash, Thrust, and Frozen, so just some good protections. Covers us against quite a few different damage types. Ring has got Unscathed, Enchanted Attacks, Cursed Skill. Alchemist Reprieve's not ideal, but it does work with our Endless Thirst here. This is what we're using to keep us alive, so we can drink potions back to back. Helmet's got Mortal Aggression, Slash Conditioning, Lifestealer's Draft, and Crippling Reap. Very nice perk there. Lifestealer's Draft is something that you definitely want on one piece of gear. Mortal Aggression's not that good, but as a one-off, it's okay. Featherweight, just so we can wear like a lot of armor and, you know, not be in a medium equip load, so we can still get that dodge roll for mobility and the base damage increase. Gloves have got Slash Conditioning, Thrust Conditioning, keenly empowered, Hasty Vigor. Pretty nice pair of gloves. We got the one piece of Spectral Wrath from the raid, so we can get the Enraged set. Very, very nice. Again, Mortal Aggression. It's not BIS, chat. It's definitely not BIS, but it's what we got. And then we got some boots here with Shock Conditioning, Sacrificial Empowerment, Thrust Harnessing is kind of wasted, and Enraged Acceleration. So we're far from BIS, but it's working okay for now. This build can only get much, much stronger. How much of gear that you have is crafted? We're basically not wearing any crafted gear anymore. They kind of killed crafting, so yeah, no crafted gear. Right, I'm going to queue up, and then I'm just going to go take a tinkle real quick, chat. I'll be right back like 1 minute, okay? 1-2 minutes. Be right back real quick. Hello, friends. I'm back. How we doing? What heart rune do you recommend for a healer right now, says Tony. Heart runes healer PvP. Just go stone form in PvP. In PvE, I've been playing with grasping vines lately. Quite enjoy my grasping vines for PvE. Hisita is good in PvP, says Atomo. Hisita is an okay life staff, but there are definitely better, is my opinion on the old Hisita. It's okay, but there is better stuff. Let's go get a tag on the Halloween boss while we're waiting, chat. After this, we'll jump back into chest runs. We need to do Murkgard, Imperial Palace, Nighthaven chest run. We want to do Scorpius. We want to do the Eden Grove ones. IMS says you don't like turquoise as defensive gems? No, I think turquoise is a noob trap, in my opinion. A lot of people look at turquoise and they think it's just strictly better. Because you take a look at it in your armor, and it says you get 3% physical and 3% elemental. And you think, oh my god, like, dude, that's so... An onyx gem is 2% physical damage absorption, whereas a turquoise gem is 3%. And it's physical and elemental. But the difference between turquoise and your other gems, turquoise is a fortify, whereas the other gems are damage absorption, which is straight up just you don't take the damage in the first place. Damage absorption is almost always stronger than fortify. So, I'm personally not, like, I think the only time you would go turquoise gems is if you're stacking a huge amount of armor. So if you're playing Void Darkblade, Flail and Shield, Sword and Shield or something like that, turquoise would be okay, but generally you just want the damage reduction gems. Let's see if we can kill this guy before we accept this queue invite. Rip.
Fear consumes you.
Fear consumes you. Come on, give me a pumpkin head. Dude, I'm missing too many. This is a pumpkin head. Gonna have to accept this invite in a second, chat.
The shadows will claim your soul.
20 seconds, come on. He should die in his next stamina phase, though. Should be enough now. Let's do heavies. There we go. Come on, give me the loot. Give me the loot. How do you open the Enraged set perks? Enraged set only drops from the raid, Osh, so you have to do the Isle of Night raid to get the Enraged set. Dream says, it was nice to hang out. Catch you later. Hey, take care, Dream. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Catch you later, my friend. Alright, Baggins, we gotta go faster. We gotta catch up. Can you show what the Moonstone Greatsword skill points would be, says Zach? Yeah, remind me after this game, Zach, and we can go over it. I'll show it after this game. I mean, you're basically just taking one ability. Like, if you're going to play Moonstone Greatsword, Moonstone kicks in when all of your abilities are on cooldown. And the way that you can cheese that is you just run one ability. And then when you use that ability, Moonstone kicks in. It was popular with Crescent's Wave and PvP. So you'd basically just take this and then every other passive you can. Prometheus says chest runs are kind of meta because the quantity of loot. Yes, the value of the chest runs is not that the loot is particularly better, but you just get so much of it. And quantity is something you really need in this latest update because there's so much randomness on the items you get. Can we go for the 1v2 here? We'll find out. Nice. Is the transmog system still bugged? No, it works most of the time. What happens sometimes is you open up transmog and it says transmog's currently unavailable. Queue up for an arena, a mutated expedition, capture the flag, outpost rush. Once you get into an instance game mode and then you leave, it should be working. So just queue up for any of the activity content, and then once you get out of the activity content, you should find that transmog works again. Baton. Keegan says, any worth rewards from the event? There's some cool skins. You can also buy a chromatic seal once every 3 days. which is worth 2,000 gold from the faction vendor, so I think that's worthwhile. Hmm. 99% salvage gear is so abyss. I know, dude. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, it's Sita. With the concept that you're going to be, like, salvaging most of the stuff that you get, that you just need to, like... Quality of loot isn't really a thing anymore. It's just all about quantity. The more loot that you can get... Like, if only 1 out of every 100 items is going to be something that you'll actually keep, then you just need to get hundreds of items. And how can you get hundreds of items? Just runs. Dad Who Games over on YouTube says, hey, I'm a returning player. I just finished the base main story questline. If I out-leveled it, should I switch back to the MSQ? What will typically happen, Dad Who Games, is you will, you'll be in a spot with your XP where you'll, like, you will out-level the questline. You level up so fast these days that your character level is probably going to be higher than the questline, especially if you're doing any crafting, exploration, side quests, etc. That is just going to happen. Alright, let's play for control of the points until we get the brute. What are your attributes on this build, says Hoax? What are we rocking right now? 350 strength, 150 con, everything else in dex. Using featherweight, endless thirst, and Tempest Fury as our artifacts. No, that guy got in the way of the upheaval. Alright, 1v3 is a little bit too much for me. Can I get this guy, maybe? Nope. What rune glass do you recommend running in your lifestyle, says RPM? Always take a diamond, and then the rune glass diamond, I would take the, like the ignited, or the arboreal, or the electrified. The one that gives you a little bit of extra damage over time. It's the one that I would play. Alright, a little bit too many people over there. Let's just back off for now. Let's just try and capture Star back, shall we? Since there's like 12 people here. Shouldn't be that many people at Star. Spunk says, how do you feel about Tumbler feet wraps? Excellent in PvP bruiser builds. So if you're going to be trading blows with the enemy, you go in toe to toe. Every time you dodge, you get a bit of a heal. So yeah, for sort of melee medium equip load, that's where Tumbler feet wraps really shine in my opinion. Crux says they've made so much of this game redundant despite the new gearing system being so good. What do you mean? Can you elaborate, Crux? You mean like Winter Runeforge and stuff, or? Sorry, somebody asked a question. I see it up at the top of Twitch chat. What was this one? Hey, what's going on, by the way? Shenice? Hey, Dan, Shenice. Doc says, hey Baggins, do you think Plague Crits 2 is better than Plague Strikes 2 on Greatsword since you can use your diseases with your abilities? I think you are so consistently doing heavy attacks with a Greatsword that Plague Strikes is probably a bit better. No! Can we catch him? Oh, we can! Nice. I want to get the heart rune off of this guy. Not the heart rune, the thingy. Thank you. That's what I wanted. This brute summoning stone. Is that relentless refresh and unrelenting onslaught skills for Moonstone? You would just want to take the what is it called? Relentless Freedom? That would be like the main skill perk that you would want to pick up. If you just like Relentless Freedom is the best perk for Greatsword. Whenever you use the Relentless Rush, you get it removes slows. It's very good. Let's go on this bruiser. No, dude. Man, tracking just stinking up sometimes. What is your nationality background, says Tezo? Your accent is half English, half American. I'm all British. I just was born in the United Kingdom. Have lived in the United Kingdom my whole life. I think it just, it's got a bit of an unusual accent. But there's no, like, cause behind it. I haven't spent, like, any significant time living in America or anything like that. Man, we cannot get up. We can't cap a point here. This is rough. Who do we go for here? Not Urak, because he's like a tanky boy. Try and find some heals if we can. Here's the sacred ground. Yeah, just gotta stay alive. Crook says the PvP zone and doubloons is dead, mutation's pretty much dead, crafting is dead, PvP modes are filled with AFK players trying to get that PvE drops. The best way to get gear is arguably most boring content. Yeah, they definitely could do with a rejig on like loot drop locations and stuff. Yeah. I think the PvP zone, I mean apparently the PvP zone's really good for getting charms actually. We need to try that out, but yeah. I'm from Middle Earth. Yeah, that's the reason behind it, chat. Alright, it looks like this game is unfortunately just a loss. We cannot capture a point. So I'm just going to run around and kill people. I'm not going to play for the objective anymore. It doesn't feel like our team is trying. And unfortunately, like I say, we're almost incentivized to finish the game faster. Trying to have a good competitive game where it goes back and forth is very fun, but from the perspective of just trying to level up the PvP rewards track, faster games are more important than balanced games. It's really depressing to say that out loud. But from the perspective of like, we just want to try and get as many games in as possible so we can get through the PvP rewards track as fast as possible. Because if a game goes 40 minutes, if you have a 40-minute game, you're still going to get 3,500 PvP XP. That's it. That's the cap. 3,500 PvP XP. Realistically, the developers should have a sliding scale where the longer the game goes, the more XP you get. To encourage a good back and forth, but technically, like, yeah, once you like, whether it's a 5-minute game or a 50-minute game, which I don't think is possible without push rush, but the most XP we can get is 3,500 XP for a win. Gamgee says you're right next to me. I told you. I mean, I know you already know, Gamgee. You already know my. I'm gonna be terrible. I'm the worst person to play with. I'm not paying any attention to my surroundings. I'm sorry, little wife. Are people actually mad that it doesn't take 100,020 hours to get a starter set, says Ajuk? No, I don't think they're mad about that. I think it's just like the prioritization of loot. Like the most valuable content that you can do is like just chest runs and stuff. I think that's maybe the concern that people have. Fusion says, hot take, I think infix perks should be slightly loot biased. They've got 10 plus infix perks, but none from the blunderbuss that I currently have equipped. Yo, can you tell me what are the best perks for PvP at this season? Says Sesho. It depends what weapons you're playing, buddy. It does depend, like, your weapons and build and playstyle. Woo! Yo, what's going on, Franco? How you doing, buddy? Oh, we got a cheeky heal. Got a life staff heal back there. Saved by the life staff. Sorry, Franco, what was this? I got a question. I got an earring with despised and beloved. Yeah, so I think from what I've heard, beloved is currently broken right now. It's not working. It doesn't give you the bonus damage that it says it would give you, Franco. But there is like this concept that you would use both despised and beloved to increase the amount of damage you would do against a taunted foe. So you taunt an enemy and then beloved and despised kicks in. So you would use it on both tank builds and DPS builds. It sounds really counterintuitive, right? Because it's like, why would a tank want Beloved to lower their threat? And why would a DPS want to increase their threat? Like, both of those are not something you would want to do, right? But from the prospect of like doing bonus damage to taunted foes, if the tank is just continuously taunting, then it's just like going to be a good DPS uptime. So it is an earring to hold on to, but right now they're not doing anything because Beloved is currently broken from what I've heard. It's not working. Hey, thank you for the kind words, Gadab. Walter says, do you think they'll offer to transfer to get rid of this queue, or they'll just wait until people leave the game entirely? So the concept that's supposed to be happening right now, Water, is if you're in the queue, you do have an option to transfer for free. So if you're queuing into a server, there's the option to click the transfer world and then move to another server. And from Amazon's perspective, that's their solution. Alright, come on, give me something good. Let's go, PvP rewards track, checkpoint 3, please. Give me a set bonus piece. Ideally, a focused set. We'd love to have a piece of focused gear. Man, that is a sad outcome. A juice jug. It's a mount attachment. 3 leaded chunk, which is worth approximately half of a gold, or a pile of faction tokens. You hate to see it, dude. Juice jug. I'm pretty sure we already have the juice jug, chat. That's the thing that's even more sad. It's offering me a skin that I already have. No, I don't have it. If I take it, does it stop offering it to me? I think some of the skins you just see over and over again, right? Well, we'll get the juice jug then. Hopefully I don't see it again. Juice jug. Wait, no, it's not a skin, is it? It's just like oh, it's an actual attachment. Oh my god. So I can't just keep getting offered it over and over again. Well, that sucks. Okay, let's take a break from PvP. That was quite a bit of PvP. We'll have to come back and do some later on because we do need to keep going. That was not what I was hoping for. I was hoping for something other than a juice jug. We want to go do chest runs for infix items. So, what are we thinking? We could do the Nighthaven one. That's pretty chill and solo for the most part. We want to do Arch at some point when we see plus Arch. We're looking for plus Imp. We're looking for plus Merc. We could try and do the chests in, like, do the small amount of chests. Does anybody want to come do Eridanus real quick? We do Eridanus and Scorpio. 5 chests over here. 5 chests over here. They do have I feel like we get infixes fairly consistently from these, so they're definitely worth doing. And then we get the 3 chests over here. Let's see. If you want to, chat, we'll meet up at this shrine here, the Shrine of Sisyphos. It only takes like 5 of us, and we can clear them out. See if we can get those. Isn't faction gear pretty good for PvP, says Ventress? It is, yeah. Faction gear is very good for PvP, especially the weapons. Potcon Colonel says good morning from Texas. What's going on, Potcon? Good to see you, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Pwn Golf over on YouTube says, I did my direct PvP track and I got Nimble Coat, but I don't PvP. Any good way to get salt if I suck at PvP? So people have been telling me, I haven't tested this for myself, but apparently there's a tack, chat, where if you flag up for PvP, like so, you flag up for PvP, and then you go to Grand Carnival, which is this outpost over here. Apparently you can be in Grand Carnival and like you're still PvP flagged. I suspect they're going to fix this at some point, but when you're in here, you're still labeled as flag for PvP. And then you can go to the crafting station and you can make things at the crafting station. Like you could just make a bunch of Alkahest. And that will get you character XP. And if you're earning XP while you're PvP flagged, you'll get salt. So you can do that. Another thing you can do that I believe works, again, I need to test this, is you go Mutated Expeditions and randomly queue. And if you randomly queue and complete a Mutated Expedition for your daily bonus whilst you're flagged for PvP, so flag up for PvP, activities, Mutated Expeditions, randomly queue, apparently that will earn you a good chunk of salt as well. It's basically, you just need to be earning XP while you're PvP flagged and you'll get salt. Even if you're max level, you can still complete that criteria. Alright, let's put on this set, and we'll just try and get a life staff to drop. Ooh, what is this? Fire harnessing health, vital synergy, yeah. Do you want to do these chests, little wife? Little wife Kimji? I can't invite any of you guys, apparently. How do you feel about a leeching rune glasses, Lord Breeze? I feel like they don't trigger often enough. I just don't feel like they trigger often enough to be good. I don't seem to be able to invite here, weirdly enough. Alright, well, let's go anyway. Doesn't matter whether we're in our group or not. Let's make it happen. Samwang says, what server you're on, Baggins? This is the Nisa server. Because you flagged up? I unflagged now, sorry. It was just because I wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to show PvP flagging. Where you at, little Gemjiru? Manage raid. Invite. Gemji. Are you fast traveling over, little wife? So the healer set is good, says Diacron. I think it's very good, yeah. I think it's very, very good. Just wait up for Gemji here. Baggins, what weapon set would you recommend for returning player level 65? I know it's a lame answer. I know you guys just wanted me to say, yeah, you should absolutely just play spear and something. But again, I want to emphasize, you should play the weapons you find fun. You really should just play the weapons you find fun. But if you don't know what weapons you find fun, I would say try out Spear. It's very versatile in a lot of different types of content. Pairs nicely with Hatchet, with Greatsword, with Rapier, with Bow, with Musket even. If you like playing magical weapons, Void Gauntlet is strong everywhere right now. Void Gauntlet Lifestaff is your sort of quintessential healer build. You're not necessarily just a healer, you're also pumping out some pretty good damage. Works in PvP and PvE. Flail and Shield I find quite fun for tanking. You also just use Flail for like as an offhand for healing. And Greatsword, if you just want to like turn off your brain and just hold down heavy attack, Greatsword's good for that one as well. Just use an ability and then hold down right trigger or left mouse button. Greatsword's pretty good. How are you so tanky in PvP while being a light equip load, says get a free sub? We're using dodges quite often to avoid taking damage, so we're using our dodge. With that set that I was playing there as well, we do have quite a lot of damage reduction perks, so where is it? So we're using... Oh wait, I haven't actually saved the pieces, that's awkward. But yeah, we're using a lot of like conditioning, you know, thrust conditioning, slash conditioning. A lot of perks to reduce incoming damage is what was helping us be so tanky in that game that we were just playing there. Lots of conditioning perks, 150 con, using dodges to try and avoid a lot of incoming damage. Wolfsbane has been having so much fun with Spear Bow, DPS or PvE. I think Catacombs is actually really good content if you just want to try around like a bunch of different builds. Catacombs works pretty well for that stuff. Playing like ranged weapons in Catacombs seems pretty good. Why is my map without faction colors, says Ronzok? It's just an option that you can toggle on, Ronzok. So when you get the map open, you've got this filters over here. If you scroll right down to the bottom, there's an option behind my camera called Faction Influence. You turn that off and on. There's an elite chest down below us, isn't there? Try and get that real quick if I can. Oh no. Don't do it. Okay. Wait until the group comes back for these. Baggins, what are your thoughts on the Protector set? I don't think it's that good, actually, Franco. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I don't think it's that good. Focus set seems to be better than the Protector set, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't think, you would... Protector set is skippable. It's also got really crappy fixed perks on it, like the Protector set. They lock you into playing certain fixed perks. What protection amulet do you need for Isle of Night, says Nilla? First boss, you need strike protection. It's the only really important thing. Although strike and slash, I think, would help you out. Second boss is Arcane Protection. And I think with Slash and Arcane Protection for the second and third boss is what I think you would prioritize, but I'm not 100% sure on the second boss. There's a lot of different damages in the second boss. Alright, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then we've got the other one outside as well. I think we got a special ring there as well, didn't we, chat? Armor penetration. Armor penetration increased by 10% when hitting targets with grit. Not that good. Oh, a little bit of frame rate lag there. Is Hasita worth getting for 60,000 salt? No, don't buy Hasita with salt. You're wasting your salt. You can get Hasita from this place. If you go into this place and you kill the guy at the back, he can also drop Hasita. So you can just save yourself the salt. Going Scorpius now. Yeah, let's go Scorpius. Scorpius, top right of Morningdale. Are you noob friendly? Because I got a few questions, says Calcry. Yeah, we tried to be as noob friendly as possible, Calcry. Some messages do slip through the cracks. That's never meant to be a personal slight. It's not as if like, Baggins isn't reading my message because, you know, I'm only new here or whatever. Everybody's welcome here in the chat. As long as you just gotta be kind, you know? Or not even kind, just don't be rude. The one thing I won't abide by is people who are just being outwardly rude to me, my moderators, or other people in chat. If you're gonna be rude, you can just absolutely get out right now. But if you're just a little bit patient, respectful of other people here, absolutely everybody will try and help you out. Well, not everybody. Some people in chat might be a bit, you know, bit stinky, but generally, people here are pretty helpful. At least that's the community I try to cultivate. What perks are you looking for when you get for your life staff? So with the life staff, we want to get... What am I after on my life staff? I want to get this here. But instead of Shirking Flames, I want it to be Desperate Prayer, or I want it to be Resurgence 2. I'd even take an attunement of some kind. That's what we're looking for. When do I get a horse, says Calcry? Once you're level 20, Calcry. Once you hit level 20, it's up at the top of Everfall. You can go talk to Jochi Khan up at the top of Everfall. He'll give you your first mount quest. Alright, so we're going to swim across the ocean here and get to Scorpius. There's another 5 chests we can get in here, or maybe more. There's like 1 chest over here, 1 chest over here, and then there's like 2 or 3 chests inside. Any updates on the PvP healer guide? PvP builds are going to be coming this weekend. We're doing PvE builds first. Once we get the PvE builds locked in, we can change it. I'm here for the first time, says Latcore. Do you think it's possible to make some Bruiser DPS build with Flail, Great Axe, Warhammer? In PvP, I would say that's very possible. In PvE, you're not going to see that much. Like, when it comes to fighting the AI, Great Axe, Warhammer, and Flail are all typically used as, like, secondary weapons. They're not, like, primary damaging weapons. Usually just used for their utility. They have good buffs, they have good debuffs, they have good CC. GG's for the builds in Discord, man. It's been a blast, says Sue Shazy. Hey, thank you, Shazy. Thank you. Again, I know there's not that many builds in the Discord. We're trying to just ramp them up. You've never seen Baggins snap like all the time when he was shot calling in wars? It's hard to be completely chill when you're shot calling, okay? Look at us go, dude. Got a whole raid party just swimming. This is peak New World. I can't stop saying the word peak now. Flipping Jeff Bezos, dude. He's infected me with his peak. Camden says, I tried to cultivate a welcoming chat. Instantly tells the guy he's going to be rude. He can get out before the guy has typed more than 5 words. If you're going to be rude, we'll have to attack you physically. There'll be a physical altercation for any rude folk. Alright, is everybody here? We all swim across? Alright, let's go. Wolfsbane says Baggins is a hoarder. I'll have you know, I've salvaged so many items lately. Not this one though. Thrust Arcane Strike, we're keeping that item. But everything else is getting salvaged. Not that one as well. Oh my goodness. Help. Help, I'm down. Thank you. Look, I just salvaged something. You proud of me? And this is an Infix ring perk? I'm salvaging that as well. How do you feel about that, dude? Just salvaged an Infix item. Would a hoarder salvage an Infix item? Huh? Alright, let's go team. Any idea what the best defensive charm for a bow is? Keenly Fortified is fantastic as a one-of. So putting Keenly Fortified. Every build should have one Keenly Fortified somewhere, I would say. When you crit, you just do more damage. Blue Eyed says, what is an Infix Baggins? They're kind of like artifacts. They're like a special perk. Unique perks. They have a symbol up at the top. It looks like a shield with a star around it or something. And yeah, like I say, they're like unique one-off perks that are only available on a certain number of items. Some of them are very like powerful build-defining items as well. Yo, Habits, thank you so much for the $2. I don't know why that didn't pop up as an alert. Habits for Humanity over on YouTube. As oh, is that it? No, that was Trust Someone. Trust Someone, thank you for that Prime sub though. Habits with the $2 Canadian says, is Old Crown worth to get off the PvP rewards track? Absolutely. It's one of the best items from the PvP rewards track. Items that you really want to be getting on the PvP reward track would include Old Crown, the Unmoved, and Nibble Coat. I think those are like the top tier creme de la creme. Kim says, ignoring my DMs. Wait, you were DMing me, wifey? Oh, you said deserved. OP. Sorry, I'm getting so many DM noises now because people are asking if items are good. And most of the time the items didn't link. I think Ghost was trying to link me a bow, but it just wasn't linking. Sorry, guys. Which artifact was being asked of, says Dale? Habits for Humanity over on YouTube chat was asking if Old Crown is good to get from the PvP rewards track. You guys think bow would be rough to use in PvP if I'm sitting around 160 ping? Yeah, probably. I would say so. But if you can make it work, then, you know, that would be quite the achievement. Is Quick Revive 2 good for a tank, says Tony Taran? Probably not. You don't it's gonna be hard to revive people as a tank. Because you're gonna have aggro of everything. You won't really be able to revive. Everybody's gonna be attacking you. Desperate Press, Savior, Frost Achievement. Ooh. But no skill slot. Quite a few triple perk life staffs here. Right, we want to go over to the right now. Trying to ping. Why's my ping not working? What is the best to spam at the moment? Outpost Rush or Capture the Flag? I think Outpost Rush seems a little bit better, Plaz. Outpost Rush, I've had a lot of fast Outpost Rush games lately. Some of them are terribly unbalanced, you know, just people just losing in like 5 seconds. Well, not that quickly, but Capture the Flag hasn't been too great for me personally. Right, and then it's over on the other side, right? Is it an elite chest down there? I don't think it is. Are you using an artifact lifestaff for PvP? Yeah, in PvP I'm currently playing with Vengeance. My PvP healer build has the artifact lifestaff called Vengeance, which also comes from the PvP rewards track. There are quite a few artifacts to get from the PvP rewards track. Gonna be a lot of PvP reward track grinding, I'm afraid, friends. Thankfully the artifacts pop up like all the time now, but let's try and help out Linux. Where's he gun down? Yo, we're coming, Linux, we're on our way. No, I'm trying to get to you guys. No! Can't even get over this wall. There's not much hope for Linux, dude. Is he dead? Aw, man, I'm sorry, guys. I got stuck on the wall. The final boss. Rip, dude. Why Vengeance? I think it's just okay, you know? It's like a 25% extra healing if somebody's not standing in sacred grounds. It's good for single target heals, in my opinion. It doesn't have a gem slot, which is pretty poo-poo. But when you have a gem slot in your life staff, you pretty much always put a diamond in it. You know, diamond in the life staff is the classic. But diamond only kicks in when you're at full health. And it's hard to be at full health in PvP because you've always got like some fire staff or musket shooting you. Alright, the other one that I want to do is Torto Riven. That's just like a quick one. Get these chests over here as well if anybody wants to go join. I think this is the last sort of mini chest run to do, right? Torto Riven. There's just 3 chests there, but those are pretty good. Do you think running around flagged should be more rewarding, says Justin? No, I think there's a balance to strike there where if running around PvP flagged is almost mandatory because the benefit is so huge, then people would force themselves to PvP flag even if they didn't want to. And I think that's unhealthy for the game. I think forcing people to do PvP in like multiple different aspects when they really don't want to. Right now, I would say there's enough of that in the game where people are almost obligated to do PvP because of the PvP rewards track. But I think if PvP flagging was also necessary for like chest runs and everything, if it was like almost mandatory, there'd just be a lot of people who wouldn't like that. I think PvP flagging at its core should be a situation where you flag up because you want to fight other players. In an ideal scenario, PvP activities are done in like in a consensual nature, where the reason why you're engaging in PvP is because you want to fight other players. That's like what you're seeking. I think encouraging people to do PvP for like PvE rewards, encouraging people to PvP when it's... Yeah, does that make sense? PvP activities give PvP rewards. People seek out PvP because they want to do player versus player, not because they feel like they need to, per se. It's important to put rewards behind it, don't get me wrong, because, you know, everybody's going to be rewards driven, but that would be the ideal, in my opinion. Are those whole alphabet or some rating system EU knows nothing about? Says Asgrim. You mean like the damage scaling? Hey, I'm a new player here. Why do you only have 1 weapon equipped, says Carl. So, Carl, the content that I'm doing right now, I'll show you. It'll be easier to show you when we get to these chests. We'll go into Torto Riven in Eden Grove. There's just 3 chests here. So this type of content that I'm doing right now, it's usually referred to as a chest run. When you're doing chest runs, Carl, you'll get a high volume of items. You'll get a lot of loot. And the loot system in this game, not always, but most of the time, it has a concept called loot biasing. So you'll get more items based on what you're currently wearing. So if I go over and interact with this chest, I'm going to receive light helmet, medium chest, light gloves, light legs, light boots, and then I'll receive whatever weapons I'm currently wearing. I only want life staffs right now. I'm trying to get a better life staff than what I currently have. So I don't want it to give me spears. I don't want it to give me fire staff. I don't want rapier. I just want to get a better life staff. So I'm limiting the biasing to just give me life staffs. And there we go. We did get a musket there. That was an infix musket. So that's like, that thing breaks the rules. It's close quarters as well. Shame it's got that gem slot. Unlucky. But yeah, we just want to receive life staff, so we're like forcing the game to do that for me by only having a life staff equipped. What about PvP players that have to do raids for BIS? I mean, I think the only BIS item from the raid currently is the Enrage set, and it's a one-of. Ooh, dude, do we get another infix there as well? Yeah, we did. Sturdy, mortal aggression, exerted spin. Oh, this is the spin to win Gerdex. That's kind of fun. Terrible perks, but I'll keep it for now. Alright, well, we got 2 infix items just from those 2 chests there. That was pretty exciting. And very easy to do. Okay, next up I need to do Merc Guard, I need to do Night Haven, I need to do Imperial Palace. I'm seeing a lot of people type plus Merc in chat, so I guess I'm gonna go over and do Merc Guard now. I'm gonna try join the Merc train. The Merc Guard train. It's because I'm so good that I don't need a second weapon. So powerful, dude. Where did that message just go? Don't know where that message just went. I was seeing a bunch of people type in plus. Merc is happening, right? Dude, there's so many chest runs happening all the time these days. It's crazy. 24/7 chest runs. Don't worry, by the way, guys. If you miss out on any of these, if you're like, oh, Baggins, no, please wait for me. There is like a Merc God run every 15 minutes. Like, you will not miss out. This content is being done 24/7 on Nisa right now, and probably most other servers as well. It's like literally, it's non-stop chest runs all day long on every server, in every location. So if you miss out on one run, there's gonna be another one. Like, you know, genuinely, dude, these runs are happening more consistently than like the rail network in the UK right now. Like, it's just like clockwork. I think the only ones that I'm not seeing as often are the Nighthaven ones. Those seem to just be a little bit less frequent, but Merc God is like all the time. I feel like when I'm looking in chat, there's 40 chest runs all the time. I know, I mean, we just take a look at this, right? Let's see how many chest runs. We'll just do like 30 seconds. Okay, so we got Merc, Trib, Siren, that's 3. Monkeys, that's not really a chest run. Looking for more Nighthaven raid, Siren, Merc God, Siren, Merc God, Merc, Siren, Siren, Gorgon. It's crazy, dude. I'm just gonna invite the people for plus Merc, I guess. Merc God, Merc God, Merc God, Merc. Oh, dude, I can't even click on these names fast enough. Anybody in the company? I literally can't even select these names. Oh, this guy's right here. Can I invite him? Can't see his name. I give other people invite privileges as well, so you guys can invite people. Promote. Do. Recruitment chat scrolls way too fast. You can't see the rest of the feed, says Azuri. Yeah, it's true. If you, yeah, honestly, it's if you're like actually wanting to like see like company chat or guild chat or DMs, you kind of need to make your own. You can make a custom channel. You need to turn off like recruitment because it's too hard to see it. Too hard to see other messages. Gwobby says, I got a triple attunement greatsword and ice gauntlet from Mercy Farm yesterday. Wonder if they'll nerf 3 attunements. Supposedly they are, but I don't know how like quick it's going to be on their priority list. There's a lot of things they need to fix, so. Look gear, does it have any use on chest runs? Yeah, you don't need it, but it does help. If you're going to be doing chest runs, wearing look gear. The main benefit of look gear and chest runs is it means that you should more frequently see charms. And charms are pretty desirable. Whether you just want to sell them for gold or you want to use them to, you know, sock it into your items. It's a pretty good idea to have some. Alright, this is full. Is everybody here? Buck. Leaving 1 minute. Let's like get in there in a second. Are you coming along, little Gamjaroo? Do you want to join this, Waifa? Or have you already done Merc? Good day, sir. Is it possible to build a play as a paladin in this game, says Sparrozy? They're okay in PvP. In PvE, I think they're just... My experience, having tried to play paladin builds many times in the past, in PvE, you're just generally better off having a dedicated tank and a dedicated healer. Trying to put, you know, the two together, I just personally think has always been a little bit awkward. But in PvP, it's pretty fun. What is this thing here? Sacred, Mending, Savior, Desperate Prayer. Yeah, dude, that's Biss, I think. That's kind of as good as it gets. The only other thing, I think, is like you could do M3 and hopefully get like a triple. So you could have Actually, no, sorry, it's not Bis. It's good. That's really good, though. I personally am looking to drop that Sacred 2, and I would like to get Fortifying Sacred Ground 2. So another perk slot. That's what I'm looking for. Another perk slot. Alright, we going? Looks like we're going. Looks like we're going. What are my hours in New World, says KNG? Hours in New World, we're looking at nearly 8,000. 15 hours. So by this weekend, we'll have 8,000 hours in New World. Have you decided what Abyss piece of healer gear is going to look like yet in the wake of double enchanted ward nerf, says Glizzy? Yeah, it does depend what your priorities are, but I think it would be Sacrificial Empowerment and Prolonged Favor as your fixed perks at the bottom. Sacrificial Empowerment and Prolonged Favor. And then you'd want a gem slot and some combination of defense and offense. Enfeebling... Oh, dude, Enfeebling Skewer perk. That's good. Gamer says, no way, Connie's overtaken you and he's only picked up the game in 2023. What an absolute degen. Console's... He's got more than 8,000 hours? Yeah, I play this game as a job. What? How has he done that? He probably has like multiple different accounts as well, doesn't he? He's got 10,000 hours? That is crazy. By the way, chat, a feature that sometimes people don't know about, if you're interested, this works on Xbox, PS5, PC. If you open up global chat, type /played. It can show you how many actual days, hours, minutes you've spent on one character. So I've spent 211 real days playing this one character. Let me know what you guys are at. I'm 211 right now. /played into just the chat box. I wonder what the biggest number is. We have somebody playing one character. Doesn't work on console? Does it not? Oh, that sucks. I thought it did work on console. Sorry, I've baited you guys. 196 days, 41 days, 107. I'm scared to look this box. Not gonna lie, I've only ever played since August and I've got 1,200 hours. Yeah, I mean, this game is pretty addictive. Might need an intervention, says Gamgee. Especially with the way the game is right now, you know, you can just put in like hour after hour after hour playing the game to just try and like farm out items, right? I guess like one thing that Amazon was probably trying to go for with this update is replayability, and you can just spend like 16 hours just sitting in the Tower of the Sun, pulling the slot machine until you get the right item that you want, so... 84, I'm at 39 days, 195 days says McLuna, only 188, but I'm 9,500 overall. Type what into chat? It's /played. Apparently it doesn't work on console though. I thought it did work on console. It's my bad. Let's go, team. An imbued hatchet. So we're looking for life staffs with sockets in them. So we're looking for this little socket symbol. If it doesn't have the socket symbol, we're just not even going to look at it. And then we want to see Savior 2 as one of the fixed perks. And then we want to see some other stuff. So quite a lot of hoops that we got to jump through to get a good item here. What's the difference between the tower and gorilla farms? Gorilla farm's probably just better than tower farm. It depends on what you want. So with the tower farm, items that you get to drop will only have 2 fixed perks at the bottom. So you'll only ever get like 2 fixed perks down here. Then you'll have a gem slot potentially, and you'll have 2 circles. So most of the items that you'll get from tower will be 2 fixed, and then you'll get 3 circles, 3 changeable, slottable circle items, 3 charms. Whereas Monkey, you can get 3. So this is an example of an item that you would get from Tower of the Sun. 2 fixed and then 3 circles. Whereas from the Monkey, you could get 3 fixed and 2 circles. But you can also get this one as well. So the Monkeys are more flexible. But the number of fixed perks that you want does kind of depend on the build. Tanks probably are the build that want the most number of fixed perks, because they could benefit from having like Slash and Thrust Conditioning, Strike Conditioning, Prolonged Favor... Sacrificial Empowerment. Like tanks of all the builds would probably look for those conditioning perks more, whereas like most DPS players would maybe just be happy with Sacrificial Empowerment and Prolonged Favor, and that would be it. They wouldn't really want anything more. So you don't really want 3 fixed perks for like damage builds. Ooh, Trenchant Strikes, Trenchant Recovery, Gem Slot.
As a returning player, thank you for the tank video. Needed the refresher. Might have missed it, but what is the shield you use?
So the shield that I'm currently using is the tank right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we fighting this guy? Where's he going? Okay, he's running off that way. Oh no. I think we're gonna have to fight these guys. This is bad. This is very bad. That's the big Captain Top dude there. Let's just attack him and hopefully kill him here. I don't want to get aggro. We're going to be careful about how much healing I do. Yeah, sorry. The shield that I'm using, it's actually just an old shield. I'm still inconclusive on whether this is tech that I want to do, but with my tank build right now, I'm using old shields with none of the Mark II version perks on them. And the reason behind that is because the Mark I version, or the old version of the perks, do stack with the new version of the perks. This is where things get really confusing, and I kind of wish that they just did away with the old system and just moved on to the new system. It's so incredibly complicated for people who, you know, don't spend their lives playing New World. If you're a relatively new player, it's just gonna, like, floor you. But these perks that you get on your amulet, like, for example, Slash Protection 2, you can also get Slash Protection 2 on your shield. You can get this identical perk on your shield. They do not stack. It's a max stack size of 1. So if you have Slash Protection 2 on your shield, and you have Slash Protection 2 on your amulet, no point, no purpose in that. One of those perks is just wasted. But what you can do is you can run a shield that has Slash Shield Ward. It's effectively the same perk, but it's a different category. Again, very stupid the way this is set up, but it does mean that you can double stack into particular protection types. So we take a look at the first boss of Isle of Night, the Jester. The Jester does a lot of strike damage, lots of strike damage from the Jester. So trying to reduce incoming strike damage as much as possible is something that's going to help you as a tank. And therefore having strike protection on your amulet and strike protection on your shield would be highly desirable. But the only way that you can make that work is by having the old version of strike and the new version of strike. I would say in the meantime though, because again, it's overly complicated, it shouldn't really be like that. I would just try and prioritize getting a shield with different protection perks. So go for like Slash Strike and Thrust on your shield or on your amulet, and then get some like elemental damage types on your shield, like Fire, Frost, and Lightning, or you could even just go conditioning perks on your shield. One perk that is...
Against what was the location you can PvP flag and craft arcane?
That's in Grand Carnival. Warm Popsicle in the Grand Carnival, just on in the west side of Nighthaven. Thank you for the 100 bits, dude. What gear set you're going to be rolling with your healing set? I want to get the focus set from the PvP rewards track, Mezek. Focus set. Mammoth says, hello chat. So chest runs, in my year's experience with your stream, if you concentrate and grind something specific, you'll never get it. I mean, we're eventually getting there. We're eventually getting there, Mezek. Slowly but surely. What are these? Elementally energized. No. Is there any way I can learn how to build craft? Is like there a new world version of POB? What is POB? Sorry. There isn't a website out there. I still think it's one thing that should, one thing that I'd love to see somebody try to undertake with New World. So if you type like, we go quest log, Throne and Liberty. With Questlog Throne and Liberty, you can take a look at like everybody's builds out here. So character builds, tank, crusader, and then you get to see a bunch of different versions, like a public facing of like everybody. Because there's a lot of build websites out there. I've got my own builds in Discord. Langy's got his builds on New World Builds. Trick has his New World Champs. But a public version of this where like everybody, like the community can collectively come together and submit builds and then you can upvote them. That, as far as I'm aware, does not exist in New World. The closest you can get is New World Buddy, but there's no public side like version of that. Nobody's endeavored to do that yet. So if that's what you're looking for, it does not exist, sadly, with New World. I think it would be huge. I think it would be really nice if we could all collectively come to an agreement and just use that build website. But as of right now, the closest we have is New World Buddy. But there, like I say, there is no public-facing aspect to New World, buddy. Alright. Back to town. Shoo-way, chest runs. Gamgee brew. Do. Look at that cute Gamgee emote. Gamgee doing a Gamgee nah. There used to be a website that did that, says Dragolf. You're right. It was like New World Guide or something. And then they just kind of... It just died. New World Guide? Is that what it was called? Yeah, there was this. Is it even alive anymore? I think it's dead. But this was one that did it. Bag and Angry from Gamgee? Wait, why are you Bag and Angry? Why is there a Gamgee now and a Bag and Angry? Alright, time to review the loot. Anything good? Healing Breeze, Ice Damage, Enchanted Skills. Healing Breeze and Ice Damage. Would we ever want that? For Ice Gauntlet? Actually, that could be pretty good with Ice Gauntlet for PvP. If we wanted to do like an Ice Gauntlet self-sustain. Yeah. PvP Ice Gauntlet build, not too bad. Any other keepers? Gamgee says ignoring again? Wait, what am I ignoring? I didn't see it. Did you send me a DM in game? There's so many things I gotta check. I don't see anything on Discord. I didn't see anything in chat. Oh, here we go. Which one again? Healing Heart, Refreshment, Empowering Toast. Empowering Toast. The first one, little wife. The one with the Refreshment 2. Gotta get that cooldown reduction. Just to confirm, you wouldn't recommend any more getting slash thrust conditioning for healer? No, getting slash and thrust conditioning on the healer is still good. It's still a good perk. They're not bad perks. But for me, the priority of perks on my armor for my healer build, in PvE, first of all, Sacrificial Empowerment, just so we can do more damage. This, by the way, is for a healer who is playing with a Void Gauntlet. So the general, like, as you move further into the game and you start doing raids and you want to do higher level mutations and you're trying to, like, optimize your build, usually what healers will do is they'll put down their heals like this, and then they'll move straight over to Void Gauntlet. And you actually spend more time with your Void Gauntlet than you do with your Life Staff. I think a lot of people, when they think about a healer, they just imagine they're going to be spending most of the time playing with the Life Staff like this. But healers in PvE and New World generally don't spend that much time on the Life Staff. They spend more time just swinging with the Void Blade. And to that extent, Sacrificial Empowerment, just to make sure that you're doing more damage, is a very desirable perk. But for beginner healers, who are still like getting comfortable, if you're not spending much time swinging with your Void Blade or your Flail, then Sacrificial Empowerment won't do too much for you. So for beginner healers, I think Thrust Conditioning, Slash Conditioning is great. Prolonged Favor is good. But as you get more comfortable, you want to start prioritizing getting this Sacrificial Empowerment to make your Void Blade and your Flail do more damage. Where do you see the potion that allows you to get to the platform, says Styles? It's in the Arcana Station. It's called the Fool's Sight Potion. Mixnut says I'm helping Ginny with the builds, but he's been super busy with work, so it's not something that will be out right away. Oh, is he working on something like that, Mixed? That's cool if that's the case. Thrust damage, leeching, infected. Purifying Heart, enchanted attacks, cursed. No. No. Amulet, lightning, arcane, stamina recovery. I don't know, dude. I'm just gonna hold on to the protection amulets. You never know when you might need lightning and arcane. It seems unlikely, but it's got a gem slot. It's got some good perks. Alright, I think this is a salvage all. Do we want these infix legs? When consuming an elemental charge by using a non-magic ability, 20%? No. Get rid of those, and then any keepers in here? No. No. Still no. Alright, salvage all. Okay. Which heart rune do you have on? This is the Cunning Heart Rune of Phantom Blades. Generally a lot better in PvP, I would say. That's a good base weapon to pair with bow while you're leveling up, says Pizza the Hut. Rapier or Spear? I'd try both of them and see which one you enjoy more. Pizza. Right, we got 4,000 tokens. We'll do some catacombs soon. I think I'm going to do one more chest run, chat. And then the only chests I really need to do if I want to do them all is Siren and Imperial Palace. But I don't want to do too many chest runs all in one go. It's just too much fun otherwise. Let's drop these on the ground because nobody wants to buy them. Sell these too. Alright, what was I thinking? What was I thinking, chat? There's a reason I came over here. Oh, the full sight potion. I was going to show you that real quick. So you go to the Arcana station. And then, sadly, if you search for Fool, it won't show up. You have to manually find it in the list. It's somewhere around here. Here it is. Potion of Full Sight. So we just need some water, grave dirt, anima quartz. There it is. Baggins, where did you get this chest skin? There's a quest you can do on the map. It's called Whisper of Old. So check out your quests. You need to fully complete the Whisper of Old quest chain. So it starts with a quest called Whisper of Old. Trenchant strikes plus crits or rend. Gamgee says, what website is being made? Mixed Nuts was saying that New World Buddy is maybe gonna have like a public-facing aspect to it. So, because I guess right now I can see my own builds here, right? But if there was like a public-facing version of this, that would be kind of interesting. And like everybody's builds that have been made on it, and then you could upvote the builds that you like. Is there an augment for faction reputation? Like to earn more faction reputation, Boets? Yeah, it's called Mac O'Malley. Consume this stuff, you get 15% more faction reputation. Right. Put some stuff in the thing. Can I interact with this? Oh, I'm bugged out because I left that bag over there. Wait, is it gonna go away? Let me pick this up real quick. I just got an unstoppable ring for the Murkot chest run. Nice, dude. That's one of the best infixes you can get out there. Did it have a gem slot in it? Okay. Sword and Shield be viable with light armor, says T-Demo. Yeah, it's Sword and Shield and Light Armor is a popular DPS build that's played in raids. It also works pretty well in PvP as well. In player versus player, you'll see it being played from time to time. Gamjaroo, do, Gamjaroo, do. Alright, it's gonna sound stupid, chat, but I think we're gonna buy some water off the trading post just so I can make some of those potions, because I always think, man, I should have some of those potions on me. I need a little bit of grave dirt as well. Let's just sell some of this stuff. Feels like I've always got too much. Ghost says, if I'm playing DPS, what fixed perks do I want to be looking out for? Sacrificial Empowerment is the most important one, Ghost. And then probably Prolonged Favor. Slash or Thrust Conditioning I also think are pretty viable. As a one-off, Lifestealer's Draft is like an insanely good perk. You only need one of it, but you do want to make sure you have Lifestealer's Draft on one piece of gear somewhere in your build. At what point would you say somebody's ready for Gorgon, says Sam Wang? They have 780 gear score weapons. They have a Strike Protection Amulet, a Slash Protection Amulet, and a Nature Protection Amulet. They kind of roll them onto one if they want, Sam. And they have some build that just cohesively makes sense, you know? Like the artifacts and the attributes, they're just all kind of put together reasonably well. The last one is like the most, it's like the hardest thing to nail down, but that would be what I would say. Like when you're Gorgon ready, 780 gear score weapons, and even then, that's just like a line in the sand. It doesn't really matter that much. The most important thing is like just having a cohesive build, you know? You've got some defensive slots in your gear. Your build kind of makes sense. You've grabbed some artifacts that would work towards it. You know, you're not playing heavy armor, Firestaff, Warhammer. something more sensible than that. You can buy a house in Nighthaven, yeah. In Nighthaven, you're buying like an apartment, basically. Yeah, your houses in Nighthaven are like apartments. What's your preferred artifact for a healer? Nimble Coat. Nimble Coat. Dude, Grave Dirt's expensive. Codex is Terminal Vengeance good for DPS? I don't think it's a must-have. I think if you've got it in your build, I think it's okay, but it's only going to kick in when you're under 75% HP. And usually the standard for DPS is to stand in Sacred Ground, so get it consistently being under 75% HP is going to be difficult to achieve. Oh, I need more water, flip. Fastest way to reach territory standing 20 in Nighthaven, says Falcano. Go to the trading post, or like from your storage shed, and buy a big stack of moats. So buy a stack of moats, whatever you can. I'd say like getting like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 moats. And then turn them into essence at the, or turn them into wisps at the trading Arcana station, then turn the wisps into essence and turn the essence into quintessence. Every step of that, if you're doing it like basically a mass craft, you'll get a lot of territory standing. Alternatively, just do town board missions, faction missions, or quests in the area. But mass crafting is the best way to earn a lot of territory standing in a short amount of time. Is there a video on that Grand Carnival spot to level with PvP? I don't have it, Giela, but I could just show you really quickly. I could just show you here on the stream. Bear with me 1 second. I can't believe I'm buying water off the trading post. Is the faction armor good for PvP status as beasts? Yeah, it's not bad, beasts. Not bad, dude. This one here. Right, let me just make a bunch of these. Can we get a bonus proc? Nice. Double. So yeah, if you want to get Azoth Salt pretty quickly, we want to flag it for PvP. Yes. And then we want to travel to Grand Carnival. Like so. So we're flagged up for PvP. We go over to the Grand Carnival in the Nighthaven region. And then the next step is to just do some form of crafting. Arcana is probably going to be the best bet. You can do mass crafting at Arcana. The interesting thing is, you see how I'm still flagged for PvP? So, I'm actually going to flag up right now. Like, usually when you're in town, you won't be flagged for PvP. Maybe it goes away if you move into the middle. Yeah, so it's gone away now. So, I'm in Sanctuary. You cannot damage other players in the area. But if you're on the edge of the zone, now I'm actually flagged for PvP. This means I can actually attack these players over here if I wanted to. We can actually attack them while we're in a town. But it also means that we can just do some crafting. So I could go to this crafting station, which I can't interact with right now. Is it because I'm going to wait for the PvP flag? Why can't I actually interact with this? Oh, there we go. And then we just make stuff. I think one of the best things you can do, again, is just turning essence into wisp. So if you have a bunch of essence, you turn them into wisp, and that'll get you a decent chunk of territory standing, and it'll get you Azoth Salt as well, because you're earning XP while you do this. What do you do with Azoth aside from fast travel? It's used in crafting a little bit, J-Box, but you are just going to generally end up with tons of Azoth. It's almost impossible to spend all over your Azoth. It's one of the things that I think stresses out new players from time to time because they're worried like, oh, I'm at the Azoth cap, I need to spend it on something, right? Because being at the cap is bad, but there's just not really a lot you can spend it on. That's it though. That would get you salt if you did that, and you were earning experience. You did enough of that, you would earn salt. Yo, Mr. Sundavar, how you doing, good sir? Mr. Cindybar. Right. What's next, Sandoval? What are we doing next? What do you think? One more chest run. Some catacombs. Actually, I was gonna do the Nighthaven thing, wasn't I? Thank you, Sandoval. Yeah, let's do the Nighthaven invisible chests. Yeah. Let's do those. I'll be right back real quick, chat. 1 sec. Alright, friends. Let's go down here. Get the full thing. Then we'll do the invisible chests, and then I think we'll do a cheeky catacomb. The catacombs. I don't know. Do you want to do some catacombs, little Gamjaroo? You around, little wifey? Oh, hopefully this chest run, if I can manage to not balls it up, will only take me like 10-15. Kim says, yee! Alright. You gonna play the blunderbuss DPS build, if you get that ready, Gamju? Because if that's the case, then we just need one more, either tank or DPS. Okay, cool. If everybody wants to do catacombs chat, me and Gamji could use one more tank or DPS in like 10 minutes. I'll try and speedrun these chests here. Let's get them out of the way. Belton says, what do you recommend currently playing catacombs? I'm playing PvP, DPS, tank, greatsword. What do you recommend spending your catacombs currency on? I'm playing PvP, DPS. I just think jewelry, honestly, man. The trinket boxes, best stuff to buy, Belton. Buying the elementally charged chest is a good spend as well. Elementally charged chest box, so you can get the this thing here with the elemental hunger. It's a good perk, taking 5% less elemental damage. Fire staffs, void gauntlets, ice gauntlets, good against all of them. Hey man, is this game pay to win? Says yo boy. No, I don't think New World's pay to win at all right now. I think New World is probably the least pay to win it's been. There's been times in the past. I mean, so the argument that I see with people saying New World being pay to win is because you can buy things off the trading posts and you can go to third-party websites and buy gold. The thing is, going to a third-party website and buying gold, it is against terms of service. Like, it's in the same way as saying, like, you can go to a bank and rob it, you know? And then you don't need to work, you can just go steal. It's, you know, it's like kind of immoral. It's not really what you should be doing, it is against the rules. But you could say the same. So I think it's a stupid argument when people throw that one out, but that is an argument that we see from time to time. However, I would say right now there's really not that much you can buy from the trading post, because all of the good gear just comes from drops, and you can't trade the drops. So yeah, New World's pretty much no pay to win. Flail is physical attacks, Loto Gamgee. It does have a little bit of elemental with vortex and stuff. Like some of the flail attacks are arcane, but it's pretty much all like physical is going to be the majority of it. Right. I bookmarked something yesterday. Was it this one? All right, here we go. I don't know if this is any good, but I'm gonna try and follow this. I'll link this in chat because I know you guys are probably gonna ask for it. No idea if this is helpful, but this is a website we've used a few times in the past. They do have a really handy link for memory fragments here. These are all the memory fragments, I think. Somebody's planned out a route of all the locations of them. So if you want to go around and get all the memory fragments, which we might do at some point, they'd plan them all out. So where do you start from? And the advantage of getting all the memory fragments is you can, like, there's a chest you can open once you've got all of them. It gives you a bunch of skins. And I think it gives you 500 umbral crystals and chromatic seals as well, right? So it's not bad. So I'll link this one as well. There's that one there. Come to Germany in December for Command Fest. Command Fest? Do they let you play proxied cards, Cinderbar? Do they have to be legit cards? Alright, so let's see if we can do this. So first chest we want to hit up was... Oh my god, please. Infix chests. So there's two underneath this road over here. I always struggle with this run for some reason, so I'm just going to try and follow this route. Because I always get lost. So I think to do these ones we have to go up on the right, don't we? Maybe? I'm kind of disappointed that the big chest you get with the memory fragments does not reset weekly. Oh, I thought it was a weekly reset. It doesn't? Yeah, that is a bit poo-poo then. It's a one-time thing. Is it possible to get armor with sacrificial empowerment, 1 gem slot, 2 offense slots? Yeah, that's very possible. You're kind of missing one slot there though. So that's you've 1, 2, 3, 4. Items can have 5 slots, so you could get Sacrificial Empowerment 2, Prolonged Favor 2, 1 Gem slot, 2 Offense slot. If you're going to ask me where can I get that from, it's pretty much everywhere in the game. Drax, there's no like specific one location that will give you exactly that item. Everything is random. Gemji says, which blending skills do I want, by the way, and which one should I get a charm for? I would go Leeching Shrapnel Blast, Gemji, just for the sustain. And then if you have any other offensive slots, Keenly Jagged, Keenly Empowered. Do 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 do. And the skill tree, Gamgee, I go with this here. Full Shrapnel Blast, full Claw Shot, full Splitting Grenade. Taking Future Planning, Buckshot, and On a Roll. And then passives on the left are Ramp, Deep Load, and the Ultimate. Any tips for beginners? I just started, says illegal. Illegal Polish immigrant. I think, honestly, with New World, you can't really do it wrong. Like, there isn't really... I think one mistake, and I'm not really going to call it a mistake, because it's not really the right word, illegal Polish, but a lot of people, they don't join a faction for ages and ages and ages. So when you hit level 17... And the best way to level up, by the way, just follow the main story quests. So you'll have journal and you'll have main story. Just follow these. Fastest way to level up, hands down. But when you hit level 17, you're going to see these colored quests. There'll be a green, a purple, and an orange quest pop up in this area over here, Everfall. Picking one of those and then finishing it. It's Banzito. Picking one of those and finishing it is something I would recommend. Just joining a faction has a lot of advantages, so... But generally, I don't think there's anything I could say like, oh yeah, you have to do this, otherwise you're going to screw your character over. Hold on, I want to change my build here if I can real quick, because I can't really fight back with this. Can we fight with this build? Oh, dude. How do I get up over here again? Elite chest tier 5. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, clearly I gotta go the other way. This is not working. Let's try and follow these floating platforms. Yo, Canem, what's going on? Can you show your PvP greatsword skill tree, says Smeagol. Yeah, real quick here. Real quick. PvP greatsword, I personally like to go for Relentless Rush, Skyward Slash, and I'm also a fan of Steadfast Strike. It's good, good rupture. Still taking the ultimate on the left side though. So we'd go with something like this. And then we get that. And I think I'd still choose to get this one here as well. Sanity check this real quick. Probably want to pick that up. Yeah, I think this is probably what I'd run in PvP. There's like a bunch of... I've seen people go crosscut. I've seen people go rupture to cleanse stuff. Like, they're all... Like, honestly, you can't really go wrong. But this is what I usually play. Emma says Vicious plus Keen on Ellie Band, by the way. Currently Vicious and Enchanted. Yeah, I would go Vicious Keen, little wifer. Or Vicious Rogue. Although, no, Rogue won't really work for the Blunderbuss, so... Specifically with the Blunderbuss in mind, I guess Vicious... Vicious Keen. Leaving the Enchanted on that. Enchanted is actually surprisingly good for a Blunderbuss. What can you get the gold dye you're using on your transmog? It's called a Buttered Rum. It's the Buttered Rum dye, and you can just get it from the trading post, actually. You can craft it at the cooking station. Hugo says, this game's still a joke, so many years, and they can't balance the weapons. Was the fire staff a musket, now the hatchet, now the bows? I don't know, man. I feel like taking down a bow... I'd say bow being overpowered. I think I would disagree with that one, Hugo. Bow is it's generally a very high skill weapon. Like in the hands of an average player, including myself, honestly, I would put myself in that category. Like I perform terribly with bow. I don't think it's that good at all. There's always going to be weapons that you perceive to be stronger though, right? Especially if you're dying to them often in PvP. I think that's like PvP is always going to be one of those. It's like your barometer for like what's overpowered, right? When you see a lot of bow and you're dying to bow, it feels frustrating and it feels like it's overpowered because it's killing you. But if you can close in on a bow player, you play something like a sword and shield great axe, you will just absolutely annihilate them. Just counter them a bit more. If you find this you're struggling against bow players, take some thrust protection, put some emerald gems in your armor. But realistically, bow players do crumple very fast in PvP. If you can get on them, there's very little they can do. They're entirely reliant on their second weapon to get away from you, unless they're playing evade shot. Which, that is also, I feel like, you know, not the best of abilities. What's your transmog? Exclamation mark transmog. We actually made a command to it, Lukey. People asking pretty often. Alright, I'm gonna get this guy. He's probably gonna aggro me otherwise. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I don't want that. I want to do this. Gemjaroo! Sorry, little waifa. What was this message go? Can I scroll up in chat, please? Just in general for flail support, I would go rogue and vicious on the elemental bends, little wife. Rogue and vicious. Or you could put keenly empowered or keenly jagged, but the penalty of that is that you can't put it on any other piece of gear. But that would be okay. Like you just put keenly empowered and keenly jagged on that, and then you just have to go with the basis that you're not going to put it on your weapons or anywhere else. You definitely do want to have keenly empowered or keenly jagged somewhere on your gear, so... Am I going to be able to solo this guy? It's going to take a very long time. He doesn't really give anything good. I get this now. No, I can't. I can't zip. I'm sorry, dude. Well, it feels rude to leave him, so I'm going to have to fight this thing, but... It is a tremendous waste of time. I really just want to revive Zip and then get out of here. Try one more time. Okay, right. I'm not fighting it though. I'm sorry. It just takes so long and you don't get anything good from it. Ooh. Gamgee said, I said I was asking in general, mostly flail hills. Yeah, so, rogue and vicious, pretty good. But, leaving the vicious on there and then going for the keenly empowered or keenly jagged. Okay, just making sure. Why do you say evade shot isn't a good ability? I just don't think it does that much damage. It's just, its main use is for disengage, but I think you're better off just using, like your Void Gauntlet and landing Scream, using your Rapier. Evade shot just doesn't get that much value. Right, is this where the chest is that I always miss? Is it on this side? No. Oh, wait, is that it down there? It's that one down there, yeah, there it is. This is the chest that I always forget. Gotcha. Alright. Which ones have we not got here? When will New World content support end, says Profile? I don't think anytime soon. I think they will... I mean, they haven't, like, definitively said. It would also be, like, a terrible move for them to say, yeah, we plan to stop providing updates for this game on this date. I mean, that would just be, like, awful for business for them to just publicly announce it. So even if there was a date that they had internally, they would not share it with us. But for what it's worth, I don't think they have a date where they're planning to just stop providing content for New World. And if I did think that was a thing that would exist, I would say it would be at the very least until the Lord of the Rings MMO comes into existence. I do not think they would stop providing updates to this game until at least they got their other MMO out the door. And then shifted all their resources over to that. And the Lord of the Rings MMO, I don't think we're going to see that until like 2030 at the earliest. Where are you supposed to go from here? What weapon artifact do you prefer to play in a healer build, says Blue Eyed? Power Stone if I'm going to play with Flail. If I'm playing with Void Gauntlet, I actually don't play any artifacts. Power Stone for Lifestaff and Flail. For Void Gauntlet Flail, Void Gauntlet Lifestaff, I actually don't play artifacts. Alright, any other chests that I missed? One in the river bend just here. I think we already got that one, right? Yeah, we already got those. And what about these two all the way out here? Did we get those? Where are they? Yeah, we got those as well. Okay, I think we're done. I believe we got all the chests. Is there a go-to PvP blunderbuss? I'm getting wrecked by one guy using one in Cutlass yesterday, says Faces Grim. The blunderbuss that you get from the faction vendor is pretty solid. There's one that you can get that's better, but it's a completely random drop. So you're looking for a blunderbuss with close quarters. But there's no way that you can, like, 100% get that every time, Faces Grim. So in the meantime, using the blunderbuss from the faction vendor is actually pretty good. Quick question, Enchanted Board is more important or Wellness is real Nim Nim? I would go for Enchanted Board 2. Nim Nim. Wellness is max health, but Enchanted Board 2 is just like most damage in the game. Light and heavy attacks, considerable amount. Builds are up, says Ant Online. Yeah, we got some damage builds now. We got a healer build, we got a tank build. We're getting there. Good to see you, by the way, Ant Online. Killing a target within rogue alacrity, critical infliction. Don't think that's that good, is it? Frost and flame. No. No. Nope. Alright, salvage all there. Any keepers here? No. Okay. Alright, let's get Gamgee in here. And then I think we need one more player. Either a tank. So my close quarter blunderbuss, this actually came from the PvP rewards track, but the most common way you're gonna get them is from chest runs. Yeah. Hey man, love the video, says LZ. Thank you, LZ. Thank you very much. Power Stone and Great Axe medium load, is that a good build? Says Quokka. It would be okay in PvP. I don't know. I'm sorry, how do I say that? Quuoccuo Kwanga? Kwanga? Power Stone and Great Axe medium equip load. I could see that being useful in PvP. PvE it wouldn't really be very popular. Kwanga. J-Box, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime, man. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, J-Box. Are you gonna go Catacombs now? We are gonna do Catacombs now, yeah. We need, one of the DPS or one tank. Me and Gamgee are gonna run some Catacombs.
Hello?
Comb the Catters. Is that Charlie? Sound like Charlie T. Hello? Am I being haunted by Charlie? Where is he? Should I salvage all gear weapons without gems? That's what I've been doing, low point, yeah. Unless it's amulets. Amulets are, I'm a keeper. I keep the amulets because like just getting like the protection perks on the amulets, that's very desirable. Is there a point in using rune glass and stuff? Rune glass is good for if you're really happy with your items. Like if you're really happy with your build, then you can start locking in rune glass. So once you've like determined that like, okay, this is good. So I don't know. I'm thinking about putting a rune glass in this, but I can get better than Shirking Arcane. But it might be a while until we get something better than this. So I might lock in Rune Glass in this as well. Rune Glass is just strictly better than normal gems in terms of damage and stuff, so. Sorry, by the way, I think a bunch of people messaged me to do catacombs. I just, whatever I saw first there, apologies. Jabby, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. Thank you, Yabby. Thank you very much. Alright, I think I'm going to play tank in this one, right? We got 2 DPS, so I'll play the tank. If we're gonna play the tank, let's just sanity check our build here. We're missing quite a few skill and defense slots and stuff. Let me try and fill those in real quick. This one, this one, this one. There we go. Alright, what slots do I definitely want to fill in? These legs are pretty good. Defensive charm. Check a wellness in there. Skill slot? Any skill slots that we particularly need?
Bag in hug.
Defensive charm in this one. Do with an enchanter board too. Maybe we go make one of those real quick. Why Carnelian and Wit? I thought you didn't need it. So one of the misconceptions about Wit is they think that this is just going to be the be-all end-all for aggro. So this says your taunts are active. So when you press the taunt button, you will taunt enemies, but it won't help you generate any extra threat. The only thing that you get extra threat on is light attack critical hits. So when you're critting, when you're doing light attacks and when you crit, you'll get 200% extra threat. But your normal attacks, if they're not crits, they won't get any extra threat. Your heavy attacks won't get any extra threat. I mean, I guess they will taunt. But I do think that there is like a overly trusting in this to just carry you. I do still think the additional threat is a good idea. So that's why we go Carnelian. You do still get the benefit of like reducing the hostile AI's base damage by 15%, which is pretty good. Do you like this endgame content as top one? I do, yeah, I do. I wish that, like, again, me personally, and again, I'm just one player, because I feel like as soon as we talk about this, people are like, Baggins, you stop being an idiot and shut up and stop complaining. Listen, this guy asked for my opinion, okay? I'm really not trying to take away from anybody's jam. If you love chest runs, that's fantastic. I'm not the biggest fan of chest runs, but I do feel like they're almost obligatory because of the sheer volume of loot that you get from them. Chest runs almost feel like they're mandatory because if you want to go for infix items, the amount of mutated dungeons or PvP rewards track I would need to hit to get infixes is crazy. Whereas I could just do like 1 day's worth of chest runs and probably get more infixes than I would see on the PvP rewards track in like weeks. So I'm personally not the biggest fan of the chest run thing right now. I don't mind them. I don't want them taken out of the game. I just wish they weren't like the only thing to do for like infixes. Yeah. So I like the game overall. There's a lot of chasing items. There's definitely like a lot of long-term replayability here. Not the biggest fan of the gear system as it is right now, but taunt button says 6 string, so certain abilities in the game 6 string, like Defender's Resolve, they are taunt gem compatible. So that means when you press that button and you have a taunt gem in your weapon, it will taunt enemies. It will force them to attack you. If you want a little bit more explanation about taunting and tanking and how that all works, check out the latest YouTube video. We go over it in that. Alright, I need to lock in and finish this build. We just want to get some enchanted blood too, don't we? Right? Right? Yes? Draft. Just double check that there's not any better pieces we can get Lifestealer's Draft on. When you consume an elemental charge, we're not really doing that. Sacrificial Empowerment, Shirking 4, no. Critical chances increased by 10% when grit is active. Ooh, I do have grit on all of my heavies, right? So that's not too bad. Yeah, because my heavies have grit, right? So let's try that. I don't know, maybe that doesn't work the way I'm thinking it works, but it sounds like it could be pretty good. Alright, sorry, I'm gonna put us in the queue in a second. Apologies. Gentle board, mortal aggression, defensive slot. Get a better greatsword than that, so I don't want to spend too much putting charms into these. No, I just don't want to overly commit charms to these items if I'm not confident. I think this should be good enough. We're missing a few charm slots, but it should be good enough anyway. Catacombs, play, select role, tank. Did he answer the question about the house's capital? I think I missed the question, capital. What was the question? What is the biggest house and how can I know it's the biggest? The biggest house is the house that costs 20,000 gold. A tier 1 house is 5,000 gold, tier 2 is 10,000, tier 3 is 15,000, tier 4 house would cost a lot of gold, so it'd be the best way to know. That would be the best way in my opinion. Right, what I'm thinking, hold on, I'm gonna accept that queue invite, but I just want to do this. Can I do that? This one? And then I want to grab this. Fast. Espadon says queue for login. South America servers are really busy right now. There's only one server in South America, so I think it's likely that you're going to encounter a queue there, I'm afraid, for those of you on South America. The developers could really do with adding another server for SA. Right, number pad 1 for tank. And I need a keybind for this. Flip. Can I do this really quick? So if I equip this set and then import it over here. And then I need to put my chest run set back in here. Hold on, sorry guys. Taking 400 years, I apologize. Just so I can go it a little bit faster. Okay, that's good, right? And then we can press 9 to go fast, and we can press 1 to go tank. Okay, that works. That works. Okay, I'm good, 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 I'm good. Let's go. So we press 9. And then we can dash in. And then we press 1, and we can be a tank. Oh my god, it's a skeleton clubber, dude. Yo, Baggins, how does the gear set system work? The more pieces of the gear set you wear, the more bonuses you get. So it usually tells you, like when you put it on, it'll tell you how many pieces you need to wear. 2 and 4 is the bonus for that one. But different pieces have different thresholds. It's usually 2 and 4 or 3 and 5. There are a few like one-piece sets as well. Does that explain it? I don't know if I was too brief there, Kings. So you need to find the set pieces. They come from the PvP rewards track, the raid, and catacombs, which is what we're currently doing right now. And then the more pieces you wear, the more bonuses you get. Will be interesting to compare the player count this Sunday with the last one. Feels like they kind of dropped the ball with the long queues to this format. Yeah, I am worried that like with the queue system, I wonder if like Amazon not adding more servers is because they want to save money. So even though adding more servers is perhaps the correct thing to do, they're deliberately not doing it because it would be expensive and they only have a certain amount of money to allocate to New World. I really hope that's not the case. Hopefully the reason to not add more servers is because they think it would just, you know, it's better to have like a, you know, 2 absolutely full to the brim servers rather than like 4 almost full servers. Let's go. Dex has been enjoying Catacombs. Catacombs are really cool. I like them a lot. Basis says, what sound mixer are you using? This is the Go XLR. Am I gonna go 500 con tank for bosses 4, 5, and 6s, Wolfsbane? I don't think so. We're just gonna scream and run around. We definitely need to just make sure we get enough ascensions before we go for them, I think, is honestly the play. I wasn't planning to go 500 con. I think we'll just kill the bosses as we find them. And then maybe the next run we can get more adventurous and try and like do the strat where we, you know, clear out and then go back and get the bosses later on. They changed the socketed gear. I cannot add a perk to it. It was a single spot in the past. The gearing system has changed quite considerably, Memento. So new items, the way they work now, you have fixed perks, which are down at the bottom, and the fixed perks are fixed. You cannot change those. They're always fixed. And then above the fixed perks, you'll typically have a gem slot, and you'll have a few other slottable perks as well. So they call them charms. Yeah, you've got your charms and you've got your fixed perks. The charms are the little circles. They can be moved in and out. They're basically the same as gems. You remember how gems work? So you can put a gem in an item, and then if you want to overwrite it, you can, but you will lose the existing gem or the existing charm that's in the item. But yeah, fixed perks are always locked. You can't change those. Santi says, are random catacombs viable? It can work, Santi, but you are probably going to have more consistent runs when you play with a pre-made group. Hey Baggins, do you know a place where I could look for which perks to keep on equipment, says Aolin? We're going to be making a spreadsheet with that sort of stuff in the near future, Aolin. There is a YouTube video out right now from a content creator called Schmeck. If somebody wants to link that video in the chat, he made a video yesterday. It's mainly just for PvE, but there is a video that Schmeck put out about like which perks to be keeping on your gear, or what perks you want to be looking for. My plan is to just make a document and sort of rank the best perks from like S tier to sort of D tier, as a way to give you an idea of like which ones are good and which ones are bad. Hey Cinda, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, Cinda. Thank you very much, buddy. Go on, big guy. Let's go. What do you think is BIS for a VG Voidblade, says Dukel. I think, honestly, I'm pretty happy with my Void Gauntlet down here. We just got Sundering Stacks, and then we got a Charm slot, like perk slot. I think the main thing that you want is you want to have a Gem slot and 2 perk slots. So you want to have Sundering Essence and Nullifying Oblivion. Sundering Essence and Nullifying Oblivion. I think Sundering Stacks is a pretty good one to have as well. Actually, this is going to be a dead end. We're just going to end up going back the way we came there. So, right, in terms of options, I guess we go Explore down here then. that helmet from the store, says Lemon? It is, yeah. It's a store-bought helmet. It's called the Vengeful Undertaker. It's not currently available in the store right now. Cinder says, I've been all over your Discord. Can't find the tank build. So in Discord, all you need to do is go to the New World Build section. New World Build Bot, when you're in here, you just want to click on Browse PvE builds or search builds by content, then click Tank. And then once you select Tank, you can find it there. So we wanted to look for a tank for Catacombs, for example. And then it'll pop up. It's just this one here. I can take more time to like go over that like very intricately. I just want to finish this run of Catacombs first, though, if that's okay. Am I in combat? I am. Rip. Come on, let me out of combat. Thank you. Dovin, thank you so much for the 100 bits, by the way, Dovin. Great sword with Flame Attunement. Trench and crits, Trench and Strikes better than 2 offensive slots. Great sword with Flame Attunement, Trench and Strikes, Trench and crits. Dude, a great sword. Honestly, dude, any great sword with Trench and Strikes, Trench and crits, and a gem slot, that's it. Like, that's you've got your best there. If the other great sword doesn't have gem slot, Trench and Strikes, Trench and crits, just don't consider it. Great sword with Trench and Strikes, Trench and crits, gem slot, like that's the criteria. It's pretty insane. What's the best thing you can buy from the Catacomb shop? I think the overcharge boxes for DPS are fantastic. I think the elementally charged chest piece is great. So the elementally charged set box. Oh wait, these guys are struggling. Hold on, I'm coming over. I just kill these guys and then I come over and help. Oh, you guys okay? What was I saying? Elementally charged chest. Overcharged all of it. And then just buy the silver trinket boxes. The trinket boxes, because jewelry is kind of hard to come by. That would be my recommendations. But you can do Catacombs like an infinite number of times. So, you know, you spend the tokens wrong, you can just spend again. Keep going. Cinder, thank you so much for the $5, dude. Thank you, Cinder. Thank you very much, buddy. How do we join that Discord, says Nia? If you just type !Discord into Twitch chat, YouTube, just check out the description of this stream. There's a link to the Discord down there, but it's discord.gg/the Shire. Triple A says, I think if you explore first. I agree, Triple, but we're just we're not going to play super meta right now. We're just going to do a normal run, and then we'll do the explore thing. But you're right. There are going to be things that I'll do in this stream which aren't, like, perfectly optimal. You know, we might not have the perfect combination of builds. We might not make the perfect decision. A lot of the time, I'm just going to do, like, I don't want to stress about doing, like, the exact right thing. So we might play Catacombs in a suboptimal way. But for this run, we are just going to kill the bosses as we go across them, rather than, like, go through, clear out all the rooms. But again, you are very correct in that, like, if you want to be optimal with Catacombs, it's probably better to clear out and then come back to the bosses. There's been a few times in the past where that comes back and bites us on the butt, because we go and clear everything. We spend 25 minutes clearing, and then we find out there's a bug or something, and we just, like, can't progress anymore. Oh, that's not good, dude. I gotta pay more attention. This could be a wipe. Maybe. Or maybe they get enough damage. What is the way to swap stats with gear? Could you do it with multiple rolls? Yeah, so it's done with the gear sets thing, Niru. Captain Niru. When you've made your build, so you put on the armor and weapons that you want. Oh, I'm just gonna get him. No, he's so close. He's like 1 HP. Yes. Nice work, Gamjaru. You put on the weapons and your armor, and you assign your attributes as you want. And then there's a button that you can press that will, like, import your gear sets. I'll show you that in a second once we get off the ground. So yeah, set up your armor, set up your weapons, set up the attributes the way you like them. And then all you have to do is click this button here. It says import attributes and equipped items. And then the next time you go to equip that set, it'll just change over to whatever your attributes were. So I change over to here's a set that we made earlier. And now my attributes are different. My weapons are different for this particular build. Does that make sense? Boop boo, as Assault at the Grand Carnival works, says Pezda. That's good to hear. They'll probably fix that soon, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! You get that? Okay, we got that. This is just a circle. Damn. A little bit of wasted time here. So we may as well get this angel statue, then we gotta loop back around and go back to where we came from. So it must be over to the right then. A lot of dead ends in this particular catacombs. Survival potions heal less when you summon. Heal a gun that rends you. Jump further. Critical hits grant 100% crit chance. Let's go for that. I'm gonna kill these guys to get the ascend. The ascend thingy. Can I? Thank you. Zoo. Alright, here we go. This is what we wanted. Yeah, got 500 souls to spend. How do you set keybinds for different gear slots, says Zephyr? It's just in the keybinds. Go to game menu and then check out your keybinds from there. I don't know if it works on controller, I'm afraid. But settings... Actually, it does work with controller. Yeah, because you hold up on the D-pad. Yeah, just check out your settings. Keyboard and mouse bindings and control bindings. And then look for a thing that's called equip gear set. Change them up there. Sorry, Cinder says... What was this, Cinder? Got an earring with Beloved 2, Despise 2. It's actually pretty good. Right now, Beloved is not working from what I've been hearing. So it doesn't... all it does is reduce threat, but it doesn't give you the bonus damage. But Beloved 2 and... what's in there? That's just the dead end, isn't it? Yeah. Beloved 2 and Despise 2 just makes you do bonus damage to taunted foes. So whenever your tank taunts something, you can just do like a 10 of extra damage, which is not bad. Not bad at all. For life staff, minimum you want Savior 2, 1 skill slot, 1 gem slot. Yeah, that would be the minimum. Yeah, anything less than that would just be poo-poo, I would say. Is this just gonna... take us back around in a circle? Oh no, there is multiple ways around here. Ooh, there's a chest over there. Oh, rip. Oh, come on. We made it. Which way? 5 respawns left. Guess we'll try this. What weapons and armor would you recommend for leveling, says Ultimate? I know, I say this every time, I know it's the cheesy answer, but you really should just play with the weapons that you find fun. While you're leveling up, I would encourage you to try a bunch of different weapons. But if you must, if you're like, Baggins, that's not good enough, I need a straight answer, just tell me, what should I play? Play Spear and Hatchet. Yeah, but realistically, the weapons that you play, especially when you level up, you should really just play what you find fun. Alright, what we got here? How much time? We got 13 minutes left. Critical damage when you hit. Summon a skull. Your hits deal 20% less damage, but constantly heal allies. Not too bad. Should I salvage gear with no gems, says Bendy? Yes. Other than amulets. Amulets I think you hold on to if they have good perks in them. So if you've got an amulet with like strike protection, slash protection, thrust protection, but it has no gem slot, I still think you keep it. But pretty much everything else, if it doesn't have a gem slot, I'd say salvage it. I literally just downloaded the game. Why do I keep getting kicked from expeditions before they even start? I'm level 60. Maybe people are voting to abandon the expedition. That could be it, Happy Corgi. So unfortunately, when you queue for expeditions, some of them are more desirable than others. There's a system in the game where you can queue for random... Wait. Did we get the lever? Okay, hold on. We'll go this way now. Did we get the lever? I guess we did. I don't see it. Hopefully we get it. There's a system where you can randomly queue for expeditions, and it's to incentivize max level players to go back and do the lower level expeditions. Even though we're level 70, you might still want to do a level 35 expedition. Oh no, this thing. Rip, dude. Do I ever lost anything? This boss sucks. Yeah, it's to incentivize like high level players to go do low level dungeons. Let's just go for it. Let's just send it. Let's go. I believe. We go. Just good luck. I might need to stop yapping and focus on the gameplay for a second here, chat. I'll try and finish what I was saying, though. Just finish that train of thought. Players will do low-level expeditions just as a way to get their dailies complete, because you get daily gold for doing expeditions. So what you might be seeing is that there's players who are just doing them to get their dailies. But unfortunately, there's a couple of expeditions which just take a really long time to complete. One of which is Tempest Heart. So what might be happening is you're getting Tempest Heart, and then players are just voting to abandon it because they don't want to run that really long dungeon. They'd rather do one of the shorter ones because you get the same amount of gold no matter how, like whatever the length of the dungeon is. So that could be what's going on there. I doubt they're actually kicking you. They're probably just voting to abandon. If I had to guess. Nearly dead. Nice. We got up. Okay, 10 minutes left. That was the third boss, right? Yeah, we could maybe get another one. That'd be nice. 4 bosses. Unless it's over there, we should still be good to keep going. Another Greatsword Artifact Grace. Yeah, there's 3 Artifact Greatswords. Crescent's Wave, Serenity, and Grace. Crescent's Wave is still your go-to Greatsword in PvP. It did get a bit of a nerf because it doesn't have a gem slot. Grace is good for just like zooming around the map if you want to get movement speed. Sorry, I'm checking to see if we can find the hidden room by interacting with the torches. I want to find that hidden room for the Catacombs card. I hate that boss, says Cinder. Yeah, she does. She does suck, literally. Oh no, I'm in combat. I'm in combat. I'm in combat. I'm in combat. I can't switch to my tank build. I'm sorry. I'm in combat. I'm still in combat. I'm still in combat. I'm still in combat. All right, I switched. Sorry, team. That's bad. I can kill these. It's going to take a while, though. I might be lying. I might not be able to kill them. This brute's going to hit me so hard. It might be best for one of you just to res and then run back in, because it's going to take so long for me to kill these. We don't want to use both of our respawns. All right, so yeah, Gamgee can run back in and then pick up Sukat. Sorry, it's because I changed gear sets just to use my abilities to get in, but then I get hit with the flamethrower, instantly put me in combat, so I couldn't change my gear set again. Yeah, goddamn, I'm getting hit real hard now, dude. King's Rock says, is chest runs still a thing? They are, if you want to do them. They're optional. Once upon a time, chest runs were the only way you got gear. Now you can get gear from what I'm doing right now, from dungeons, from PvP. This is going downhill fast, dude. All right, That's a lot of respawns. We can't afford to use any more respawns. Let me just go in and just like hold block. I doubt I'm gonna be able to get another res off here. We've only got 3 respawns left. Try and get Sukat if I can. Nope. I'm not gonna be able to do this. Sorry, friends. Maybe you can get this. Okay, right. Well, we have 8 minutes left on the clock. This is gonna take me a while because I don't do much damage. I would yeah, okay, I was gonna... Oh my god, dude! We're good. We've lost all our respawns, dude. That's it. Wait for me! 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 I'm taunting. Right, go get Gamgee. 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 Oh, you're all alive. Okay. Taunting. Right, sorry, chat. No more reading messages. I gotta lock in. I gotta focus. Sorry, guys. We literally have no respawns left. I don't think we can do another boss. That's such a big shame. We shouldn't have lost so many respawns there. I don't think we can do another boss. Maybe we'll get rewarded with the card here at least. Catacombs card, please. No, just... Oh, an explorer's chest. Wow. I actually think we have to extract now. If we wipe on the next boss, it's over. That sucks so much to lose so many lives on that one guy there. I'm just gonna look for the Catacombs card. I think doing another boss would just be throwing the run. Let's just take these 6 minutes to look for the card. Super unfortunate, man. Super unfortunate. Ay. Yeah, I've never seen that chest before. We got a sword out of it. It's not that good. Gonna have to do this. When are you gonna upload the Sword and Shield Greatsword tank build? Just check out the tank video from yesterday. We cover like what we would put on the Greatsword and stuff. If you check out the tank video on YouTube yesterday, we covered this build and a bunch of other tank builds as well. Yeah, I have seen I've seen on Reddit somebody got the Arcana Catacombs card. So the tech is you kill 3 bosses, and then after you've killed 3 bosses, you have a chance to just see it around, I believe is what I've heard, in like secret rooms and stuff. So you gotta kill 3 bosses or more, and then you can start just like flipping these torches if you can find them, and it can open secret rooms. Haunted. On the summoner. Any secrets? Secret? No. Is the tarot card or something extra? It's just a tarot card, yeah. It's one of the tarot. The final. It's the Hermit tarot card from Catacombs. Is there any way for me to preview sets where I can have a look at it, says Gizmo? Yes, there's a website which has tons of information like that. It's newworlddatabase.info. nwdb.info, Gizmo. Kraus says, is Grace any good? I would only use Grace as like a speedrun sword. So what I did earlier, which just led to a terrible, like just absolutely killed the run, is because I switched the gear set. But you can switch to Grace, use a red ability like Relentless Rush, and then you'll have like movement speed for the next 5-6 seconds or whatever. So you can use Grace in that capacity. That's one thing you can do with Grace, where you switch and you use abilities. And then you'll zoom around the map faster. Oh my god, this brute just hits so hard. I'm standing in fire or something, I'm sorry. Maybe now? No, still fire there. How long we got? 2 minutes? Okay, we're gonna have to think about extracting after this. Yeah, let's just go back and extract. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Is it worth going to find all the memory fragments, says Jack? If you want a nice skin in the game, it's, yeah. There's like a bundle of skins that you can get by collecting all the memory fragments. Just, I think that's the main value. It depends how much you care about the skins in the game. Is it possible to get Old Crown outside of the PvP rewards track, says Scotty? No, it's PvP rewards track only for it, I'm afraid, Scotty. Devlin says, hey Baggins, what's a good leveling build? Last time I leveled up, I played with Lifestaff and Void Gauntlet. I found that very enjoyable. But honestly, we said this earlier, that the best leveling build is the one that you enjoy, Devlin. Whatever weapons you find fun. Spear is a fantastic weapon. Greatsword is really good for solo. Hatchet's not bad as well. Just kind of just depend what you want to do. I just got a great axe with Vicious. Keenly empowered, Trenchant Rend, life-stealing plague crits. No gem slot though, right, Gedab? Unlucky. Alright, here we go. We can't die here. We cannot die though. Okay, everybody stay alive. Just gonna try and run around and get aggro on things. Oh, Baggins, you gotta land that shield rush. Oh, I'm trying. Get the taunt. Alright, we can extract, right? Let's just get out of here. Okay, that was 4 bosses. Could have been 5. But the flub on the... Alright, I just gotta not swap gear sets if I'm too close to a boss room or whatever. 5 mythic crowns. Yeah, it could have been like 10 or more. Hov says, is this a sandbox game? No, not really, Hovd. Once upon a time, a long time ago it was, but I'd call it more of just a theme park MMO these days. Now that weapons dual skill choice for leveling is abundant, says Dex. Wait, and what was the context for this? Haven't played Eternum, haven't played since Eternum, what should I do, says Hotboxes. 2 choices, Hotboxes, depends which one you would prefer. My default advice for people who are coming back to the game after an extended break is to level up a new character. It's just a really good way to just re-jog your memory and get yourself back into the game. So that's my standard advice. Level up a new character, play through the main storyline. But if you're like not interested in that, you just want to like, Baggins, I just want to do the new stuff. If you're level 65, just hop in on your character. You can pick up a quest down here at the bottom. Talk to Morgane and she'll take you into Nighthaven. And just play through the Nighthaven content. I'll get you to 70. The zone's pretty cool. That's what I would recommend. Gamgee says swapping is fine. It's when you're too busy chatting to run into a mob. It was the flamethrower. The flamethrower put me in combat. If it wasn't for the flamethrower, it would have been okay. Do you guys want to try again? Gamgee? Amazix? This time we'll avoid the bosses. We'll try and clear out everything, and then we'll go for a boss run at the end. Still fall with unoptimal the split method at doing runs with catacombs experience for me. What's this? What? Aqua? Baggins, please take a look at the axe. It's no gem slot, I think, dude. No gem slot. No gem slot. Is rip, sorry. Yeah, dude. Outside of that, it's okay. Well, double defense slot as well. The perk's pretty fun. We got one of those earlier. It's like the Whirlwind Great Axe. That was 3 bosses? I thought that was 4. Was it only 3? I thought we did 4 bosses there. How can a Fire Staff Fire Staff mastery for PvP? Probably somewhat similar to this. You would maybe consider taking some of these ultimates up here just to get mana or cooldown reduction. And probably pick up the Runes of Helios. So you would drop... What would I drop for the Runes of Helios? I'd probably just drop the either the Catch or Austin's Advantage and pick up the Runes of Helios. Probably don't need combat speed. It's okay. Similar to that though, is what I would use in PvP. Baggins, healer catacomb, just not a good idea. Healers just don't do enough damage, unfortunately. Again, just play what you find fun. And it's not as if you're going to have a bad run of catacombs if you play a healer. But if you want to consistently get those like 6 boss kill runs, I think going double DPS and a tank has been the better experience for me. Double DPS tank. If you want to see my tank build, friends, just check out the latest YouTube video. We uploaded a video yesterday. Video announcements. Here it is. Tank build plus guide for New World Season 10. In here we go over the build that I'm currently using. What's going on, friends? Welcome. Attributes, weapon mastery, gear, artifacts, where to get the gear. It's all in here. If you want to really help out the stream, like it, dropping a like, leaving a comment, just saying thanks, Baggins. Something like that does help out a lot. Yeah, we were just playing artifacts, unmoved, the wit, and blood drinker. Got the old despised regen earring. Stone form, heavy armor, and right now we're using old shield, new shield combo. Yeah, let's do it, Tokyo. Let's go, dude. Will you do a DPS guide? I will, Kubak. Yeah, that's gonna be next up on the list. DPS. Right, I'm gonna get consumables for this next run. And we need to figure out what we're going to spend our catacomb tokens on at some point as well. Is Lifesteal Tank a thing, says Token Joe? Yeah, absolutely. You would kind of say this is Lifesteal Tank right now. We got Blood Drinker. We got Lifestealer's Draft in the helmet. Oh, I didn't actually switch over to the new helmet. Let's try that. Yeah, I think Lifesteal Tank is definitely a concept. Desert Sunrise. Baggins, rate this chest where 1 out of 10 says Austin. Alright, buddy. I've got slash conditioning and thrust conditioning, 2 defense slots, 1 gem slot. Is this a heavy, medium, or light chest, Austin? Alright, are we good to go? So we popped Desert Sunrise. I want to get Lost... Oh, we do have a Lost Ward coating. That's nice. Better pair of gloves, realistically. We don't have any heavy gloves in here, do we, right? This is like the 3rd time I've looked in the storage shed for gloves and never found any. No, we don't have anything. I wonder if... No, did I get rid of all of them? I did. I was wondering if maybe rocking an old pair of gloves would be a good idea for the old enchanter board till we get a nice pair of heavy gloves. Mr. Baggins, what perk applies silence? Where was this question? From Sketchy? That's the Stifling set, which comes from the PvP rewards track. PvP reward track Stifling set. Heavy armor, gloves, 730 gear score with a gem slot. Is anybody selling anything here? What's the best consumable for Catacombs? Lost Ward? Yeah, if you... I mean, there is a good abundance of lost enemies. They're not all lost. Like, you will see, like, all kinds of enemies in Catacombs, but there is a good chunk of lost. So, Lost Ward Potion, Lost Coating is not a bad idea. Are these worth picking up? Don't get any charm slots. These kind of all suck. That's the first good pair of gloves. But 45,000 gold. Tell you what. Hold on, I'm gonna queue us up in a second. Just want to try something real quick. What can I get Inferno, says Mr. Green Hat. Inferno drops from Mutated Empyrean Forge. So, which is in the cycle, right? Is Empyrean Forge in the cycle, or was that last week? It is not, I'm lying to you. Yeah, Empyrean Forge, you'd have to do the mutated version. Get it to drop there. Yo, MM, what's going on? Just get back. Do you recommend starting a new character? If it's been like more than 1-2 years since you last played the game, then I do typically recommend making a new character, yeah. Right, I'm gonna go Catacombs Gloves Cache. I'm gonna get 5 of these. I'm just gonna hope that there's a good pair of gloves in here. Here we go. Good gloves. Good gloves would be like conditioning, prolonged favor. We need a gem slot as well, so no gem and slot in those. Pretty bad. Gem slot in that one, slash and abyssal. That's good. Okay, that's good. It's a good start. Can we get anything better? Alright, whatever. Those are good enough. Where were they? Put these on. Salvage the rest. Attach charm, gem, this one. Put a leeching in there. Okay, we're good. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Are you planning to try Fellowships as Laughing Coffin? We already played it in the beta, and I'm sure the game's gotten better since the beta, but I just didn't really enjoy it that much. Just the overall concept of the game wasn't really for me. So I don't think I'm going to enjoy it too much now either, sadly. Cinder says, before your tank build came out, everybody said the Tenacity set was best. So, with the tank guides and with the YouTube videos, I don't know if we mentioned it at the end of it, but we did mention it in the healer video. One of the things that I've been trying to do with my build guides is have like a beginner version and an advanced version. And with the beginner version, I'm trying to stay away from recommending set bonus gear unless it's really easy to get. So I think the Tenacity set or things like the Focus set, they are good. You definitely want to go for them, but they're going to be trickier to get your hands on as a new player. But the Tenacity set is going to be really good for a tank when you can get your hand on it, Cinder. But it's just getting it from... It's like, how would you play as a tank build before you have the set bonus? And that's what like the video was trying to explain. Because I think if I just say like, yeah guys, so if you want to be a tank, you just need to go do the raid and do the PvP rewards track and get this set bonus stuff. You see what I'm saying? It feels like it would be a bit mean to recommend like gear that is really difficult to get your hands on. Yo, Kabatu says, is hammer or greatsword better for tank? They both have very strong pros and cons to them. Kabato. So one of the things that's really nice about the hammer is it's fantastic for applying Rend. There's a really good debuff you can apply to enemies in the game called Rend. So heavy melee attacks apply Rend, Sundering Shockwave inflicts Rend, and then also over here you have Armor Breaker, which applies Rend. So I've got a 30% Rend there. If I do a heavy attack with the Warhammer, we have an 18% Rend, and then we have a 15% Rend. So we're looking at over a 60% Rend there. Is that like a 68% Rend or something crazy? So that's reducing the enemy's armor by 68%, which is really good, because then everybody's going to hit them considerably harder. What I find though with Catacombs and stuff is as you move further into this, the enemies get increasingly harder, and you need that greatsword to stay alive. So with clumps of enemies like this is where greatsword shines, because it's very fast, very versatile. You can be attacking and blocking at the same time. And then when it comes to a single target enemy, I like to use sword and shield. So single target sword and shield, groups of enemies we use greatsword. But Warhammer with sword and shield is like the iconic tank build, and that would be the best specifically just for a boss fight. Specifically when you're fighting bosses, I think sword and shield Warhammer just to rend the boss and make them take more damage is really, really good. Right, so this time around we're gonna try and not kill bosses until later on. We're gonna like clear out the trash and then go back for the bosses if we can. Unless the boss is the big suck lady, because she's miserable. We'll just kill her fast. Have you tried medium tanking, says Ugly? We have in the past, yeah. Not since the Night Haven update. Whoop. Can somebody help me? I'm trying to sell on the trading post, but I keep getting an error. Settlement storage is full. You gotta go to your storage shed and just empty out some space, Meadland. Move some stuff from the storage shed that's in that settlement to another location. What's better, Serenity or Crescent's Wave, says Wit? Probably Crescent's Wave these days. Crescent's Wave in PvP, that's for sure anyway. Wit. Aaron says, Baggins, I got a Great Axe. It's got 3 offensive slots, but no gem slot. Trenchant Ren, Trenchant Crits. Yeah, so Great Axe... What I would say with Great Axe is it's a weapon where, you can use Great Axe just as your secondary. So you switch to it, you use it for movement, you use it for, like, clumping up the enemy, and then you switch over to your main weapon. So Great Axe in the capacity that it's mainly a utility weapon rather than a DPS weapon, certainly in PvE, you could play Great Axe without a gem slot. If you just want to use it for, like, you know, clumping up the enemies and then switching over. Using it as a stat stick effectively. I think that's viable. Commandos hit really, really hard. Oh no. Come on, just die. Goodness. We want to get this lever and just see what the boss is, don't we? No, in fact, we can just come back for the boss. We'll do it later on. Is Blood Drinker the only ring option? No, you can get Elemental Band as your ring as well. It comes from the Hive of Gorgons raid though, so it's a bit tricky to get. Yeah, Artifact Ring, you have Elemental Band, and you have Blood Drinker. Why didn't you have Sword and Shield Greatsword written up? It's in works, Rusty. It's just in the works. There's only been like a limited amount of time that we've been like... all I can say is from this week onwards, we're spending less time streaming and more time just adding builds into Discord. But I try my best to not rush through the builds and just say like this, yep, that's good. I try to like really think about it, look at the slots. I just don't want to rush any builds out. And even then, I think like when we put the builds out, there's still something that I'm like, actually, I don't think that perk is good. Or maybe we should use this artifact instead, or this combination. But I just think that leads to a lot of frustration. If somebody's like, Baggins, I followed your build guide, and yet, like, you've missed this big, glaringly obvious thing. I'm like, man, I'm sorry. I just, you know, this is what comes, like, if I rush something, I'm gonna get it wrong. So, with the builds, I wanna get the perks for the build. I wanna play around with it. I wanna see what's good, what's bad. I wanna play with different iterations, and then make the build guide afterwards. So I'm trying to go for a quality over quantity when it comes to the builds. But it does mean they're just going to be a little bit slower to get out on Discord. But hopefully it means when they're there, they will be like, you know, I'll be pretty confident in recommending them. What do you pair with Great Axe with, says Oxy? In PvP, the Great Axe is historically always played with a Warhammer, Great Axe Warhammer. It's also very fun to play with Sword and Shield for like chasing people down. In PvE, a Great Axe is pretty much just used as a secondary weapon to clump enemies up. Weapons that care about enemies being clumped up would include hatchet, greatsword, spear. Although technically any other weapon also works. Taunts. Is the overcharge set good for DPS PvP, says Cinder? No, not that good, because you lose your overcharge stacks. You lose your overcharge stacks every time you take damage, and you're going to be taking damage pretty often in PvP. I think overcharge works better in PvE because your tank will hopefully be taking the damage for you, so you can hold on to your stacks better. But it's I feel like it's a little bit harder to get value out of overcharge in PvP. Dude. How many Umbral Crystals can I hold at one time? 4,000 is the maximum number of Umbral Crystals you'll have on you. Grizzin. Kama says, anyone know where you get the card for the chest in the back of the Tower of the Sun? I can't remember what symbol's on them. Does anybody know what the cards are in the Tower of the Sun chests? It's probably the sun symbol, actually, wouldn't it? The Sun Tower chest is the Hermit. Is it? Oh, so you need to do Catacombs? Wait, but I opened them this morning, and I don't have the Catacombs card. Are you sure about that one, Takaroni? Alright, we found 2 bosses so far. DOS bosses. And we've explored everywhere, so I think we might need to kill them because we're just gonna, it's gonna take all the way, it's gonna take a long time to get back to that boss. We might need to kill that first boss there, unfortunately. Running back to get to it's gonna take a long time. I think we can skip this, Gamgee. I think we don't need to do it, actually. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a long way to get back to that boss, so we might need to just go do that right now, actually. Unless we leave it till last. Yeah, maybe we could do it last. It's gonna take 10 minutes to run back there, that's the only problem. I got a spear that has an offensive slot, a defensive slot, and incendering stacks. Even though it doesn't have a skill slot, it's okay to put the skill on the armor. Yeah, skills are more powerful when you put them on the weapon, so you will eventually get a better spear than that, but it's good perks for now. Like, it's not like N2 and Sundering Stacks 2 with a gem slot is a very desirable spear. But it's probably going to be a while until, like, the RNG machine spews out something better than that for you. Alright, Fire Lady's over here. Do with an ascension pretty badly. Trent over on Twitch chat says, your streams are incredible, genuinely admire your talent and vibe. Hey, thank you, Trent. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Alright, what's the play here? We've got 2 bosses so far. I think, looking at the linear path of this, I think we should go and kill these 2 bosses. We got 1 boss here and 1 boss there, and then the rest of them are going to be down here. So I think we should kill these and then move through. I think we kill these and move on through. Oh, wait, I didn't think that's going to start it. No, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. Ah, I forgot. I'm just not paying attention. I'm just going to die. I'm just going to die. That's my bad. 100% on me. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. Sorry, everybody. Please, just kill me, please. I'm sorry. Please. Come on. It takes so long to solo a chat. I know you guys are saying solo, but we'll just be wasting 5 minutes of me trying to solo with my tank build. That's sorry. Sorry, everybody. Too busy yapping. Not enough time spent playing. I gotta yap a little bit less and play the game a bit more in situations like this. No, don't run in though, please, please. Don't make the same mistake I did. Right, go, go, go. We all in? We all in? We're in. Okay, let's go. Taunts. Switch to sword and shield. Shield rush for the weaken. Upheaval, big damage. Block that. Back to sword. Back to greatsword. We're gonna go red mode greatsword, big damage. Wait for this. Haven't played this game since Brimstone Sands. Would it be better to start a new character? It would, Smee, yeah. You'll get to experience all of the new leveling stuff, which is much better than it used to be. I think I would strongly recommend making a new character. Smee, if you haven't played since Brimstone. That was a while ago. 2022. Trying to pump some damage. Gonna have to move out of the way of that one real quick. Move back in. Nearly dead. Okay, cool, 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 cool. And then we get this. And we'll switch over to this. Right, we go up, kill this boss, because we're going to have to backtrack for it anyway. It's such a long backtrack for one boss. That sucks that the pathing is like this, but what can you do? So we're going to go all the way up here, then all the way back down again. Genuinely wasting about 5 minutes to get all the way up there. Kill that boss, then go all the way, because there's no other way around. Like, the only way we're getting to this boss. That's like one of the disadvantages, I guess, of like killing enemies and then killing bosses last, is you have situations like this. How to get the builds and skills for this item? I mean, maybe we should have killed this boss last. Yeah, we should have just killed this boss last. And then this could be the end of the run. That would be one day what we would... Yeah. Yeah, we should have just killed this boss last. Mistakes are made, dude. Well, we've already committed to it now. Because if this was the end of the run, then we wouldn't need to backtrack. I haven't played since Brimstone as well. What's the reason for starting a new character, says Ungs? They fully redid the leveling experience. Leveling is a lot better now. It's way better than it used to be. They added new characters, new storylines, new voice lines, cutscenes. Also, I usually find people tell me, Baggins, I haven't played New World since 2021, 2022. I just opened up my inventory and I had a heart attack. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to go. I don't know what any of these materials are. Help. And my advice is just make a new character. You don't need to delete that old character. It's still going to be there if you want to go back to it. But as a way to re-jog your memory, as a way to like remember where you are and what you're doing, make a new character. That's why we recommend the new character. Right, we got Kurok here, and then we're gonna have to go all the way back down and find more over here. Well, hopefully this will be at least 3 bosses. Where in Discord can I find the build, says Fearless? It's just under the section called New World Build Bot. It's under the New World category. Alright, let's go. What do we get the quest for the Heart Rune? It's in Brimstone Sands. You can unlock your Heart Rune slot in Brimstone Sands. The quest is called Secrets of the Heart Rune. Oh god. Nice. Oh, that was pretty fast at least. Good. Alright, let's go. And now we gotta go all the way back around again. So we go left and then left again. Anyone know what sets the farm for on this week's mutation rotation, says Rookie? There is an ice gauntlet you can get from Glacial Tarn. It's okay. It's called Deep Freeze. And then what else is there? Ennead has a Tower Shield, and Genesis. None of them are really, like, must-haves, in my opinion. There's no artifacts like, oh, you have to get that, otherwise you're going to be massively losing out. Nothing like Inferno or Blood Drinker or, like, an absolutely build-defining artifact. They're all kind of, like, I don't know, C, maybe B tier artifacts. There's a tank artifact called the Wall, which you might want to pick up. Get the Wall from running Ennead. Drops from the final boss. In your tank build, everything was 780. I just didn't want to recommend in the... So, with the tank build, and this is going to be the same with all builds, we're going to have a beginner version and an advanced version. With the advanced version, it's going to be the best possible gear, and you upgrade to 800. The reason why we're saying that you only upgrade to 780 is at some point down the line, you'll be upgrading and replacing that gear. So I didn't want to recommend that you upgrade everything to 800 with the knowledge that it's not going to be the best possible stuff and you will replace it at some point. If you want to upgrade your gear to 800, absolutely go for it. But the reason why in the build guides we only have 780 is like that's the point where you get the most bang for your buck. So it's economical with
38. Let's go circle Y.
With the amount of like umbral crystals you need to spend versus how strong the item becomes. That's why we do the 780 thing in the build guides. Which way? This way, right? Did we miss something? Oh. We've only got 2 bosses, right? So this won't be the Arcana card, will it? Yeah, just the chest. Trick! Hello, Mr. Trick. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for the 38 months, Mr. Trick. Thank you, good sir. How you doing, buddy? Alright, man, I'm all over the place. There's so much stuff I miss in chat these days. Terrible streamer. Between YouTube and Twitch and playing the game, I don't know. My brain's just gone. How's it going, Trickaroo? Have you had any, Trick, have you seen the focus set from the PvP rewards track? Chat's like, back in zone, I don't think it appears, but I think it does. Let's skip this, actually. Let's skip if we can, guys, because we don't need these. It's just a dead end. Trying to run if I can. Trying to run. Trying to get up. I don't want you guys to die, because I don't have aggro, but... That's just a dead end, and we just want to find bosses, and we've only got 10 minutes. Is this game worth playing, says BK? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm biased, but I would say for sure. I got the focus set from the raid? No, it only comes from the PvP rewards track. Maybe thinking about the protected set? I haven't seen one set thing. Stifling set. It does seem like the set bonuses are like the new artifacts, you know? Back in the day, getting artifacts from the PvP rewards track was miserable, and now it's like set bonuses instead. Alright, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 2 bosses. Can we get another 3 bosses in 10 minutes, chat? Oh, looks like we might have gone the wrong way and missed the boss over there. Unlucky. Is this a dead end? No. Survival potion, sacred ground no longer heals, blocking 3 attacks, allies heal from the damage you're hitting an enemy. Let's go for that thing, I guess. Where do I get better gear, says Hotboxes? Everywhere, man. I know this sounds like a lame answer, but you honestly think about any content in the game and you'll probably be able to get gear from it. What I'm doing right now, Catacombs, fantastic. Chest runs, just sitting at the Tower of the Sun. Mutated dungeons, the PvP rewards track, Outpost rush boxes, 3v3 arena boxes. You just pick your poison, you can get gear from it. If you want a high quantity of loot in a short amount of time, chest runs are pretty effective though. I think an answer that people want, which I can't give you because it's not a thing. They want to know, like, Baggins, I want to go somewhere where I can specifically get tank gear. Where do I get the best tank gear from? It doesn't really exist. There's not like a dedicated farm spots for specific items. The loot in the game right now is like generally more homogenized. So you get all kinds of items from all kinds of locations. What I would do, just to give myself a little cheeky self-plug here, check out the latest video we uploaded on YouTube. So it's this one here. It's the tank build guide. So exclamation mark YouTube in the Twitch chat. At the end, we have this section here you can go to. It's 35 minutes 38 into the video. We talk about where to get good items and gear. In the context of a tank, but in the context of everything else as well. So check out that video. Exclamation mark YouTube in the Twitch chat. YouTube, you guys are already there. That video, and in the healer video, we talk about where to get good items and we show some locations. Aren't drops based on your current gear? Yes, but like I say, it doesn't matter where you go. Like, there's no specific one spot that you should go for gear, really. What you're wearing is important, but where you go is not important. Is Frigid Dawn not that good for a tank build anymore? It's taken quite a bit of a hit, Blue-Eyed, yeah, because you can't get like all the defense charm slots and stuff. You can't get the sacrificial empowerment, the prolonged favor. They've kind of rotated out Frigid Dawn. Leaf, thank you so much for the 27 months with the Prime. Thank you, Leaf. Thank you very much, buddy. I'm just gonna... I probably won't be able to get the res. She's gonna keep attacking me. But I'll just try and pump some damage here. We've got 7 minutes left. Oh my god, I gotta get out of this thing! Holy flip. Where do I do chest runs, says Hotboxes? I'll show you after this game, because I can't do it in all this chaos right now. I gotta give the game a little bit of attention. But if you look at the recruitment chat, it's usually the yellow chat in-game. People are always typing plus or X, and then there's a word after it. So like plus or X Merc, plus or X Wall, plus or X Helio, plus or X CK. Just mimic what people are doing. Type that exact same thing, and you'll very likely get an invite into a group. Once you're invited into the group, you can open up the map and check where they are, and just go to that location. And then you just follow them and do what they do. That is a chest run. Game says receive the Twitch reward, says Shep. So you need to make sure you claim it. Oh, no, if it's telling you in-game, then there's 2 Twitch rewards you're getting right now. One is a bundle of items. If you want to claim the bundle, you need to go to game menu up in the top right. And then it's external rewards. That's how to get the box of loot. The other one is just a skin, and that's automatically added to your skin library. So whenever you go to change your skin, if you just look for a set called the Fallen Spirit, you'll just automatically see that one there. Alright, we've got 5 minutes left. 8 respawns, pretty good. Gotta kill this guy here. What artifact trinket would you recommend for DPS Greatsword? There isn't really any artifact jewelry you need for a DPS greatsword. If you're playing solo or you're doing catacombs, you might want to consider running Blood Drinker, your artifact ring, Zach. But if you just want to pump damage, there isn't really any artifact jewelry you need. You wouldn't want to go Ankh, you wouldn't want Lost Stopwatch, you wouldn't want Phoenix. Endless Thirst isn't even really that good in PvE. There's no refreshment on it, no refreshing move. Justice is also like, Elemental Bands. Don't particularly need that one. There's no jewelry that you particularly need for that. Greatsword DPS in PvE. All Day, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, All Day. Thank you, All Day, for the Twitch Prime. We don't really even need to kill this, do we? I gotta get better at like recognizing that we don't need to clear these. It's wasting time right now. Can you roll refreshment and refreshing move? Yes, there's earrings from the PvP rewards track that have that. The Insurmountable earring and the Thaumaturge's earring. So the 2 set bonus earrings have they have that combination. Yeah, maybe we could get the card if we clear this portal. You might be right, actually. That would be nice. Upgrading artifacts to 725 bugs. If you want to upgrade an artifact in terms of gear score, just select it and go upgrade. Upgrading at the Gypsum Kiln is simply just the process of unlocking a perk. It doesn't upgrade the gear score. Oh, come on. Come on, give me the card. Rip. It's another one of those chests. Special chest. Longsword, greatsword. Anything good? No. 3 minutes left. We're gonna have to extract, aren't we? Yeah, this is just a circle. I mean, no, that doesn't look like this would be anything either. Alright. I guess we just go extract. So how many bosses was this? 1, 2, 3. Pretty bad. Only 3 boss run. Unlucky, dude. It was kind of rough having that boss there and then the next one all the way down there. Kubak says, where do you get Blood Drinker Baggins? Blood Drinker comes from mutated Starstone Bearers, which is not currently in the mutation cycle right now. So technically you can't get it this week. You have to wait for mutated Starstone Bearers to pop up again. Is Blood Drink Abyss for this tank build? I think so, Draketh, yeah. I mean, if you've got somebody healing you with a life staff, then you don't need it. But double DPS tank, and the tank has Blood Drinker, and honestly, even the DPS have Blood Drinker. It's just good. You sacrifice a little bit of damage, but then you make up the damage by using the Ascension thing. Every time you ascend, you get damage increase. So, all right, let's go. Best place to have your main home, it says Dummy Talented. It's just, honestly, these days, Dummy, it's kind of down to whatever you like visually. I've always, like, been an advocate for having a house in Windsward, because it's just, like, that's my nostalgia location. But, yeah, I mean, you get a house in Nighthaven, right? It's the new zone. I like having a house in Cutlass Keys because I think the crafting layout on Cutlass Keys is good. And it used to be a good place because it's the only place with a Well of Fortune, but that doesn't really matter anymore. What gem should I put on my ring? Just go Cut Pristine Opal Gem. That's what I would go for, GNS. Let's go. Is Justice any good? It's okay, Silver. I don't think Justice is like BIS for any build, but it's okay. Jockilla says you didn't list Lifestealer's Draft on the armor perk tier list. The armor perk tier list is not updated with any of the new perks right now, I'm afraid. It's still not up to date. We still, like, when you go into that, so if we go to, where is it? The best gear in New World Eternum Nighthaven. You go to these spreadsheets. We don't have any of the new perks on here yet, I'm sorry. It's just a work in progress. Void Gauntlet, which is also a big threat in PvP, so this would be a pretty good item for PvP. It's also got 3 offensive slots, which is kind of... Hasit is okay, but again, it's not the best life staff. I think the artifact perk on Hasit is just a little bit too clunky to make use of. Alright, I think that's a couple Catacombs runs. We'll do some later on. Shame we couldn't get past 4 bosses, but it is what it is. We'll take a little break, do another chest run, and then I think we need to go back to the PvP rewards track for trying to get the focus set. Trying to get that healer set from the PvP rewards track. Which chest runs do I have left to do? We need to do Siren, and we need to do... just Arch, I think, right? Siren and Arch. I've done Cutlass Keys. I've done Merc God. Well, no, we haven't done Imperial Palace. We need to do Imperial Palace as well. How's Flail Tank or even Void DPS? Flail Tank's strong. Yeah, it's good. The only downside of Flail Tank is sometimes your healer will play with a flail, and I think just having one flail on your party is usually good enough. The same with Void Gauntlet. Like, healer is typically going to play Life Staff and a Flail, or Life Staff and a Void Gauntlet. And, like, Void Gauntlet and Flail are excellent weapons, but one of is usually good enough. And the reason why I say that is the buffs don't stack. So if you have a Void Gauntlet that's playing with Oblivion, you just get one Oblivion down on the ground. You don't need 2 Oblivions. They don't stack on top of each other. So usually one is good enough. That's why. But Flail tanking is a lot of fun and is definitely effective. If you're the only person playing with Flail, then it's good. I haven't upgraded my Wit at the kiln yet. I'm not going to get the gem slot in it now. I don't know which perk unlocks at the Gypsum Kiln. So there's like, you have to kill the big monster, you have to kill some chameleons, and you have to kill something else. And then the other one is upgrade it at the Gypsum Kiln. Upgrading the Gypsum Kiln will unlock one of these, but I don't know which one it is. Probably Sundering Stacks at the gem slot. Is this game fun for a PvE player? Yeah, I would say so, Metroids. Yeah, I think there's a lot of PvE in the game right now. Himothy says, if I skip an artifact on the PvP rewards track, will it come back around? It will, yeah, Himothy. Sometimes there are so many people at Siren that you cannot enter. Whoa, is there still... that's still a thing? This set that I'm using right now, chat, transmog-wise, it's called the Inquisitors something. Not the Inquisitors, Tribunal Reps. You get it from a quest, actually. The chess piece is from a quest. And then we've just dyed it black. The quest is called Whisper of Old. You get the Whisper of Old quest automatically after you finish the main storyline in Nighthaven. And then just once you do the Whisper of Old, you then get the first trial, the second trial, the third trial. They involve fighting like the fiery angel corrupted things. Complete that and you'll get the skin set. The one piece that's not from the set is the helmet. The helmet is the Vengeful Undertaker's Cowl, which is a store-bought skin. So this you have to pay money for from the in-game store. But even then, it's not actually on the store. But there are some other pieces that go pretty well with it. I think that honestly looks okay, actually, if we wanted to rock that. Interesting. Doo-doo-boo-boo. Right, chat. I am going to go feed the doggo. And then we're going to do some PvP or a chest run. Whichever one we feel like. PvP we need to do because we need to level up the PvP rewards track so we can try and get some of the set bonus stuff. I did not find a bow build. The only bow build we have right now is Rapier Bow, but it's more of a Rapier build. Again, chat, we're just in the process of adding more builds to this. All I can say is give me time and we'll eventually have a lot of builds in here. For now, the only build that has a bow in would be a damage build, just for PvE, and you can find the Rapier Bow. But this is primarily about the Rapier. The bow is just secondary to give your Rapier more damage. You can find that just here as well, using Aconite. It might be better that Omnidirectional Aid is Leeching Flurry as well. Do you want to point that out, chat? Depends what sort of party you're playing with, whether you can get the empower cap or not. Turtle says I got 4,000 emeralds for this week and I just can't anymore. Chest runs! I just want to get the infix perks, man. Some of them are really good. Turtle. I just need another infix blunderbuss. Also, I need to get a good life staff. I need a better life staff than this thing. I wonder, do we gamba trying to get a life staff from the catacombs boxes? Or is that just wasting my tokens? I feel like we're better off just doing chest runs. And then spending the tokens on jewelry since they're a bit more difficult to get. What does this emote look like, by the way? Oh. Does it loop forever? No. Tiger Lily says, what is your favorite emote? I think, Tiger Lily, it might be the T-Rex emote. Where you turn into a T-Rex. Or is it? Turtle Walk is also incredible because it's just weird. Touch Grass is also like... There's some pretty good emotes in here. Where's the T-Rex emote? T-Rex Walk. There you go. You turn into like a little dinosaur like this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys with that just while I go feed the dog, okay? Let's see how far we get as a dinosaur. I'll be right back, okay? Be right back like 3 minutes or so, guys. We're just gonna feed the puppa. Take a small break to stretch, and then we'll come back and probably do some Outpost Rush for some PvP reward stuff. I'll be right back. Hey, what's going on, chat? I'm back, everybody. Sorry. Keep you waiting there. Weapon mastery on the blunderbuss. We have this here. Nisa is cooked. Always a long queue. It is a long queue on Nisa here. I'm telling you, though, we can defeat the Nisa queue if Amazon just add a server called Barry. That's all they need to do. They could easily half the Nisa queue. They just added a European server called Barry. But they don't want to do it, man. They don't want to do it. You're welcome, little Gamjaru. Amadapedia, good to see you. How you doing, friend? We were on the edge waiting to see if you would fall off. Do you think, I mean, where would we go? We'd probably get stuck on those barrels, to be honest. It is a really long bridge, so we'd have a long way to go. We got pretty far. I was gone for a while. Sorry, chat. I'm thinking, friends, it's time for some more player versus player. Some PvP. Although I am seeing some plus arch in the chat as well. Epic chest run starts at 15 minutes. Mines Merc God. Dun Tower. Mausoleum. Where the heck is Mausoleum? Okay, how do I figure out where the heck that gun? Siren is done. Tower Mausoleum. Dude, the chest runs are getting crazy, man. There's so many chest runs these days. Is the artifact unyielding any good, says Shulgi? No, it's pretty terrible. It's not a good one. Lupo Lucio says, I recently came back to the game, managed to get a full set, 5 overcharged, 2 elemental pieces from Catacombs. I run Hive of Gorgons. I've never done it before. There is still going to be some other things that you're looking at for Hive of Gorgons. The Gorgon bosses, and it's kind of the same with the Isle of Night bosses, they all typically just do one damage type. So the first boss in Hive of Gorgons does a massive amount of strike damage. And there is a direct perk you can take to mitigate strike damage. It's called Strike Protection. So finding an amulet from somewhere in the game, chest runs, the Catacombs boxes, crafted, wherever it is, but you will want to get an amulet with Strike Protection on it. It's going to be like a must-have. Just it basically says you take 10% less damage from the first boss. Second boss is slash damage, so slash protection, and then the final boss is nature damage, so nature protection. That's what I recommend. Grundig, thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. Also, Schmurf and Gryffindor. Schmurf for Gryffindor. Am I saying that wrong? Gryffindor, thank you for the Prime. All Day, thank you for the Prime. And Grundig, thank you for the Prime as well. Baggins, where can I get some coffee from? What have you heard about secondbreakfastclub.com? !club in the Twitch chat. YouTube can find it linked in the stream description. Get some coffee here. I'd recommend the Peruvian, honestly. It's a little bit smoother, but if you really need to be like kicked in the face and woken up, the Colombian's it's more potent. Find that stuff there, secondbreakfastclub.com. Right. Chest run, or do we go PvP? I think the PvP is more important. We really need to get the focus set. We really do need to get that focus set. Yeah, we do. We only get that from the PvP rewards track. It doesn't come from anywhere else. So it is time for some player versus player. Let's go back to this build we were playing earlier. Let's invite Gamgee, because I think she wanted to do a little bit of OPR. Actually, is it Outpost Rush or is it Capture the Flag? Okay, yeah, I'm happy. I don't know why, but I'm not too much of a fan of playing Outpost Rush on the castle map. I don't know what it is. I don't like playing Outpost Rush on the castle map. I just don't have fun games for some reason most of the time. I like the Coral Divide, and I like the original map, but the castle map, just all my games always feel like kind of frustrating on that map. I don't know if it's too compact or the rotations or I'm just bad, but I feel like I rarely have fun on that map. But the OG map, heck yeah, dude. Play with group, select roll, damage. Hey, Duffcal, thank you so much for gifting that sub. To Low Point and to Icy Doc, thank you. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Defcal. Also, Rookie Sage with the Prime sub as well. Thank you, Rookie Sage. Thank you, Defcal. Can you check a Discord screenshot? We can take a look real quick while we're in the queue. What are we looking for here? No, dude, that's a tough decision, man. Nimble Coat, all the old crown. That's tough, dude. That's like picking between a delicious steak or a slice of the finest Italian pizza. I would take the Nimble Coat or the Flinker Mantle. But they're all, honestly, you get either, they're good. You can only pick one on this checkpoint chat, that's the problem, right? Flinker Mantle. I don't know, they're both really good though. I mean, you can't really go wrong. Either one is fantastic. But I like Nimble Coat in my healer build, and I'm also going to use it in the Blunderbuss build as well. What perks would you recommend on Flail and Shield for healing, says Distant Rage? I don't go with a shield. When I'm playing my healer build, I don't play shield with it. And then the Flail, just get Power Stone. Just get the artifact Flail. Power Stone's going to do the job for you. Freezod, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, Freezod. Thank you, friend. Alright, what should we do in the meantime while we're waiting for this to pop, chat? Should we... I guess we'll try and, like, tag onto some Siren chests or something. Is there any way to undo a salvage, says Riptor. I just deleted a good sword on accident. I don't think there is, Riptor. No. Does customer support ever help with that? I don't think they do. I think if you salvage something, it's gone, buddy. That's why they give you like those legendary notifications and stuff. It's a tough one, man. It's happened. It's like a rite of passage, honestly. Every New World player at some point will salvage a really good piece of gear. And you just have to learn that you gotta lock things. Lock, always lock. Select an item and hit lock if you don't want to lose it, and then just never unlock the item. So if you have a good item, just select and lock. Or for keyboard and mouse, you hold down L and then left click on items. It is painful though. What would you throw on the incinerating hatchet artifact? I haven't actually played around with it yet. What does it give you? Incinerating hatchet. You got a charm slot and an offensive slot. Offensive slot, I think I just go keenly empowered or keenly jagged. And then for the charm slot, the perk slot here. Honestly, rending throw is still probably the best one. Ranged hatchet attacks do 40% damage. I mean, it wants to be used. So this is probably as good as it is. And then this down here, I'd go keenly empowered or keenly jagged. Yeah, I think that's what I would do. Obligatory for me to mention though, keenly jagged, keenly empowered is a one-of. So if you have it somewhere else in your gear, you don't need it anywhere else. 500 Umbrals, or should I go for Serenity, says Just Enraged? I'd grab Serenity. I mean, the Umbrals, I don't... For me, maybe I'm in a unique situation, but I feel like it is actually relatively easy to hit the Umbral cap. Especially if you're doing the stinky chest runs. Icy Doc says, I'm about done with Dune Awakening, ready to head back to New World. As an old dude, I can't press buttons or change stuff as fast as I could. Are there builds or weapons that are less intensive or more forgiving on rotations? Yeah, Greatsword, I think, is a weapon that generally doesn't require like a massive amount of button pressing. Usually the playstyle of Greatsword is you press an ability and then you just continue to do heavy attacks. It's not super ability centric, so you might enjoy just Greatsword DPS or Greatsword tanking, Icy Doc. Bush and pressing. Let's go for this guy. Oh, he's got a life staff. That's perfect. It's my prey. This is where he's gonna beat me up with his Void Gauntlet. Yeah, I don't have enough anti-healing. Never mind. I gotta get some Plague crits or Plague Disease or Plague something in here. I need some anti-healing really badly. Try again. See if he chases. can't fight him in the sacred ground. He's got to come out of that. Does he chase? Come on. Okay. I think he's getting cocky. Yeah, he got way too cocky there. Woo! Oh my god, it's Gamjaru. Hello, little wife. Is Wit good now? Yeah, Wit's pretty good. Yeah, I like Wit. I don't think there's many other artifact tank weapons that I'd want to take, to be honest. Power Stone, if you're playing Flail, absolutely take Power. If you're playing Flail, go Power Stone. But if you're playing Sword and Shield, Greatsword, if you're playing Sword and Shield Warhammer, I think Wit is the... Take it. It's not a must-have, but yeah. Oh my goodness, Kimchi. Jeez. Can't say that. We're on the internet. Oh no. I came back with friends. Oh, that bow is hitting me really, really quite hard. Alright. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, the Void Gauntlet's come back. Let's come back for round 2. Come on, get greedy again. We're losing pretty badly. Actually, looking at the capture points, maybe we need to go back and grab. I think we need to go back home and help out. Let's recall back. What is Baggins grinding, says Pharaoh. I am going for... There's some set bonus pieces which you get from the PvP rewards track. So the Tenacity set, which is really good for tanks and PvP in general. We're trying to get the Tenacity set. And then we're also hoping to get the Focus set for my healer build. So we really want to get the Focus set and the Tenacity set. Both come from the PvP rewards track, and therefore the only way we can get them is by just PvP. So yeah, we're hoping to get some set pieces from here. When is the correct time to use Orb of Protection? Straight after Sacred Ground, I would say. Unless your teammate is below 50% HP, in which case use it first, if you have Mending Protection. Oh, never mind. Yeah, Orb of Protection, if your teammates are below 50%, then you can hit them with it to trigger the Mending Protection if you have that perk. Otherwise, Sacred Ground and then Orb after is how I usually play it. As a new player, how do I know what faction gets the most PvP to join, says Devilin? It's pretty evenly spread. I don't think there is a correct or an incorrect faction to join these days, Devilin. You could just take a look at the map and join whichever faction you see the most color of. So if the map looks mostly green, you could join green. But, you know, it's kind of like contributing to the problem. Generally, though, that doesn't really... Like, the map being one color doesn't really mean that much these days. Oh, these guys are out of range. That sucks. Damn. If you feel like you chose the wrong faction, you can always change later on as well, but... Once upon a time, it was very punishing to join the losing faction, but it's no longer the case. I think the one thing to be aware of is there's one artifact in the game. It's an artifact helmet. It's called Plague Herald. Very good for applying disease to the enemy, which reduces their incoming healing. In order to get Plague Herald, you need to take part in an influence race, and your faction needs to win that influence race. The best way to win an influence race is to join the team that is defending, so that the team that currently owns the territory. And therefore, if you join the Covenant faction and they don't own any territory on the map, it's going to be quite difficult to win an influence race. But that's like the only situation that I can think of where it's, you know, going to be negative for you. Would you say on every weapon you need skill charm slots? Let's think about it real quick. Sword and Shield, Contagious Upheaval or Leaping Strike for PvP. In PvE, I don't think there's any charm slots you need on your weapon. goodness. Let's go, brute. Oh, I'm taking so much damage from the bows. Where are we getting hit from? There's a lot of players coming in. Let's get on this guy. Yo, Gwaxy, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Gwaxy. Thank you very much, buddy. Hope you had a fantastic stream. We're just doing a little bit of PvP, some player versus player. Trying to get the PvP rewards track leveled up so we can get some of the set bonus gear. There's the Stifling set, the Tenacity set, and the Focus set, which are all really good for various types of content in the game. Stifling's mainly for PvP, but we can only get them from the PvP rewards track, so that's what we're after right now. Oh, geez, that's a lot of players. This is looking like a pretty unbalanced game of Outpost Rush with the score and stuff, but we're trying to make it happen anyway. Let's just go for this lifestyle player over here. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. How do you identify those sets as Crows? It'll tell you when you hover over it, it will say like underneath it that it's part of a set. So some boots, for example, it says down here, Stifling set. When you look at them. Oh, so many players. Let's try and help out this guy back here, whatever's going on. Never mind, too many people. Oh my goodness, dude. Nice, he's dead. Chase after this guy for now. He's dead. Let's go for this musket here. Got a healer with him. Maybe he chases. Out of topic here, says Snow. Do you like soup? I'm okay. Yeah, I'd like if there was some soup on offer. I would accept the soup, but it's not like my favorite dish. I would say I'm not. Usually, like a starter at a restaurant or whatever, I usually won't pick a soup. I'm not a big soup enjoyer. I don't mind it, but like I say, I think there are. For me, better starter options usually. Oh my goodness. We're looking pretty dead here. What's the play? We wiggle to the left, out of stamina. Yeah, there's only so much we could do there. Where can you make a weapon matrix, says Rhino? Make a weapon matrix at the, I think, is it at the weaponsmithing station? Or the armor, the forge? If you go to the forge, I think you can search weapon matrix. You should see it there. Gambit says no interest in Baron for our team. Me versus 10. Yeah, it's looking like we joined another stinky game. I feel like the enemy team is, I mean, we just take a quick look at the scoreboard. Red, 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 blue, 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 red, 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 red. It's looking pretty tough for us here. They've got us triple capped and have done for a good chunk of the game. It's honestly just those 5-stack pre-mates, it really is. And I don't blame them, you know, it's fine. Like, playing with your friends is good, it should be a thing, but it just doesn't... There's no checks and balances to make sure there's another 5-stack on the enemy team. Cereal cannot be classified as a soup, says Wolfsbane. Hotboxes says, I did a chest run. How do I know what gear is good? That is a tough one, Hotbox. There isn't like an immediate thing. One quick identifying task you can use is to determine whether an item has a gem slot. So you see that the little circle there? That little sort of grayed out circle in the bottom right of the item? If it doesn't have one of those, chances are it's not a good item. So that's step number 1. But then step number 2 is taking a look at the combination of perks on the bottom of it and the top. And I don't think I could quickly walk you through in like 10 seconds and say, yeah, this would make it a good item, this would make it a bad item. But gem slot in an item, I think, is like a quick way to go through and determine whether something's good or bad. Alright, tough game there. What I will say is I've put out a YouTube video, Hotboxes, that maybe will help you. So I think it's !guide in the Twitch chat. You can check out how the heck do you figure out what is good gear in New World. So you can watch this video here.
What's going on, friends?
There's also a video that came out recently from Schmeck as well. Schmeck put out a video, this one here, best PvE perks for Season 10. And I think he also has a spreadsheet, right? Did he do it? Perk sheet from the video. So this might help you as well. Looking for like, you need this perk on an item, you want to have this perk on an item, you want to have this perk on an item. So Insane, Lifestealer's Draft is a one-off. Can I edit this? No, looked like you could. I'll link that in chat. And there's Schmeck's video if you want to take a look at that. And then also here's my video as well.
What's going on, friends? Welcome.
And YouTube, for you guys, if you just go into the channel, click on my icon, it's the best gear in New World Nighthaven is the video that I did, talking about that stuff. Another juice jug. Oh, thank God, dude. It's been a whole... one checkpoint since I last got a juice jug. Alright, let's try that again. Hopefully we at least get fast games. Gamgee says enjoy your rock climbing rush. Rock climbing rush. I don't know, I couldn't get in. Like every time I try and go on one of their healers, they would immediately be like 7 DPS. Every healer in that game had like 3 boyfriends and 4 girlfriends that was like protecting them. I couldn't just beat anybody up. Have you managed the new raid yet, says Ragnar? We've got to the final boss, and we got the final boss to 40%. I haven't actually done that many raid attempts. And one of the reasons why is because I think like doing the raid for several hours during the stream is going to fatigue people. One thing that I'm aware of is the raid is obviously quite mechanically challenging. There's a lot of things you need to pay attention to. And that's an area that is tricky for me when it comes to streaming, because paying attention to the game and also blah, 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 doing what I normally do, which is just yapping away and answering questions, those two are often quite difficult for me to achieve. Multitasking in New World, with something like just chest runs or even PvP, we can maintain a good level of it. With the raid, I really need to lock in and just shut up and pay attention to the game. But that I feel like that actively detracts away from my stream, because my stream is usually what I like to do is just have a conversation with you guys, and I cannot have that conversation while I'm raiding. So if we're going to be raiding and wiping on the boss for 3 hours while we try and get better, I feel like at a certain level it just takes away from the stream too much. So realistically, what I need to do is practice, get better with the raid off the stream, and then we can have it as a little bit more, you know, it's not as overwhelming, and I can be reading chat. But as it stands right now, we have to really, if I'm gonna do the raid, it's like I cannot talk to Twitch chat whatsoever. I have to ignore you guys. But I don't really like doing that, you know? Because then I feel like, why am I even streaming? So yeah, there is a little bit of a trouble with that one. He says that every time, but then never follows through and gets his team killed. Well, that's why that's why, like, knowing that to be true, Wolfsbane, that's why I'm not doing the raid, even though I really want to. I think it's a bad idea because I'm just going to be a liability to my team. Some of my artifacts don't have gem slots. You can't salvage artifacts, no. You just keep artifacts. You don't get a choice. There will be some artifacts without gem slots, and there's nothing you can do about that. Yeah. What perk is it that you're using to heal yourself, says Artur? We have Endless Thirst here, which allows me to drink potions. Potions are 33% stronger, which is quite a considerable amount of healing. I do want to change this build, though. I wonder, while we're waiting for this queue to pop, maybe we can start working on the second version of this build. Wait, pay upkeep? What? Oh, I thought this was Night Haven. Confused for a second, though. Thank you for the videos, it's perfect. Hey, thank you, Siggy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Do you know any site Google Sheet that can help with trade post pricing on gear that I can craft? There is New World Market prices. I don't know if it's still working these days. New World Market prices. So this one? Is this the right one? Server, Nisa, Weapon Matrix. Yeah, there is this thing if you want to like play the New World stock market. When was it last updated? Just today. So yeah, you can see like the trend. So weapon matrices have fallen quite a lot, but that would make sense because they nerfed crafting. You can get an idea of where prices are going and stuff, and like what's a high and what's a low. So infused alkahest. It's also fallen, but that would make sense because it was used to make honing acid, right? Do we have a queue pop? Oh, we do. That's New World Market prices. It doesn't help a lot on weapon price or armor. Oh, that's just going to be like comparing what else is out there on the market. You're trying to sell an item with a certain set of perks. Trenchant crits, trenchant strikes, shirking abyss. Maybe not on a great axe. Yeah, individual item pricing for like a piece of gear that has certain perks on. I don't think there's a website or resource that will be able to help you with that. You could try and just get a price tag in Twitch chat, but I don't know. Might not work. Depends on your server and stuff. Dude, if artifacts don't have a gem slot, they are stuck that way. In the past, it was possible to add gem slots to certain artifacts. These days, if an artifact does not have a gem slot, there's nothing you can do about it, I'm afraid. Alright, let's go straight to the backline this time. Try and kill some healers or some squishies. What is the overcharge set, says Georgica? The overcharge set comes from Catacombs. So you get Catacombs, you get the gold tokens from Catacombs. They're called the Mythic Crowns or whatever. These ones here. And then Mythic Crowns you spend on the overcharge boxes from the Catacombs shop, which is in the Night Haven, Tellarest Abbey capital. They're pretty good. They give you extra damage when you land attacks. They're not bad. Did he see me? Oh, he did. Alright, can't push into that then. Too far, too long of a sight line. Oh no. Come on, 3, 2, 1, potion. I'm good. No, he's just kiting me into his teammates. too many of them. Any news on best perks, says Georgica? It's something we're working on. We're updating that spreadsheet. Builds have been the priority for me for now. Prioritizing builds, but once we're done, we've got a good amount of builds in Discord, then we can update the spreadsheet as well. There's just a lot of things that we need to do in general for Nighthaven. Some of it's just going to take time. This guy just used Shockwave, didn't he? Yeah. Armor Breaker, gotta watch out. Dude, he probably could have killed me there if he just committed. Dude! How did that... How did that not connect? We're gonna get shot up by the bows from up the hill while we're here. Yeah. Back off for now. Coming, Gamjaroo. Thank you. Come on! No, he's 1 HP. 90, you did nothing there, my friend. It was all your bow player at the top. God damn, dude. The 1 HP. I just gotta not go too gremlin mode sometimes. Other builds again on Discord, they are AXO. Yeah, IXO. It's just under the New World build section. So in the New World category, and then go to the New World build bot. That's where you find them, IXO. Perks and artifacts are always fixed. Artifacts are like very consistently fixed. The only aspect that you get to customize with an artifact these days are the charm slots. So you have like, with every artifact you'll have these like little circles up at the top here, and you can customize what's in those. But you can't change the stuff that's at the bottom of the artifact, like there's a centering stacks or something like that. You can't change that one. Come here. No, not the bows again. Not the bows again. Okay, I killed him. I killed him. I got him. These games suck, man. There's just so much, I don't know, I can't get anything done. It feels like we have a massive, like, we've got a AoE threat generator. I go for one person and we get so many people attacking me. Do we have thrust protection and an amulet? We do. What's the fastest way for Azoth Salt? I think it's just spamming Outpost Rush, honestly. What we're doing right now, Sebastian. What was the website I linked with the spreadsheet you just showed? That was from a video, but it's not up to date right now, I'm afraid. The perks tier list spreadsheet thing is something that we're still in the process of updating. What I was saying is there is another video that Schmeck put out yesterday. So if you go to YouTube and you search for SCHMECK, Schmeck, he put out a video of like the best perks in PvE. And I think it's definitely a good video to look at. That's over on YouTube. You can check out his video.
Yo Binbags, it's your BFF Jeff. I know you and chat are expecting some witty humor from me, and I don't blame you, but I just wanted to thank you and Gamgee for creating a fun and welcoming place to be. It's almost as good as a mount attachment. Peak.
Hey, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Bezos. Hope you're doing good on whatever planet you're visiting today. Thank you for the £5 donation. Mr. Jeffrey Bezos. Oh my goodness, it's another bow. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Come here. You don't get to run away. Thank you. Now I'll have this. Ay. It's been a while since I played. Is Serenity nerfed in PvE? Serenity has been nerfed, yes. They removed the gem slots from Serenity. It's no longer like the undisputed best PvE greatsword. A better greatsword than Serenity would just be a random dropped greatsword that has both trenchant crits and trenchant strikes. So you can basically make your own Serenity these days. You just get it as a drop. Trenchant crits, man, why can't I say that word? Trenchant crits and trenchant strikes with a gem slot is going to be your best in slot greatsword these days. Is the armor that you have transmog still obtainable? It is Verod, yeah. Exclamation mark transmog. There's a quest that you can get it from. Link to the quest is exclamation mark transmog if you want to check it out. Don't want to get kited out into all the bows again. Trenchant crikes. Holy sausages. Axel, thank you so much for the 20 gifted sub. Friday fun gifts. Thank you, Axel. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh, man, dude. You like stand in front for 2 seconds out there. All of my health gone. Flip it, I'm gonna try. Got him. No. Let's get MG. Sacred ground, yes. Nice. Thank you, Axel. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, dude. It's very kind of you, buddy. Are we still doing Outpost Rush? We took a break, Scal. We were doing Outpost Rush for like, we did it for like a couple hours, and then we did some chest runs, we did some catacombs, some more chest runs, and now we're back. We will be spending a decent portion of today's stream doing PvP. I'm sorry, friends. I know some of you guys are just not a big fan of watching PvP on the stream. I understand, you know, some of you guys just not big PvP fans in New World, but we have to do it for the focus set. If we want to get the new healer armor, it's only from the PvP rewards track. And I think a lot of people would like to see the focus set in action because it is really good. Like, it's a good set for sure. Hopefully at least the build that we're playing is kind of fun to watch. I think it is pretty cool. We're very fast and mobile, flashy, just zooming around. So hopefully the build's at least kind of entertaining. How many times do you need to upgrade artifacts at the kiln? You only do it once, EPAC. Just once to unlock its perk. Is there a link to the healer gear? Just check it out on New World Database. It's called the Focused set. Focus set from the PvP rewards tracks. This stuff here. What's happening in here? No! Okay, that was close. What is Dracula for a run? Sorry, Marinus? You mean that people are like putting plus Dracula in chat or something? I don't know what there's quite a few chest runs. I just don't know what they are these days. If Dracula is a chest run location, I don't know what that is. Dracula's castle, I guess, but I don't think there's any chests in there. What gear weight would you recommend for a light damage build PvE? The standard sort of equipler that you go for, Robin, is you'd wear a medium chest, and then everything else would be a light piece. So you'd have light boots, light legs, light gloves, medium chest, light helmet. That would maximize the amount of armor you can get while still staying in a light equipload, so you get the bonus damage. Is it effective to make a flail blunderbuss DPS build for PvP? Very effective, yeah, Beck. I tell you what, we could try and play that next game if you'd like, Beck. Flail blunderbuss. I think it's a very strong build. It's kind of like a combo build. So you're looking to trip them, use the flail ability. Oh no, there's a lot of people. Oh no, can I get out? Too many. No, I'm dead. Unlucky. Whole enemy team just coming in the point. Yeah, flail, you trip and then you blast them with blunderbuss. It's very strong actually. Recommended PvE mage build, says Ember. If Void Gauntlet would count, then I'd say play Void Gauntlet. The problem with mages is in PvE, especially in like mutated dungeons and raids, they're usually not the go-to. They just can't provide as much damage as a melee player, and they don't provide that much utility. But Fire Staff Blunderbuss, if you would consider that a mage build, is pretty good. Fire Staff Blunderbuss is not bad. Let's go for Chuck Norris here. What? Grab Serenity or save Salt for the crown, says Brandon. Serenity, I feel crazy saying this, but I think you could skip Serenity. You can get a better greatsword to drop. Old Crown is something that there's no other version of Old Crown out there. There's no item that you're going to find 3 gem slots in that also provides 6 to all attributes. But Serenity, you can technically get like a version of Serenity just to drop. Get your trenching strikes, trenching crits, greatsword. Do you have a PvP build guide? We don't have any yet, Geo, no. We are going to be adding PvP builds over the weekends, but we don't have any currently. Mention says, what's the first thing I should do when I hit level 70? First thing when you hit level 70... pick a build, I guess. It's tough to say, right? Because it's like, oh, well, how do I pick a build? Like, oh, go watch a bunch of YouTube videos and guides. I don't think that should be the first thing you do, but generally, if you have like a build or something you know you're working towards, then you can start getting gear pieces for it. I think looking up like all of the artifacts on whatchamacallit is not a bad idea. New World Database rather, and figuring out which ones you like the look of. I can't connect anything with this guy. Baggins! Come on, dude. No, I just couldn't get anything to stick. GG's, man. GG's. So slippery, even with all the movement speed we got. Alright, can we catch him and get the brute token off of him? Probably not, unless he goes all the way back around the corner. I can show you the items in my build after this, if that would help, Geo. I think one of the main pieces you need, though, is the Tempest Fury Great Axe, and this is impossibly difficult to get and level up. Like, the amount of work you have to go through for it. Doing the Winter Runeforge, which is like content that nobody does anymore, and then you have to, like, to get the spinny perk, you have to, like, kill the, you gotta go kill, the Sandworm. I think you can get an alternate version of this as just a random drop, like an infix perk, so you could do that. Alright, are we too late to stop that guy? We probably are, aren't we? Where did he put the brute down? Try and find him. Yeah, there he is. Unlucky. Jensen over on YouTube says, hey man, I'm trying to make Sword and Shield Venom Ren build. What armor artifact do you think is best using Gladiator Round Shield right now? Sword and Shield Venom Ren build. So you'd want to be in a light equip load. Like, absolutely. You want to be in light, so that's going to limit you to only light armor artifacts. So you can't use Nimble Coat. You can't use Old Crown. So you've got Featherweight if you want to get more armor, but that's just for more armor. It won't help you do more damage. You could use Lich Gloves, but I don't really think you need those. Gladiator right now is counting as your artifact armor, but I don't think I'd want to use Gladiator. Historically, Sword and Shield builds have played with Grey Wizard's Hat, but I don't think that's good anymore, is it? Because it doesn't give you the ton of intelligence, does it, chat? It's a bit of a tough one. What does Sword and Shield use now in a light equip load? When I drink a potion, it's because I've got Endless Thirst here. Endless Thirst is healing consumables at 33% stronger. And then we also have this thing over here. Where is it? Alchemist Reprieve is also increasing the healing of potions by 6.5%. And then we have Recuperation, which increases my incoming healing from potions by 10%. So a potion's healing me for like 50% more than it normally would. It's pretty significant. So that's why we're healing so much from potions. No! Oh, dude, he didn't go for the kill? Alright, we're even now, dude. So take off Gladiator and go something else? Yeah, I would take off Gladiator. It's a tough one, though. Like, what armor artifact you go for Sword and Shield in a light equip load now? Armor artifact Sword and Shield light equip load, there's really not many good options at all, because you want to stay in a light equip load, so you can't use Nimble Coat, because if you use Nimble Coat while you have a round shield, you're going to immediately put into medium. If you use Attuned Leather Pants, you'll be in a medium equip load. If you use Old Crown, you'll be in a medium equip load. You're full light armor with a round shield, so you're limited to just using light armor artifacts. So I guess Creed Boots, yeah, I guess we're saying Creed Boots, right, chat? Are Creed Boots any good these days? Yeah, I guess you'd go Creed Boots in that build. Get the Creed Boots from Atlas Foundry. Oh, this was such a dumb idea. I don't know what I'm thinking. Tumbler Feet Wraps probably wouldn't be the play because your tank is going to be facing the enemy away from you. So you wouldn't really be able to dodge the enemy's attacks that often. This is PvE anyway, I'm assuming. It'd be hard to get value out of Tumbler Feet Wraps unless the enemy was attacking you. So I think Creed Boots probably is the best suggestion, right? Isn't it, chat? Because again, weirdly enough, Sword and Shield players in a light armor PvE scenario would play with Grey Wizard's Hat, which was always really confusing. Like, Baggins, Grey Wizard's Hat is for like mages. Why would a Sword and Shield player want a Grey Wizard's Hat? But it's because it gives you a lot of intelligence. And the intelligence would, it would put you to 50 intelligence instantly, which would allow you to do bonus damage to targets that have a bleed on them. Ooh, this is not looking good. Flip it, we just gotta try and get in here and get the kill. Nope, didn't get it. Unlucky. What? What was that? Come on, dude. The teleport. Man. What's the best perks to lock in for a DPS light build? PvE only. Sacrificial Empowerment is the only fixed perk that you really need to prioritize getting. So Sacrificial Empowerment looks like this here. You want to get that on all of your armor, meant other than your artifacts. It's hard to get that on artifact unless it comes with it. Prolonged Favor is also not a bad perk. Extends the duration of empowers, which is something you'll want to be stacking. And then you just want to make sure you have offensive and defensive slots on your gear. But yeah, the fixed perk, you want to be looking for Sacrificial Empowerment as a fixed perk, absolutely. You probably also want to be looking for Prolonged Favor, Slash Conditioning, Thirst Conditioning, those are okay. You want a gem slot in all of your gear mentality, and then you definitely want to have some offensive and defensive charm slots. Offensive charm slots, so you can put Vicious and Rogue. Defensive charm slots, so you can put Enchanted Ward 2. Lifestealer's Draft, you would want to have on just one piece of gear, but you definitely want to get Lifestealer's Draft just somewhere on one piece of gear. That's mandatory. Getting Lifestealer's Draft, hugely powerful perk. Is Runeglass still viable, says Paulie? Yeah, Runeglass got a buff, actually. Runeglass is kind of just better than normal gems. So once you're really happy with an item, you should lock a Runeglass into it. It's good. Cashton says, dude, PvP is awesome. Don't let anyone tell you it isn't. This is extremely entertaining. Hey, thank you, Cashton. I just know that in PvP, like with raiding and stuff, we just have to pay a bit more attention to what's going on in PvP. It takes away a little bit from the interaction with chat. And, you know, playing, at least these days with PvP, because historically we'd just play this map over and over and over again. Whereas now there's like, we've got Capture the Flag, 3v3 Arena. Each map has like a ton of different game modes, so it's a little bit better now. Alright, we're gonna try and kill this bear. And then we're gonna summon the brute here. While we're waiting for the brute to be summoned, let's just try and take this down. Alright, here we go. Brute's gonna help us get through that gate. Come on, please. Come on. It's not looking good for us. Well, we're only 100 points behind. Still winnable. Damn, there's gonna be a billion players respawning here. Brute, can you help me out, buddy? Thank you. Oh no, there's a lot of them. Yeah, it's just too many. The build bot is saying interaction failed when asking for a beginner tank PvE. Just try it again, Diorchid. Sometimes if a lot of people are using it, it gets a little bit overwhelmed. The Great Axe that I'm using right now, Tempest Fury, is what allows it to spin a lot. You can get the spin a lot axe from just a random infix drop as well. So you can get a Great Axe with the spinny perk on it. So the endless spin, you can get that as like just an infix item as well. It is possible. It doesn't have to be Tempest Fury. The one thing that you won't get, the one thing that is unique to this, is the successful attacks grant 3% movement speed. I think that's only from Tempest Fury. Oh my god, there's a lot of players in there. Oh, we'll try. Unlucky. Got him. How do you get rune glasses these days, says Monkey? Craft them or buy them. That's it. They do not drop. You craft them or you buy them. You craft them at the rune glass station, which is only in Brimstone. It's in the middle of Brimstone Sands, the main capital. Or you can buy them off of other players in the trading post. Dante says, is the spin better than the end perk? I think the spin is more fun. End is better for damage, but spin is definitely like wins from the fun standpoint, I would say. Ah, dude, there's just so many players. Stratus says, Baggins, do you know why sometimes people are able to upgrade walls in Outpost Rush? When I build them, they're always max level ones. You can, it's a feature of Outpost Rush is you can build up your base if you want to. Some people choose to do it. Strider, it's quite effective. We could maybe play the next game, just like upgrading stuff. What is this? It kind of sucks how you can get the skin again, even though I've already got the skin, it's offering me the skin again. I'm pretty sure we have that, don't we? Oni Dou. Dou? Oni. Do we not have it? No, we do have it. So what happens if I buy it again? Does it just take my salt and not give me anything? Gamgee says my left mouse button didn't register the whole damn game. Hard to play with purely abilities. Holy flip, is it working now, Gamgee? Is featherweight still viable? Yeah, featherweight's still good. Yeah, that sucks that you could just get the same skin over and over again. Alright, we want to get to checkpoint 3, chat. God, it takes so long to get through the PvP rewards tracks, especially when games go. That was a long game of Outpost Rush. That was a really long game. We need quick games. Quick, fast games. Somebody was asking about a blunderbuss flail build. Should we whip up one of those real quick? I kind of need an empty gear slot for it though, that's the only problem. Blunderbuss flail, we just take our infix blunderbuss. And then flail-wise, I actually think we take Odo. And the reason why I say we take Odo is it says you deal 20% more damage to stunned on knockdown foes. We can knock down a foe with the flail by using Trip. So this ability here is kind of crazy in PvP for knocking them down. So let's do that. Let's just cook up something real quick. Let's not think too much about it. Let's just do. No think, just do. And then we can also knock down foes with the blunderbuss by using a lesser known ability called Blast Shot. So let's do that as well. I think we are probably gonna need... How are we gonna catch people though? I don't know. Maybe we just go net shot to slow them down so we can run up to them. I'm working on Ice Gauntlet as a musket PvP setup. I'm having issues figuring out what offensive slots I want, and after some thrust harnessing, etc. I just prioritize whatever benefits the musket the most. So musket, vicious is probably pretty good, or keen if you just want to get the crit chance if you can't land the headshots. If you are a headshot god, then Vorpal's pretty good with the musket. Both the musket and the Ice Gauntlet, a lot of their damage come from abilities. So there is a perk you can put right that makes sure abilities do more damage. I can't remember what it's called now. But whatever the slot is that make your abilities do more, that would be pretty good to go for. Right. Blunderbuss, flail, big damage. Blunderbuss, flail, big damage. Let's get a turquoise gem here real quick. Skilled enchantment, that's it. Yeah, skilled enchantment. Putting skilled enchantment as offensive slots would probably help you out with the Ice Gauntlet and musket, since a lot of their damage comes from abilities. Dude, turquoise gem's getting expensive. What's the best PvP activity for grinding PvP rank? In my opinion, it's Outpost Rush. Outpost Rush will capture the flag. Maybe capture the flag because games go by pretty quickly, but I do enjoy Outpost Rush. Right, what armor artifact? What do we want to go for here? When people say go life ring to level weapons, what does that mean, says Dummy? Life ring is an area over here. So the area is actually called Torto Riven. But Torto Riven for the longest time was used to farm a particular set of items called the life ring set. So the life ring set was you could get life ring amulet, life ring rapier, life ring spear. So a lot of the items that would drop from here would be the life ring items, and this was the life ring farm. So this is what they mean. They mean go to Torto Riven. Fastest way to get there is Elysian Shrine, and then just travel south from it in Eden Grove. Dummy talented. What are we gonna take here, chat? I want to keep these legs because these are crazy. So we gotta keep my legs. So we're not using artifact legs. Should we go like Tumbler feet wraps or something? Maybe just for some heals. Yeah, let's try it. Let's do Tumbler feet wraps. Tumbler feets. So we want to go light boots and light legs in a medium equip load. Medium gloves, heavy chest, medium helmet. That's not too bad actually then. We can make that work. In fact, that's really easy to make it work. Let's just chuck this one in here. And then we're pretty much ready to go. Alright, that was surprisingly easy. Any other perks that we really want to get in here? Oh wait, I don't have my Tumbler feet wraps. Tumbles. Tumbly feet wraps. A turquoise better than opals? To put in your weapons specifically for PvP, I think so. Specifically in your weapons, specifically in PvP, I think Tumbler, turquoise gems do quite a bit of work. Alright. The gear isn't best, but let's just see how we do. The focus set is supposed to be dropping from the PvP rewards track now. Obisco, yeah. It is supposed to be dropping from the PvP rewards track. Let's try a game of Capture the Flag just to mix things up, shall we? Alright, we just want to get one more checkpoint 3 chat. So maybe like 1-2 more games of Capture the Flag and or Outpost Rush, and then we'll go back to doing some PvE, some catacombs or something like that. So the combo that we're trying to achieve is basically trip, and then when they're on the ground, that's when we want to go for our burst damage. So trip them, and then when they're on the ground, we just want to try and blow them up. That's the whole shenanigans there. Maybe use blast shot for the same effect as well. Is old enchanter board better than new enchanter board? It is twice as strong. Yeah, Nibs. It's kind of dumb. Main downside of old enchanter board is you'll only get it on old items. So if you want to play around with like charm slots and stuff like that, or if you want to play around with set bonuses, but I do think it's going to take a while for the meta to settle and everybody to figure out what is like the absolute best min-max. But I wouldn't surprise me if like 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, the decision is that we still run like 1 or 2 pieces of old gear in the builds so we can get the old enchanter board. For example, I'm actually thinking, chat, in my healer build, I was looking at it this morning, I'm actually thinking of running Vivify in my healer build. I know you guys were already telling me about this yesterday. But it's got refreshing, cooldown reduction, it's got healing breeze. Healing breeze 1 is apparently just as good as healing breeze 2, which seems a bit silly. The new healing breeze would be better than the old healing breeze, but healing breeze 2 says, well, let me read it again. When applying a heal to a target, heal the target for 14% weapon damage for 6 seconds. 10% cooldown reduction, 35% reduction on yourself. So 14% for 6 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. And then this one is... oh no, it's 12%. For 6 seconds with a 10% cooldown. Oh, so it is slightly weaker. Oh, it's because it doesn't scale up. That's why, right? It doesn't get any better at the higher gear score. So the problem is my ring was only 740. So if it was an 800 gear score ring, it would be stronger. Oh, I see. But you can get the old sacred on here as well, right? Oh, move. I probably need to redo my attributes here, actually, don't I? Is the Arcanist a human or an ancient? I think they're probably... Actually, I don't know. The Arcanist, that's the invisible thing, right? No, sorry. I'm just locking in my attributes. Sorry. Where are they? No, there they are. Gotta get over there. Go, 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 go. No, this doesn't look good. I'm slow him down. This does not look good at all. Yeah, rip. Oh my god, my health. Isn't crafted better than vivified due to the acutely empowered perk? Yeah, the acutely empowered does kind of suck. But I don't know. Like, this is one of the things that I'm gonna say, chat. Like, it just requires doing the numbers. Like, how important is getting the old refreshing? 2.7% cooldown reduction. You could stack that several times. That might be a pretty good idea. It might end up not like being anything. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the meta settles on, like, some old items being used in builds. Dude. Yeah, I don't think this build does well enough in Capture the Flag and against all the bows and stuff. We don't have enough of a gap closer. Can't get close enough to people to actually do anything. Do you play Dungeons and Dragons? I haven't played Dungeons and Dragons in a long time, Duelist. Back when in my younger years I did, but I would, but it's just finding like a play group and stuff, so. Alright, this is looking like a pretty miserable game. Let's just try and get a kill, I guess. How do we get triple protection amulets, as Ardent? Chest runs is probably your best bet, man. Just doing chest runs. Or farming, actually, can you get them from... Yeah, I think you can get them from the monkey. Monkey farm can work. Dude. Unlucky. Slowed. Potion. Pop the potion. What did it say? Neutral flag spawn? Enemy has taken the neutral flag. What does that mean? Dude, they have 10 points. Can we just lose this game? What is going on? The enemy team has 10 points. Oh my goodness, man. Neutral mode for the weekend? Oh, there's like a... Wait, so... When did they turn that on? Wait, but there's still flags either side. I thought the flag was only supposed to spawn in the middle for the neutral flag thing then. Am I not understanding how this works? Yeah, my ability's on cooldown. Weapon swap! Weapon swap! Weapon! Swappity the weapons! Swappity the weapons! Well, this is a lot of fun, chat. I'm having a fantastic time. It's the new thing they're trying out. So my understanding with the neutral flag is the flag just spawns in the middle, and then you have to run that back to yours. Is that the idea? It looks like they've also gotten rid of the pity system as well, so... Because we're not, like, usually you get a certain number of points. Once the enemy team, like, gets, like, because we're not coming back from this game. I mean, look at the score. I can't do anything. I don't know, I just can't move anywhere. Like, I feel, maybe we can get this, yeah? No. I can't get anything to connect. Like, nothing is, nothing's happening for me this game. Okay, thank God. Jeez, that sucked. That sucked so much. Do we want to do Capture the Flag again? That was, like, one of the worst Capture the Flag games I've ever played. Like, that was so unbelievably in their favor. Good lord, man. It spawns in addition to the usual flags. Your flag counts for more points and the neutral flag counts for less. Oh, I see. I thought it was just like there's a flag in the middle and that's it. Interesting. Okay. I thought it was just going to be flag in the middle and you bring it back. I don't know, chat. Let's just do Outpost Rush. That would, I don't know, man. That sucked massively. I mean, that was probably just like matchmaking, but holy flip, that was just the least fun thing we've done for the whole day. Probably for the whole like Nighthaven expansion. That was miserable. Right, one more game of Outpost Rush. Win or lose, we get enough PvXP, that'll unlock checkpoint 3. We cross our fingers and hope that we get a focus set. Just one more game of Outpost Rush. Pray that it's a piece of the focus gear. It's gonna take so long to get this focus set, chat, man. We've only done like 6 checkpoints in today's stream. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Where, like, realistically, if we want to get this focus stuff to show up, we're gonna have to like PvP 24/7. Ay ay ay. New player here is the focus set BIS for PvP. I think it is, Mini. I think it is, yeah. But the best way that I'll be able to say whether it's good or not is to play around with it. I need to actually get it and play with it to tell you if it's good. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna put my Tempest Fury in here. I think we want the spinny to winny still. Why in Outpost Rush I can't upgrade the gates? The upgrade button's simply not showing up. You have to go into the corner of the door. So if you want to upgrade a door, you have to go into the corner of it. It won't show up in the middle. It's in the corner of it. Little Gamjaroo, do you know what we're doing for food tonight, by the way, Wifey? Do we want to cook or do we want to do takeaway? Is there anything that you fancy? Pizza? Oh, we had pizza. Did we have pizza yesterday? I think we did have pizza. It wasn't takeaway pizza, but... Vengeance Lifestaff worth getting, says Nightkin. If you want to play it in... If you're interested in healing in PvP, I think it's not bad. Healing in PvP, I think it's not bad. Any tips for attributes for a DPS Bruiser Flail? Any tips for attributes for DPS Bruiser Flail? I think I would go like 200 Constitution, 350 Strength, and then any remaining points I'd probably just put into Focus, just to give the Flail a little bit more damage. Dark Gamer. Any good piece to get PvP kills for the Nibblecoat? Open world. Your best bet for getting open world kills, PA, is to do an influence race. So influence races happen, go to the map, go to conflicts, and then search for influence races. Usually when the races are coming up, you'll see people typing in the recruitment chat, plus race or X race. Jumping in on one of those. If you get invited into a party, it'll get you a good amount of PvP XP, or rather it'll get you the kills for Nimblecoat. Batman says, what would you consider a god roll on Void Gauntlet for PvE healer? Gem slot, Sundering Stacks. Gem slot, Sundering Stacks. Hold on, bear with me 1 second. What, Baggins, what are you doing? Ay, ay, ay. Continue to bear with me for some more time, please. Baggins cannot come to the phone right now. Oh, I'm in a tree. That's cool. I think the blunderbuss that I currently, the void gauntlet that I currently have, rather, I'm pretty happy with that for my PvE void gauntlet. So I'll just show you what I have, and then tell you what I would change about it. I think it'd probably help more. I gotta change my abilities around. I don't know. I keep pressing the wrong button. Jeez. This is good. All I would want is to replace one of these top two with another perk slot. Another one of these being a perk slot so I can put Nullifying Oblivion in it, and I think this would be my BIS. This would be best in slot if I could just get another perk slot up here. Right now, this is it's a 1 fixed and it's like 4 charms, right? So if you want to get something like that, you're only going to get it from mutated dungeons. So with that in mind, like knowing that you probably don't want to do like an M3 to get that item, your second fixed perk would just be some sort of attunement. So we'd be looking at Arboreal Attunement, Arcane Attunement, Flame Attunement, anything like that. That would be good. I think we're gonna have to change out this build soon, chat. I don't know why, but it's not clicking with me whatsoever. I feel like we're getting zero things done. Let's try this guy. So we're gonna reap, pull him in. Can't. Oh no, I can. No, it's just doing like negative damage. I don't know if it's me, it's the build. Alright. Not for me. We'll come back to it. It's not working right now, though. Let's play something different, though. Let's do the PvP healer build, shall we? That's just not working right now. Perk tier list spreadsheet is not up to date yet. Sorry, chat. There's just been so many things going on between the game and real life. We haven't had time to get to it yet. It's definitely, it's on the list of things to do. Number one priority for me right now, outside of like streaming and playing the game, is to work on builds for Discord. Builds. We want to get the exclamation mark builds for Twitch chat. We want to get that all updated. Get lots of stuff in there. But once we're done with that, then we update the spreadsheet, the perks tier list spreadsheet. Do you have an explain like I'm 5 video on how to heal a new world, says Jam Peanut Butter? We've made a lot of healing guide videos over the years. I don't know if any of them would constitute that sort of category. Our recent video, it's the second most recent upload. It's just like a deep dive into healing, talking about like weapon mastery skill trees and stuff like that. There is that one you can take a look at. Sorry, I don't want to see this guy. Yeah, you have it. Take it. Take it. No, we can't just leave it. Oh my god, okay. I didn't want to just yoink it from him since he already started doing the kills, but... Baggins, can you explain how Mortal Aggression 2 works? Whenever you hit something, you get lifesteal, basically. Mortal Aggression just says, like, when you hit something, you get a bit of health back. So you hit something, and you get 1.4% of that damage is returned to you as health. When you kill something, you get a pretty decent heal, stamina, fortify, empower. So, and that's it, effectively. It probably, if you're having an issue triggering it off of a training dummy, most of the training dummies become immortal. There's a weird system where the training dummies in the game, they only have a certain amount of health. So if somebody keeps doing damage on a training dummy, eventually they will kill the training dummy, at which point it becomes immortal because it's just in like a dead state. So a lot of the time you hit training dummies, you won't be able to do damage to them because they've been killed, basically. And they only heal after the server restarts. So if you want to like do damage to a training dummy again, you have to wait for the training dummy to heal up to full by Amazon restarting the server. There are certain locations you can go to. Eden Grove has... So every fort has training dummies in it. But a lot of the forts are quite popular. Eden Grove is probably one of the most awkward forts to get to. And therefore, if you go to the Eden Grove fort while you're PvP flagged, you'll be able to step inside and you can probably kill the training dummy in there. Alright. Well... Oh, dude, was that not enough PvP XP? That was only 2,000. How much did I need? The war camps have training dummies, says Robson. Yeah, so going to Eden Grove because it's so out of the way, it's unlikely people would go attack the training dummy. Was that enough? Oh my god, it wasn't enough. Alright, I'm just gonna do one PvP mission real quick. Jeez, dude. This grind for the stuff from the PvP rewards track I think is gonna take a considerable amount of time. My wife would like to get a PvP healer build going. Any suggestion on what she could do or where to find builds and stuff? We will be adding healer PvP builds into Discord. We don't currently have one right now. We did include it a little bit at the end of the YouTube video, but a deep dive video will be on its way. So we have the healing build guide for New World Season 10. Towards the end, friends, welcome back to we talk a little bit about the PvP healer set, but we will be making a dedicated video for that. And putting a build guide into the thing, into Discord as well. But we don't have anything right now, I'm afraid. Wit says, how do you get silenced? It happens in PvE. There are certain enemies that can apply silence effects. In PvP, in order to apply silence, you need the stifling set. So the stifling set, it's another one of those set pieces that drops from the PvP rewards track. Faces is Divine good to add on an earring? It's an okay perk. Divine increases the healing that you receive from other players. And from, like stuff like this. But I think Divine is... yeah. I'd be more inclined to put like Enchanted Board 2 or I don't know. I think I would put something else. I'd put a different defensive perk. Baggins didn't see my comment. I didn't flink. Sorry, it went off the screen. What was the comment? I got a spear that has double achievement and 2 gem slot skill slot. Can I upgrade? Yeah, that seems like a very good spear to me, Pelican. Yeah, that seems strong. Seems very strong. I think, like, is it the best possible spear you'll ever get? I think, like, a spear where one of those achievements is another skill slot would be a little bit better. So you could have, like, Enfeebling Skewer and Compounding Perforate. But that sounds really good, man, still. Draxpo says, what's a good Greatsword PvP build? I'd play in a medium equip load. Oh, I'm gonna help this guy out, I'm sorry. It's almost dead. Just want that sweet, sweet PvP XP. Hit him once. Hit him twice. He's gonna hit the shrine. Baggins just gotta hit him once, buddy. Wow, 5 season XP. Huge. Big. Yeah, great sword in PvP. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could take it, dude. But medium equip load, I think, would be the play. Try out the tumbler feet wraps. So whenever you dodge, you get a heal. I think that'd be kind of nice. So if we use the old Eternum guides, we're going to play medium equip load, no shield. And the only piece that we want to make sure we lock in is light boots. We want to lock in light boots. So we would have light boots would be a tumbler feet wraps, then some heavy legs, medium hands, heavy chest, light helmet. I think you'd want to be looking for a shirking fortification or shirking heals. Honestly, a pretty good like set that you can buy for PvP to get yourself started is from the faction store. Buying the faction store stuff's pretty good. Madman says you can lock on. Yeah, but lock on, I think people vastly overestimate how good lock on is. It's not going to help you like land all your shots. Lock on just aims at where the enemy is, not where they're going to be. So you still need to be just like, you have to aim. You can't just use lock on to play the game for you. Not in PvP, certainly. Are the builds in Discord hidden at the moment, says Quavang? No, buddy. You just go to Discord, and then just go to the New World build bot. I think maybe some people are just not expecting to instantly see builds in here, but you have to click this button. You have to go through. There's a curated experience now to find what you want. So New World builds, and then hit that start button and move through that way. You won't find any PvP builds in there, because we haven't added any currently, I'm afraid. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So, 195 to checkpoint 3.
Welcome to the Great Cleave.
Please be something good. Please. Please be something good. Come on. Come on, Puka. Give me something good here, buddy. Nope. I don't think so. Man. That sucks. No gem slot. Ay, ay, ay.
Welcome to the Great Cleave. The spark shines bright.
Unlucky, chat. Unlucky. Let's trade someone some sausages, I guess. Can I take these? Are they in any other gear set slots? Yes, they are. We must commit one sausage trade. Maybe the dude seducer would like a sausage. Are they AFK? Okay, I don't think he's here. What about this guy? Oh wait, he's moving. No, accept the trade. Please. Can I trade? I don't see the trade symbol thing. Trade. Come here. Nice. Thank you, dude. Okay. Alright. Oh, I want to do a plus arc. I see people doing a plus arc. Wait, is it? No, arc is not arch. I want to do plus arch. I don't want to do plus arc. I'm going to just check and see if people are doing arch. I don't want to do arc, but I want to do arch. It's very confusing. This one here. I'm just going to go over there and see if people are massing. Why do you trade a sausage, says Yoha? It's one of the redeems in chat. So you can spend channel points. Scammy says dinner in half an hour-ish. Okay, that sounds good, little wifey. I'm doing a big hunger. So you can, down here, you can trade channel, you can use channel points to sausage trade. Baggins must request and initiate a trade with the next person he comes into and trade them a sausage. I have to do it. Yeah, that sounds good, little cutie. Yeah, I'm very hungry. Very hungry indeed. Doo-doo-doo. All right, let's go. Let's go arch. Let's go arch. Plus arch. Oh man, dude, that PvP's tucking me out. It's it was some stressful games. Do we need to be any specific PvP track level for this focus set? No, it can appear at anywhere according to New World Database. It appears at any level, any track, any level. Take a look at this chess piece here. It can appear randomly on any of the following checkpoints: checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3. No, there's no specific requirement for it. Exalted says, so any idea after doing the Angry Earth main story questline, next step is level 8 MSQ while I'm level 64? You've fully finished all the Elysian Wilds and you're only level 64, Exalted Panda? It's kind of crazy. I'd just say do some side quests and do some faction missions, Exalted. I think that would get you enough XP to get to level... That should hopefully be enough XP. Get you to level, level 65. Once you're level 65, you can do the main storyline in Nighthaven. Alright, flip it. I guess I gotta make a run. Start inviting people for Arch. Arch. Who else is arching in here? Arch. Oh. Arch. 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 Let me give people invite privileges as well so they can start sending out some invites to other people who are typing Arch. Is Arch isn't the same as Archive, right? Archive is something else, because I don't want to bait people. Wait, is Arch Archive? It's the same thing? Archive? Or is this Archive? Arcanists. I'm so lost, dude. Arch is also Archive, right? Arch is Archive, okay. So people typing plus Archive would be content with what we're doing here. Can't invite Alien because he's in a crossover game mode. What the flip? Oh, dude, we got a drunk fat panda in our party. It's pretty cool. Arc is Archinist. Arc is the Arcanist. Arch is Archive. What's the best general endgame DPS build? Probably just Evade Rapier, mini cult. Evade Rapier. So it's Rapier played with the evasive skill tree, Momentum, over here. You can pair it with a Fire Staff, you can pair it with Bow, with Ice Gauntlet, with a Spear. There's a lot of stuff you can do. But yeah, Evade Rapier. If you want to take a look at an Evade Rapier build, we do have one now up in Discord. So ! builds or discord.gg/the Shire. Hit this start button. And then we're going to browse PvE builds. And we're going to go damage. And it's the Rapier and Bow build. And we'll show you through the gear there. Alright, let's go. It's Arch time. Or Arc time. Gonna take off the Rapier. So we just get life staffs. I've got my Luxa on, don't I? I do have my Luxa on. Fantastic. What are some good attributes to go for a range assist King Sniper? 350 dexterity, 50 constitution, and then it kind of depends what your secondary weapon is. I think I'd still take 50 strength though. I think 50 strength still benefits bows quite a lot. Why do I go get my first level 70 gear? You'll get some while you're doing the main story questline mention. But what I'm doing right now is not bad if you just want to get like a mass of items. Jumping in on what are known as chest runs can be pretty effective. Are we doing this first? Woo! No! No, 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 no! Is there a way back up? Oh, man. What does this dungeon give, says Mention? We're just after general loot. This is what's known as an epic chest run, or an ECR, or an elite chest run, sorry. There's nothing like one particular item that we're trying to get here. We're just trying to get generally good loot. I'm personally hoping for a good life staff to drop right now. Just a good combination of perks on a life staff. This would be pretty good if not for Sturdy Energy. If Sturdy Energy was just another like perk, then that would be a nice item as well. Alright, let's try that again. Come on, Baggins, don't mess it up. No! Stop dodge rolling, dude. Oh my god, okay, we're good. We made it. We made it, everybody. Is 730 gear score the max, as mentioned? No, 800 is the max gear score these days. 800. Stack up Prolonged Favor or Shirking Fortify on a healer? Prolonged Favor would be the better of those two perks on a healer. Yeah, Shirking Fort, it's kind of hard to get value out of Shirking Fortification on a healer. Because you have to be actively dodging enemies' attacks. And if you're actively dodging an enemy attack as a healer, something's not going right. You know, your tank is messed up. In PvP, I guess you could play it, but still, Shirking Fortification wouldn't be a go-to for me as a healer. Where'd you get the card to be able to jump here? I think it's just unlocked by default. You just need the Potion of Fool's Sight. I think you just need the Potion of Fool's Sight, right? I don't think there's a card that unlocks it. What would you call Abyss Life Staff at the moment, says Colas. Can you still hear me, Colas? Twitch just started playing an ad. I don't know if the ad's gonna interrupt me explaining this or not. Why do other people have 550 attribute points when I have 520? Most likely, Salus, they're just using attribute food. So there's food that you can give that gives you a bunch of extra attributes. You should always use this when you're doing any like challenging content. 48 Constitution, or you can get 48 Intelligence. You can just get 48 to any particular attribute. Dante says, am I invisible? No, I see you, Dante. Sorry, what is the question? Were you asking a question, or you were responding to somebody else in chat, Dante? Jared says, what map location is this? We are now at Archivum Passage in Nighthaven. Down here. Doc here, it's good to see you, man. Baggins Whale Leeching Flurry, says Pyro. I don't know, it's gonna be in there somewhere, maybe. So you guys think Omnidirectional Evade is not the play in the Rapier for the damage increase? Because I was thinking like Keen Tondo and Evade would be better, but maybe I'm drunk. Hey, thank you, Mention. Appreciate it, man. You don't need so much Empower. But, right, so we've got Oblivion, that's a 15% Empower. We got a Honing Stone, that's 7% Empower. We have a Sword and Shield player, that's a 10% Empower. So that's a 25, that's a 25, that's a 37% Empower. So we still need to find a 13% Empower somewhere, right? Where else are we getting Empower from as a Rapier player? Rapier doesn't really have any Empower in its skill tree, does it? Am I just being drunk? Unscathed Empowerment? Yeah, that's true. Forgot about that perk. Yeah, we might need to revisit the what perk we put on the old rapier. I think this next part of the run is not worth doing, right? Library seems to be often a waste of time because the items are like under 700 gear score. I don't know why, but I feel like the items in library are always like low gear score. So somebody was asking me what sort of life staff am I looking for these days. What I want on my life staff is pretty similar to this life staff here. Not that one. This life staff here. I want this, but instead of Shirking Flames, I want to get Desperate Prayer or Resurgence 2. Desperate Prayer 2 or Resurgence 2. And I think that would be my best life staff. Or just another skill slot. But that would only come from M3. Baggins at M3 runs harder than M10. They are very much, yeah, very, very difficult technicality. Ooh, this is okay. Sacrificial Empowerment, Thrust Conditioning. Alright, let's pay attention to what the gear score of the items is that come out of these chests. Fire Staff. 600, yeah, why is the gear score so low in here? What the heck? Are these chests bugged? 643 gear score life staff. Like, we can't do anything with that. What would you put in the skill slots? Fortifying Sacred Ground, Mending Protection. But these ones are high. I don't understand. The chests in here are just drunk. Dreamworld says show them the Beast chest in Elysian Wilds. For me, I don't consider the Elysian Wilds or the Brimstone Sands chest to be worth doing because they can't give you any infix items. The infix items, which are the main reason that I do these, you can't get any infix items, Dreamworld. But there is a whole, like, this sort of content that I'm doing right now exists all over the map. The Zervan, Tribunal Highmount, which is referred to as Trib, and Isle of Zervan, which is referred to as Zerv. Those are the most popular Elysian Wilds chest runs. But I don't rate them that highly. Because again, no infix items from there. Arboreal Attunement, Shock Attunement. So yeah, we want a life staff like this, but without Shirking Flames. And then we want to put Mending Protection 2, Fortifying Sacred Ground 2 in there. An infix item is, it's like an artifact, so it's a unique, it's an item with a special unique perk on it. They're often, you can see them at the top of an item because they'll have like this little, like a shield with a star icon on it. So there. Do you have a video explaining the empower caps as Akphalanos? I don't, but there is a really good video from a content creator called Schmeck who explains like weaken and empower and everything. But I don't have that video myself. Akphalos. Yeah, for me, I don't particularly enjoy chest runs that much, chat. It's like a means to an end for me in terms of like you do get a good amount of gear, and most importantly, we have a chance to get some of the infix items, and I think they're just like they're fun to play around with. I think like some of the infix perks are really cool. Some are very powerful. One of the most powerful infix items we got so far was the chest. Where is it? Here it is. Healing targets under 50% health with burst heals. They'll receive a 100% fortify. Like, that's really good. Doubling their armor. 100% fortify is like doubling somebody's armor. Very, very, very strong. But we can only get those sort of items by doing this sort of content, so... If you do split damage with a gem, it gives you 2 different elemental charges. For example, 1 fire and 1 ice. I put a ruby. Oh! If you do split damage with a gem, that gives you 2 different elemental damage types for 1 fire, 1 ice. Do I put a ruby in an ice gauntlet? I wouldn't put a ruby in an ice gauntlet personally. So a lot of ice gauntlets damage is damage over time. A dot. And damage over time doesn't work with damage conversion. You'll notice this if you put a damage conversion gem in your weapon and then you hit an enemy like this, you'll see the damage number pop up. So that was 1,901 nature damage, right? We just saw that there. It was 1909 nature damage. Now, when you hit them with a damage conversion gem, you'll see two different numbers pop up. You'll see the normal damage that your weapon does, and then you'll see the other half of it, which is the damage you've converted it to. The problem is when you use Ice Storm, when you use Ice Shower, when you use Healing Tomb, or sorry, Ice Tomb, like half of the abilities that you have, in fact, maybe even more than half. It doesn't work with Wind Chill, it doesn't work with Ice Storm, it doesn't work with Ice Shower, and it doesn't work with Entomb. So unless you're specifically playing Ice Pylon and Ice Spikes, damage conversion gems just don't really work that well with a... let's try and get Bitty Witty up here if we can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get you up, but these bucks are going to kill me. Rip, man. What is... This looks pretty crazy. So yeah, damage conversion in Ice Gauntlet's usually not the play, because it just doesn't really work very well. As a fellow dog owner, where is the threshold where having more dogs is weird? Oh, like what are you saying? Like somebody who... What's having too many dogs? I think having more than 3 dogs is... That's a lot of dogs. I mean, again, I love dogs. So, I'm not going to pass judgment on anybody for like having... if that's the number of animals that they enjoy having and they're all happy and stuff. But I think like... if somebody has like 4 dogs, 5 dogs, like that's quite a lot of dogs. If it's your profession or whatever, you're a dog sitter, but... anything more than 3 dogs seems quite a lot to me. But for anybody who does have like 4 dogs or 5 dogs, like I really like doggos, so. And if you've got a big enough place or whatever, you've got enough time and energy to walk them and do everything with them, then that's cool. Double figures, says Dex. 10 dogs. That's when it's too much. 9 dogs is acceptable, but 10 dogs, that's crazy. Alright, we probably missed some chests, but let's just get out of here. Anything good? Nope. 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 No. Yeah, the gear scar on these, man, they're just, they're bad. 690. If this was a bit... imagine if we get a best in slot life stuff here, chat. Imagine it was the exact perks we want, but it's 697 gear score, so I just can't upgrade it. I think we need to avoid coming to this part of the chest run, because it's just going to be... one day I'll get a really good item, and I just won't... oh my god! Like this! We'll get an infix item, and I won't be able to do anything with it. Luckily, we already have this perk on a different item, so we're not too upset about that, but... that would be pretty miserable if we get a really good item there and it was just duty because we can't upgrade them. I wonder why they are so low gear score from this area. It's like a level 70 elite zone. Doesn't make sense. How do I get 500 luxes all day? I'm not sure I understand what that question means all day. 500 luck? I mean, luck is obtained through the perk on your armor and your jewelry. So if you wanted to maximize luck, you would get the luck perk on as many pieces of gear as you can. 2.9% is the highest luck will be. It'll never be higher than that. So 2.9% on your amulet, ring, earring, boots, gloves, legs, chest. And you also want gem slots so you can put in pearls. That's an additional 0.5%. On top of that, you can also flag up for PvP. That'll give you like 1% more luck, so it's not much. You can put trophies down in your house. You can get major loot luck trophies. Each one of these is 1.5% luck. You can put luck on your bags if you want to. You can get an additional... How much is this? Oh, I don't have luck on my bags right now. Whoa. 2.9% on your bag. And then lastly, there's also consumable food you can eat, which is somewhere around 5% luck as well. And that would be the full max luck that you could get. What does luck do in reality? Very, very mildly increases your chances to hit certain items. So, like, what happens in this game is you'll have, like, a certain item that appears in a loot table. So let's say that you want to get the magic crown of the ungodly power or whatever. In order to hit the magic crown of the ungodly power, you'll have, like, this loot table. And this is 0. And this is 100,000. And what you need to do is you need to roll a certain, like, number above an area. So if you want to get a chance at this, you have to roll in this area here. This is 95,000. 95,000. When you open a chest, if you roll a number that is anything below 95,000, then you won't get it. So this is like, yeah, a lot of the time you're going to be hitting this area down here and you just literally won't have a chance to see it at all. But if you want to get a chance to the area, then you have to be like, you have to roll a number. So imagine you roll a 100,000 sided dice, a dice with 100,000 sides on it. A lot of the time you're not going to get a number that's like 100,000 to 95,000, right? But sometimes you will. Sometimes you'll break into that. But what you can do is you can wear luck gear. And what it does is it kind of like it lowers the floor of this ever so slightly. Or it raises the floor or lowers the ceiling. So instead of being like 95,000 or whatever, I don't know which way exactly, but either way it would achieve the same goal. It moves like the floor down from here. So instead of 0 being your starting point, like 5,000 is now your starting point. This is probably a really scuffed explanation of it, and people in chat are gonna be raging, that's not how it works. But that's kind of like my understanding of it. So it just means that you're still, like, a lot of the time, you're still hitting these numbers over here, which are just numbers that you're not going to get anything, but there's a slightly less likelihood of hitting a number. So yeah, it's usually so small that people don't feel like luck does anything. And I think that's one of the problems with luck, is people think that you're going to instantly notice the effects. But it does technically do something, it's just on a very minute scale. You know? Like taking a little pinch of salt and adding it into a massive vat of soup. The soup is ever so slightly saltier, but not enough for you to really notice. What counts as a burst heal in the context of that healing affix? Anything other than Sacred Ground and Beacon. Everything else is a burst heal. Does luck affect the rate at which you get infix items? I don't think it does, Eagle Eyes. No, I don't think it does. The main reason that I wear luck gear, chat, is because you're more likely to get these things down here. These have the most notable impact with luck. The charms. Charms are pretty good. You can sell them, use them in different builds. So that's where luck has the biggest impact. Bikro did a breakdown on luck. It changed infixes from about 1 in 10 to 1 in 9. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. It does have an impact on infixes then. Okay, I was under the illusion that it didn't have an impact, but chat's saying apparently it does. That's good to hear. What are your bags worth, says Demi? Probably not a lot. My bags are, they're old bags. 625. I think the max gear score in a bag now is 700, so... I want to play Ice Gauntlet Void Gauntlet. It says squash in PvE and PvP. What infixes do I want to aim for and what gems? Ice Gauntlet Void Gauntlet would mainly be a PvP build. Squash doesn't really get played that much in PvE. Infix wise, I think the Enrage set's still going to be good for you. Well, that would be a set bonus. I don't know if there's any particular infixes you need for that build, is there? Items, perks... Standalone infixes. Is anything going to help with Ice Gauntlet Void Gauntlet? Probably not. Maybe Chain Lightning would be okay. I don't think there's going to be anything that's that good for IGBG. Not that's immediately coming to my head. Right. Let's open some of the Outpost rush boxes and stuff that we got today. Capture the flag cache. Nothing good there. Nope. Savior 2, Shock Attunement 2, Frost Attunement 2. These always have like a ton of fixed perks on them, right? Yeah, they seem to be the case. So there's no point opening life staffs because we don't want that many fixed perks on a life staff. Which of the weapons in the game do we want to have majority fixed perks on? I guess it would be pretty good on a greatsword, right? Greatsword could benefit from having quite a few fixed perks. Blunderbuss. What weapon do we not really care about charm slots in? What weapon do we just want to stack the fixed perks? Sword and Shield's not bad. Rapier, we only really want 2 fixed perks in the Rapier. Hatchet. I feel like it's gotta be Greatsword, honestly. Bow? Yeah, Bow could benefit from like triple or quadruple enchantments, couldn't it? Let's try Greatsword though. Gonna go Greatsword. So if we put on a Greatsword, like so, and then we try again. Nothing good there. Nothing good there. Nope. Here we go. No, never mind, that's not good. Unlucky. I think that's just a salvage all situation. Yeah. Do you think this MMORPG is the easiest MMO compared to others? Maybe? I don't know. Like, easy is... It's a tough question to answer. Like, I mean, it's multifaceted in New World. I think New World's very easy to get in and play. I think the game's inherently easier to understand because it's like 1 weapon, 2 weapon. You can combine any weapons that you want. You know, there's no, like, class system. It's very easy in that you have to look at this guy and then you have to attack, and that whether you hit him or not, you just have to be standing next to him. There's no, you know, 16 abilities or whatever with a massive hotbar with all these like flashing icons and stuff, and dungeon boss mods telling you when you need to do things. Like, I think New World is inherently like a pretty easy game to look at and just kind of understand. What I've often said is if I was to play World of Warcraft and then I was to hop over and play Black Desert Online, and then I was to hop over and play, I don't know, Lost Ark or Throne and Liberty, and then New World, I feel like if my mum was to watch me play each one of those games, she'd probably have an easier time understanding what's happening when she watches New World. Because New World just, it just kind of makes sense, you know, because the action combat. Action combat is easier to understand to people who don't really play games very often. Whereas like World of Warcraft, it's like understanding what's happening in World of Warcraft is very difficult. It's easier to watch like a 1v1 duel in this game than it would be to watch a 1v1 duel in World of Warcraft, for example. So yeah, I would say so. It's a really good move that Amazon got this game on console, because I do think it's a game that lends itself very well to the console player base, which, you know, they're not swamped with MMORPGs over there. New World is the iPhone of MMOs, says Monty. Is your newest video of the healer build still applicable after the newest patch yesterday? Yeah, it's still good, Aldi. Something that you'll want to be aiming for with the healer build is to go for the PvP rewards track and get the set bonus stuff. But yeah, it still works. Right. I'll tell you what. Let's try. I think this is going to be a big waste of time, and I feel like I'm almost certainly better off buying trinkets, but let's just try it anyway. We go magical weapons. Let's just do 5 boxes. And let's see if we can get a good life staff from these. Nope. Oh, close. So close, dude. If that top slot was a skill slot, I'd be pretty happy with that. Attunement is like, it's not that good on a life staff, right? You don't really care about attunement, but it does give you just a little bit of extra heart rune charge and being able to use your heart rune more often. If that top slot was a skill slot, I'd be pretty happy with that. So close. And then we're probably not going to get anything remotely close for a while now. Yeah, they all sucked. Almost. It feels like these are kind of wasted though, chat. If we want to just get random life stats, we may as well go stand in the Tower of the Sun. Kind of wasting our time spending tokens on those. We may as well get jewelry boxes instead. Is the Ankh artifact good, says Cassia. I have it on my PvP track, but I don't have the salt at the moment. No, Ankh has taken quite a hit. It was, once upon a time, it was a very good artifact, but I don't think Ankh is that good anymore. Alright, let's just do PvP missions until food's here. Is food? It's very soon, right? Soon. What achievements on life staff with Ellie Band for PvE? I mean, you don't really want to put achievement on your life staff, honestly. It's not something that you want to be looking for actively on the life staff. But if it was on there, as long as it had the other good perks, you could, like, you know, take the hit or whatever. But it's not a super desirable life staff perk, I would say. What stats do you run as a healer, says Critzy? These days with the healer, we're usually playing around 300 focus, 50 constitution, and then everything else is in intelligence. But that's for Void Gauntlet life staff. Critzy. Best free die of armor, says 5ek. The best free die that doesn't cost any money. Sharp silver is a paid die, isn't it? I don't know, buttered rum? It's like pretty good if you want to make things look gold. I think buttered rum is pretty good. I use that. It's probably the most like the crafted die that I use the most is buttered rum. Make things nice and gold. As a tank in PvP, what can I do against the bow musket meta, says Sparrow? Block. If you block, they can't do anything to you. Block and walk at them. Or just, you know, go to the point. The thing that they can't do, like a bow and a musket, cannot stand on a point. Like, they just can't. They can't stand on the point now, push rush. So if you stand on the point and then you block, there's not really much they can do there. Block, drink potions, block again. And you can run Great Axe if you want, so you can try and catch up with them. Great Axe is a really good chase weapon. Bad Habit says, all set bonuses, infix perks, combinations. I'm so overwhelmed, have zero clue how to start farming, focusing a new bruiser build. Any tips? This is for PvP, right? Bad Habit? This bruiser build? Woo! Any good sites to find builds at the moment, says Suchio over on YouTube. Yeah, we've been putting builds up in Discord here. So this is discord.gg/the Shire. You can find the New World build section. And then hit the green start button and take a look through builds. We're going to be wrapping up the stream soon so we can spend some more time adding some more builds to it. In PvP, I'm wanting to get back into competitive. So I think what I would do for you, Bad Habit Club, is I would buy the armor from the faction store. Honestly, buy the armor and the weapons from the faction store. Those are really good to just get you started in PvP. The weapons and armor from the faction shop is good set. A lot of them have shirking fortification on, which is fantastic for a bruiser. The weapons are all pretty good PvP perks. They have like penetrating the empowered, penetrating backstab, sundering stacks. Once you've got that set on, I then go out and start doing some chest runs or some catacombs. And use that as a way to start getting like, because the one thing you won't be able to get from the faction store is jewelry. But if you use like chest runs or catacombs as a way to start getting jewelry, that would like fill in the blanks. And slowly over time you'd start getting some BIS pieces. I think as a bruiser what you're probably looking for is Shirking Fortification 2 as like a perk down at the bottom. I'm not sure what else, honestly, man. I guess Prolonged Favor to make the Fortify last longer is not a bad idea. Shirking Fort, Prolonged Favor. I think bruisers will generally prioritize getting defensive slots, defensive charm slots. Because they'll want to be stacking Shirking Heals too. They'll want to be stacking Invigorated or Vigor or Freedom. Yeah, I haven't looked really much at Bruiser in Season 10, so I couldn't really tell you exactly what perks you want to be looking for, but I think that would be a good place to get yourself started. Breaker says, what does plus CK in chat mean? It's one of the many chest runs in this game. So again, the concept of a chest run is basically just getting a lot of players together, and then you run around and you open chests. The benefit of doing it is you just get massive quantities of loot, and some of the loot will be good. Most of it will be stuff that you'll salvage. You'll get a lot of bad items, but occasionally you'll get a good item, and then you can keep that and put it into your build. CK is an abbreviation for Cutlass Keys. It's this area down here. On our server, on Nisa, the chest run plus CK usually starts here at the Admiral Shrine. And that's it, basically. What was this message here? Sorry. How do I... Where did this go? Aho says, is there something wrong with the elemental gems at the moment? Yeah, they don't convert damage. If you put a, so if you go and buy like a cut pristine topaz, the top line, this thing here, 50% of the damage is converted to lightning. These don't work. Like, oh, they do, but they reduce your damage by a pretty noticeable margin. So doing the damage conversion gems, so that's topaz, ruby, amethyst, amber, aquamarine, the other one that I missed. The ones that convert your damage, those don't work. Or they do work, but they're lowering your damage. So putting those in your weapons is not advised. Discord.gg/The Shire. Spider says, Baggin's got really good at healer items. Is the PvP track set item still better, like his Abyss? I think the focus set is fantastic. Yes, I do think the focus set... In PvP, I think it's unequivocally, like, insanely good. In PvE, the focus set is probably still really good, but in PvP, the focus set is absolutely, like, your best. And then in PvE, the focus set I still think is going to be strong. But PvP, it is like, hands down, gotta get that focus set. What about the artifact bow that converts 99% of the damage? Yeah, that works. It's just the gems. The gems are kind of funky right now, mention. Baggins, what's your PvP build for life staffs is, Master Basta? We play with this sort of skill setup here. We use a single target heal. Sometimes I play two single target heals, so we go Divine Embrace, Light's Embrace. In my PvP healer build, we also play with Vengeance. I have the Void Gauntlet that you buy from the faction store. It's a really good Void Gauntlet. We use Featherweight, 2 pieces of heavy armor, light legs, light boots. I play with 350 focus, 73 intelligence, and then I use constitution food, roasted rabbit, to get to 150 con. So 150 con, 350 focus, 73 int. Featherweight, elemental band, decent protection amulet, nothing special anywhere else. That's been the build. We play it as like a healer, but we're also like a bit of a damage dealer as well. Like with that, I can like fight back. What's a good gem for finisher at the moment? Is that Huss? Just diamond. Always go diamonds for DPS. Can you choose what you get in your Catacomb Trinket cache? Unfortunately not, Jukehouse. Like, when you get the Catacombs chest, you can decide whether you get a light, medium, or heavy chest, depending on whether you're wearing a light, medium, or heavy chest. When you get the Catacombs magical weapon box, you can make it so it always gives you a life staff by just wearing a life staff. The Catacombs trinket boxes don't seem to be affected, so they'll just randomly give you rings, earrings, or amulets. I've tried to like take off my earring and my ring, so I'm only wearing an amulet, but it doesn't seem to work. It's not as if it only gives me an amulet. Is Vengeance a hard grind, says Master? No, not really. It'll, like, artifacts pop up in the PvP rewards track all the time now. Like, they're super, super frequent. So no, you shouldn't really have a hard time getting Vengeance from the PvP rewards track. Is Tempest Fury the axe more people are using, says Mustang? I don't know if Tempest Fury is super popular. It's really fun, but it's awkward to get Tempest Fury. Wait, that was a musket. Oh, I see. No, I'm dead. GG's. Man, I'm just trying to get a little bit of PvP XP here. They're not even gonna kill me? That's kind of toxic. We're gonna have to see to that then. Well, I think we know what we're doing until we end the stream now, chat. Where are they? There's a lot of other players around them though, so it's gonna be a little bit tricky. Is that them up there? It's a different player, right? Yeah. Oh, dude. I think we might need a little bit more con here. I'm waiting for you, streamer, says Bloodstone. Sorry, man. Give me a minute, Bloodstone. Give me like just a little while, dude. Yeah, that musket's hitting incredibly hard. Like crazy hard. Crazy, dude. I didn't change my blunderbuss. We put the blunderbuss build in Discord if you guys want to check it out. It's over in Discord right now. Blunderbuss is it's in the Discord. Exclamation mark builds. We do have thrush protection. Man, we're getting hit so hard. Where would they be? Is this them? It is. Thank you. Why is sacrificial empowerment considered good for a tank? So tanking can be like broken down into different priorities. So the number one priority of the tank, like what is the fundamental role of the tank? It is to get the enemy to attack them and then to stay alive while the enemy is attacking them, right? You need the enemy to focus you and not your teammates, and then you need to not die while that's happening. So that's priority number one as a tank. But that priority can be broken down into different categories. So getting the enemy to attack you involves taunting them. You can use the taunt ability, but then when your taunts are on cooldown, you still need a way for the enemy to continue to focus on you. And the way that you get the enemy to continue to focus on you is by doing damage. Damage is modified by threat. So if you hit an enemy for like 1,000 damage, and then you have a 350% threat modifier, which is what you'll typically get from your Carnelian gem, then you'll do, like instead of doing 1,000 damage, you're doing 350% more damage. The enemy sees you as hitting like way harder than you normally are, and therefore they start attacking you. So sacrificial empowerment simply just increases your damage, and therefore you hit the enemy harder, and therefore you're holding threat for a longer period of time, if that makes sense. So that's the concept behind it. Tank should also still do some damage. The role of the tank is not to just be like 500 constitution and sit there as a slab of, you know, meat and not doing anything else. The Discord is just here. Let me spam it a few times. Exclamation mark Discord doesn't make you immediately join the Discord. It just gives you the link to it. It's this one here. Why is my enter button not working? That's weird. I can't actually type in chat. Oh, wait, is my chat broken? Yeah, I can't type in Twitch chat right now. How strange. It says connecting to chat. Is it gonna work now? There we go. That's the link to it there. Atlas Fishmo has a new PvP tank build. I'll have to check that out. Oh, rip, dude. How does that... I don't understand, man, when Shield Rush just doesn't connect sometimes. I do not get it. Sometimes Shield Rush will just like hit them from halfway across the map, as if there's like magnets stuck in them. Other times it'll be point blank, it'll make the sound and just nothing. I haven't seen anyone play New World in so long, says Warbends. It's been pretty popular lately. In fact, we even had a big stream of Warbends. I mean, I've been playing New World on my stream since like 2021. But yeah, Summit 1G, very popular, very like one of the classic, you know, the godfathers of Twitch, grandfathers of Twitch. He's been playing a lot of New World on his stream recently. They had a big expansion and it's free. And they made their previous expansion free as well. So if you have the Rise of the Angry Earth, or no, you don't even need to have the Rise of the Angry Earth. Everybody gets mounts. So if you've ever bought a copy of New World, you just have everything included by default, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Someone only played for 1 to 2 days? No, it was definitely longer than that. Doo doo boo boo. Yeah, I would say like if you've enjoyed New World in the past, I think this is a pretty fun update to play right now. The new zone, Nighthaven, is huge. The biggest zone they've added to the map so far. Catacombs as a game mode I think is really fun as well. If you haven't tried out Catacombs, I'd recommend jumping in, giving that a go. Level cap is 70. There's a new main storyline. It's a good time. Let's just grab that, I guess. I feel like we've already got that skin. Flag says Summit's still playing. Do your resistances show? No, you don't see resistances down in the bottom left anymore. They don't show up for whatever reason. Yeah, big expansion. Warbends. Inferno Blunderbuss and community builds. It's basically the same build. All you need to do is just change out the... So it's in the New World build bot. Under the New World build bot, we hit start. And then I usually use it in the Catacombs. So we go search builds by content. And then we go damage. And then let's do Catacombs. So builds by content, damage in the Catacombs. And then it shows up here, Blunderbuss Void Gauntlet. You just replace the Void Gauntlet with Inferno. It's identical. Everything is exactly the same. Just play Inferno instead. I would use the exact same perks. I would use everything the same. You would just replace Life Taker with Inferno. Stats would stay the same. Gear would stay the same. Everything else would stay the same. But it's in there if you want to check it out.
Welcome to the Great Cleave. The spark.
Alright, dude, this focus set is going to be a real grind, chat. That's I think this is going to be our longest grind, getting the focus set from the PvP rewards track. But I am going to wrap the stream up here, friends. I think that's going to be it for today. We need to go work on getting some more builds in Discord. We need to update that spreadsheet. I need to get some stuff recorded for YouTube. So that's going to do it for today. If I get some time, I might just do a little bit more PvP off the stream so I can try and get some stuff to show up in the PvP rewards track. But yeah, let's try and get another few more builds added to Discord. Some more DPS, some more tank builds, maybe some PvP builds. Yeah, I've decided to switch over to Nimble Coat. Nimble Coat so we can use our abilities more often. I think it's going to help us more Bloodstone. Yeah. Where'd you get the cape? The cape is part of a skin. So capes are always attached to like chest pieces. It's the Tribunal Wraps. You get the Tribunal Wraps by finishing the quest line that starts with a Whisper of Old. So there's a quest called a Whisper of Old. Lifestealer's Draft on Mortal Aggression. Lifestealer's Draft every single time. It's one of the best perks in the game. It's a one of, but Lifestealer's Draft is a must-have perk. Pretty much every build. Does that focus set drop in light or medium? It's light, medium, and heavy. Good night. So it's kind of troll. But honestly, whatever set we get it in, we'll make a build for it. Alright. Benny, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, Benny. YouTube, we're going to wrap up the stream here. Twitch, we'll send you on a raid over to another New World streamer, as we normally do. So if you want to continue to watch some New World, you want to ask questions about the game, stick around. We'll send you guys through. If you guys haven't seen, we uploaded a video yesterday over on the YouTube channel. The video is called the best tank builds for New World Season 10. So if you want to take a look at my tank builds for the game, what I would recommend with tanking, how to tank and stuff, take a look at that video there. Could definitely do with a bit of love. I feel like the algorithm, some videos hit and miss or whatever. So yeah, if you want to support the channel, check out the tank build guide. We're going to work on a damage one of these as well. So we got healer, we got tank. We'll do damage next. And then we can just work on some like individual builds. Rather than like covering everything, we can talk specifically about like the blunderbuss, Void Gauntlet build and stuff like that. So yeah, youtube.com/BagginsTV. And if you want to check out the builds that we have currently, including where we're going to be adding more, jump in on the Discord, discord.gg/The Shire. Navigate to the New World build button, hit the start button, take a look from there. Gamer says, Willie or Rosie one time. Should we go back over to Mr. Willie? It's been a few days, nearly a week now since we last raided Willie. Is he awake currently? I know he's like permanently streaming right now because of his his subathon. Where is he?
Yeah, Spider, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He is. I don't think he's live, right?
Because like I noticed when I was at my lowest in my life, I noticed I was like.
Rosie's playing some Phasmophobia.
Like I was literally just like doing it.
So
surprised more people are not skeletons, man.
He's at a wedding? What? Come on, man. What an excuse. Imagine not playing New World because you're going to a wedding. What the heck, dude? I love using the bot in your Discord. Thanks a lot. Hey, thank you, Bloodstone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bloodstone. Ooh, should we send the raid over to Mr. Trick? Go hang out with the Trickaroo? The Trickster? I think so, right? Yeah, wasn't Willie at like a wedding like 3-4 days ago as well? Slash raid Trick. Guys, if you haven't seen Mr. Trick before, he's been playing New World for a very long time. He's very animated. He's got to be a little bit louder than me.
She fucking got out of the haunted house.
Okay, there's gonna be some crazy story. He does do a lot of crazy stories and swearing. But yeah, if you want to ask Trick about what he's currently doing, he currently is playing Blunderbuss Flail, which was a build we tried earlier, and we didn't do very well with it. So maybe Trick's gonna be having more success with it. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. We're gonna add some more builds to Discord chat, and we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we do it all over again. We do some more chest runs. Tomorrow, we do some more catacombs. Hopefully get more luck, getting a decent life staff. I really want to try and do the raid again as well, so I'd have to ask around and see if there's any raid groups I can jump in tomorrow. We'll have to spend less time, like, reading chat and more time playing the game, but if we can get another run through the raid, the Isle of Night, that would be a lot of fun. Anyway, like I say, have a great rest of your day, chat. If you're busy over the weekend, hope you have a fantastic weekend. I'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place. If you want more Baggins, check out the YouTube channel, youtube.com/BagginsTV. We got a new video on tank builds in the game. And I'll see you soon. Goodbye, everyone.